Okay, hopefully we're live. Let me just double check YouTube. All right, looks like we're coming in nice and hot. Perfect, perfect. What else am I missing? I just need to get my chat up. If you guys are watching this after the fact, I would definitely recommend forward in a good 10, 15, I probably like 5 to 10 minutes. I like to be in here while I hang out with the folks coming in. Hopefully, let's see if that's good. Yeah, that's good. All right, beautiful. Looks like we got 4 likes on here already. That's pretty cool. Raymond, thoughts in mind. Yo, shout out Raymond. Big shout out. I'm gonna let the folks know later on about the stream we did earlier, so I'll definitely plug that. Had a lot of fun, man, hanging out with you and your old man and Dark Cell, talking about conspiracy stuff. Let me just do a reload on my studio. Hopefully it doesn't screw me up here. Hate it when this happens. Super weird. Connect streaming software. Okay, beautiful. Looks like we're okay. I like to hit play on the streaming software just so I can see it running. Okay, great. Trevor. Hey, Shah. Hey, welcome in, Trevor. Pleasure to see you, as always. Hope you're doing okay and things are going well for you. Don DeMarco. Man, shout out to both of y'all and Raymond. What it do, cuz? Oh, man, I'm just chill. Oh, the music. How did I mess that up, man? That's what we need. Oh, I thought I was missing something. This is a shame. I should be ashamed of myself. I'm just so I've had just way too many things going on this week. I had to I helped a couple of my buddies. One of my friends and his dad really wanted to do a podcast thing in a cigar lounge. So I hauled a lot of my stuff into this cigar lounge in downtown and got them all set up. They were super happy with it. And I had a lot of fun, smoked 2 cigars. But yeah, so I just reset up everything now. So I was just super paranoid everything was working good. We got a hell of a freaking show ahead of us today, man. I wanted to make a standalone video on this, but this guy has a crazy child support story. And dude, it is literally 9 parts. 9 freaking parts. So I was like, this is so long, I think it's gonna be better to just go over it part by part. Because, I really need to break this one down. And then beyond that, we got an interesting article from Paul Elam, who shared this from the Washingtonian. And it says, more and more women are paying alimony to failure to launch ex-husbands. And they're really, really not happy about it. So we're going to talk about the framing of this. Oh, crap, my camera's not showing there. Whoop. Let me just move this over here. See, I'm telling you, I've been all over the place. I've been all over the freaking place. I was doing a video game stream on Wednesday. Hopefully that's everything. Let's see. Yeah, I think we're in the zone to win now, so we're good. Yo, Klaus. Welcome in, bro. Great to see you. Hope you're doing well. You know we can't get a show started unless we got Klaus in here. Hopefully we'll get Mr. Pitt, maybe even Cesar Quintana, if we're lucky. Oh, that's a good cup of coffee right there. Damn good. But anyways, yeah, we got a hell of a freaking show today. Then we also, I wanted to shout this out. Paul Elam did a great interview with someone named Far From Eden. So we're going to talk about that. And then we have this story from Manosphere Highlights Daily. And he's got a story about an ex-feminist who regrets being a feminist and childless. So if we got time, once everything's said and done, we'll go and watch that. But yeah, I got plenty of stuff for us today. So we got no shortage on that front. Trevor says music style reminds me of Kevin Samuels live streams. Man, I remember Kevin Samuels intro and exit music, that smooth music. It got stuck in your head very easily. Karen Tekar, hey Karen, shout out to you, man. Good to see you. Hey Shah, how are you, man? Not bad, not bad. I can't complain. Today's a beautiful day. I did a 3-hour stream with Raymond Thoughts in Mind. We had a fun freaking time today. Let me see if I can find that. And man, we talked about everything. We had Raymond's dad in here. He's a blue collar boomer, also Homefront on YouTube. Then we had a guy named Darkcell. He's deep into it, man. This guy has gone through the rabbit holes. But we had a freaking 3-hour conversation where we talked about everything from UFOs, UAPs, 9/11. I mean, you name it, it was in there probably. So if you're interested in that, nah, we ain't in it for this. Now we got to switch to the rap song. There we go. Yeah. So I'm gonna be shilling this a couple of times in the chat. Let me just paste that in there for y'all. But if you want to check that out, go over to Raymond Thoughts in Mind and watch that. I recommend watching that at like 11 p.m. right before you fall asleep. So yeah, we got that going on. Robert Spencer, bro. How long has it been since we saw you, man? I was thinking about you. I was like, I hope Robert's okay, man. It really warms my heart to see you here. Whoa, millennial money. Yeah, millennial money goes hard. Hope you're doing well, Robert. It's been a while. Male Space. Yo, shout out Male Space. Hey, people. Awesome. We're at 9 viewers. Man, I say that's good enough. I say we get this here started real quick. After this song. How about that? I was hoping Mr. Pitt would pop in, but that's okay. Shout out to Mr. Pitt. Maybe if he's got time, he'll catch it after this. Was in rehab. Oh, really? Well, I'm glad to know that you're out. I hope everything's doing well and that things are going okay and good. I mean, shout out to you for going to rehab if you felt, that you needed that and doing what you had to do. So that's a big deal right there, man. And we're all here and we're praying for your continued success. So, hey, man, glad to have you back. All right, well. Oh, man, this part of the beat goes hard right here. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so beyond that, tomorrow, hopefully Paul Elam and Dr. Baskerville and I will be doing another a collaboration video tomorrow. So hopefully we'll get that going. That's something to look forward to. The other thing that I wanted to tell you guys about was this video. Paul had a discussion with another creator named Far From Eden. So she's got a good 50,000 subscribers, getting pretty big here in the space. And I listened to this earlier on my walk around the neighborhood in the beautiful sunshine, and it was a great video. Paul even mentioned the dowry a couple of times, so that was pretty freaking cool. So if you guys got time, you might be interested in that. This is Speaking Up for Men with Paul Elam. Failure of relationships will end the West. So yeah, that one was pretty big. I also have this. We were supposed to go over this last time. We didn't have time, and this is a Bank of Mom and Dad. Why we all now live in an inheritocracy. So if we got time, we'll go over that. I also had this here. Trump's tariff chaos explained from Yanis Varoufakis. But, this is a month old now. I feel like so many things have happened. At this point, that's probably, probably old news now. Yo! Murder of Crows, shout out to you, man, and Mr. Pitt. All right, now the show has really started. That's it. We're in it to win it. We even got JP in here. Dang, man, everybody just came through tonight. Heck yeah, man, it's a fantastic Saturday. I watched half that video from Paul. Awesome, man. Yeah, sounds like you found that already. I know he posted it on Twitter too. Anyways, as much as I want to talk about the dowry and just focus on that completely, because I love talking about that. I just thought we needed to take a little detour back into child support only because this video was so crazy. This video was so crazy right here. This guy, he's got all the documents, by the way. This is Brett Fairley on TikTok. This guy has one of the craziest child support stories I've ever seen. I don't know if you guys caught this on any other content creators' channels. I wanted to do a standalone video on this, but the thing is it's like each day that went by, he's just kept uploading updates. So it's like this one's, a minute or two, and then this one's like 6 minutes, 5 minutes. It's a good 40 minutes just worth of stuff. So I figured we'd just save it for the stream, go over it all at once here together. And some of the things he did, and it's not to blame him. This man is a victim right here. Just first off, this man is a victim of everything. I don't want to give away too much if y'all haven't seen it. But I did kind of want to break this down with the child support eye to kind of see what the hell happened and maybe where he really got screwed over. So yeah, we're gonna spend some time talking about this. This is crazy. Yo, Marcus Gray, welcome in, man. Shout out to you. What's up, Shah and other distinguished gentlemen? Oh, well, my good sir Marcus, you are a gentleman and a scholar. We appreciate your participation here. Karen says Andrew Wilson shared this video in his feed. That's where I first took notice. Yeah, well, I think I initially found this on Twitter. I think I might have seen it. Might have been Rolo or somebody who posted this, and I was like, oh God. So I immediately went to his TikTok. I had to find out who this guy was and just figure out what the hell is going on. Rich Cooper covered this. Okay, yeah, Rich Cooper covered it also. That's maybe who I saw it from, was Rich Cooper actually on Twitter. I think that's who I saw it from. But anyways, yeah, so I've been waiting since Wednesday to talk about this. Yo, Post-Millennial Man. Yo, I was just thinking about you today, Post-Millennial Man. I know we gotta go over this book right here. I have been reading it, especially to remind myself, but we gotta schedule our discussion on that. Go over, the first section of that. So we will be doing that. Anyways, I've held this up for long enough. Now, I wanted to watch it on TikTok. What I'll be doing is I'll be clicking on it for us to look at the comments after we've watched the video, but I do have all the videos here so I can pull it up on a different media player. So let's just go ahead and bring up part 1.
I'm probably going to jail for this.
And let's make sure this is loud enough. It does seem a little bit on the quiet side. Gosh, man, come on.
I don't care.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. All right, so part 1, folks. Let's just get into this and find out what happened to this gentleman.
I'm probably going to jail for this. I don't care. I've stayed quiet long enough. A few years ago, I agreed to be a sperm donor. She said she just wanted the baby and not a relationship. I was young and naive, and I trusted someone that I shouldn't have.
Okay, so yeah, right off the bat, I mean, we can already see what went wrong here. If you're gonna do the sperm donor route, this has to be done through a legitimate sperm bank institution. That's the only way to have any kind of legal shielding. But this whole, we're cool, I know you, you know me, just let me borrow some of this so I can impregnate myself. That's a recipe for getting screwed over. If you're gonna do the sperm donation route, make sure that it's through a authorized institution and that it's actually an official sperm donation.
She told me she was pregnant. I congratulated her and moved to California. I thought that was the end of it. But then she started messaging my mom. She said she had no one and she pressured us all to be at the birth.
All right, so here's the sad story. Oh, damn it, I want to stop on that.
When she was pregnant, I congratulated her and moved to California. I thought that was the end of it. But then she started messaging my mom. She said...
All right, what does it say here? It says, doctor something to induce me at 39 weeks. If I haven't gone into labor before then, since she knows I live an hour away, I'm going to stay in Biloxi. I don't know how you say that, Biloxi. The week before leading up March 7th, just in case my water breaks, I'll have a list of contacts to have someone call if I go into labor before she induces me. And you'll be on that list because I want you there if you don't mind. Brett said he's going to fly in. I'm hoping he will fly in a few days earlier and plan to stay a few days after the baby too. We haven't talked about that yet. This is his mom responding. So, it starts out with, "Oh, I just want, you to be a sperm donor, and I just, want to be a mom." And he's like, "I don't want to be a dad, but yeah, I'll do that for you." And then it's like, "Oh, I'm pregnant and this, and I need you to fly in and all that stuff." And you're just deep in it.
She had no one, and she pressured us all to be at the birth. So we did. We were all at the birth. I signed the birth
Look how nice his parents look.
And I decided,
just like some nice, good people, you know what I mean? Mimi and Paw waiting on granddaughter number 4 yesterday. Look at this house too. I don't know why. Every one of his videos, I just keep, okay, it looks like a restaurant. But the other parts in his house, I'm like, this guy looks like he comes from money, which may be one of the reasons she like targeted this guy.
We were all at the birth. I signed the birth certificate, and I decided to be in the baby's life as a dad. I let her and the baby live in my Airbnb for free. I had to pay child support, and she took over $52,000 from me. I thought I was doing the right thing. I thought I was being a dad. She started asking me to be a family, and when I refused, she called me a deadbeat online, and I stayed silent.
I'm sorry to keep stopping it. I'm trying not to, but it's just like, I have to do this. Because I can't resist. I have to just look at the text messages like on a weird level. "I'm gonna stop by Popeyes after practice if you want something. Okay, cool. Sorry if I seemed something in the mood. I want to try and make it work with us being a family. Can we do that? Oh my God, so crazy. I want to be with you, Brett." So it went from, "Can you just be a sperm donor?" to like, "I want to be with you. I'm in love with you. I hate when you leave us. Oh my God. I just need you to say something or how you feel about that." And then he's like, "I'm sorry, but that isn't what I want to do. That hurts." Okay.
She called me a deadbeat online.
Okay, here comes the reputation destruction. Quit talking shit, man. Sorry to cuss. Talking S, are you commenting on the correct post? There's no poo talking here. Looks like she's expressing some hard truths and something about and concerns about her daughter. It's called parenting. You and your brother could both take note. Here she is. This guy's covering the screen, just kind of sucks. Someone who's shoveling hot dogs down his throat for Instagram likes, going on a world tour for the rest of the year, according to his most recent post, leaves his daughter with his parents on the weekend so he can travel and skip town this weekend to miss another Father's Day with his child. This is just this month. The list goes on and on. Don't come at me. Truth is coming out, and I'm not afraid to share it to the public anymore. Yeah, so you got a gigantic victim over here.
And I stayed silent throughout it all. 2.5 years later, I decided to take 2 DNA tests. Both of them said the same thing. I was not the father. When I shared the results, she said that I was lying and that we tampered with the test.
Man, this is the craziest part of it. This is the part that's like, and this is the part where I know, working from child support, that he's screwed. Because and depending on where he lives, I know that the limits in California, it's 2 years. If you're legally the father of a child for 2 years, like that's it. And I think he said, this is August 2024. I think he said it was like at least
2.5 years.
2.5 years later. So he's been legally this kid's father. He's been paying, and helping out with this kid, and the family's involved, and he's been like basically in the child's life. So those are all mistakes that he made. The first mistake that he made was going to the hospital, listening to her sad story, and not asking for the genetic test then and there, basically. And basically just refusing to sign the paperwork. The way you ask for a genetic test at the hospital is you refuse to sign any of the paperwork. And then you go to your local child support agency and say, "Hey, this woman saying I'm the father, I want you to start a case against me, and I want you to give me a genetic test," and then you give them the information, and the agency will do that for you and file all the paperwork. Now, if you're found to be the father, then that sucks. Then they're going to go ahead and just tack on child support, especially if she wants it. But if you're found not to be the father, that's good. Now, the other route here, if you don't care that much, is to not do any of that and just be like, screw you, give her the middle finger, and then let her go to the child support office whenever the hell she decides to do that, and then they'll come after you anyways, and then you can request your genetic test then. But if you want one, you can get one at any time. So this guy, unfortunately, signed all the paperwork at the hospital when this kid was born, accepted legal paternity, and then was the dad for 2.5 years. Then he finds out that he's not the father. So at that point, he's screwed. You know what I'm saying? That I haven't seen a judge undo paternity after that long. And, you know, unless whoever the real dad is appears out of nowhere and is like, I'm the father and I want to take, you know, whatever for this child, then maybe the courts will say, okay, we can facilitate an adoption. I haven't seen that, though.
Later, I decided to take 2 DNA tests.
Two DNA tests.
Both of them said the same thing. I was not the father. When I shared the results, she said that I was lying and that we tampered with the test.
Before you all start believing his shit,
Look at her sad, I'm crying on the internet routine right here. See, this is also another thing. This is why you can't trust tears at all. You know what I mean? It's just going to be, you know, it's just the part about this that kills me too, beyond whatever her BSN and her screwing this guy over, is the fact that out of all this stuff that she did, completely lying to this guy and then him not being the dad anyways, none of it is illegal. Like there's nothing he can do that's going to say, oh, well, she committed fraud and she lied to me and I'm looking for justice. No, that's not going to happen. There's nothing in the family codes that's going to say, oh my God, you're a victim, sir. We have to fix this for you. What an injustice. It's like, nah, too bad.
With her DNA, that could have been anyone's DNA.
She filed her.
It's crazy how she's straight up lying about it too, because it's like she knows that she got impregnated by somebody else, but she's still on here just being like, oh, it could have been anyone's. They gave a false sample.
DNA, that could have been anyone's DNA.
She filed a restraining order. A judge silenced me.
Oh my God. Okay, so here comes the restraining order. So it's just like, I want full custody and I want max child support. This man's dangerous. I'm crying on the internet. I feel threatened. Robert Spencer says, yup, he's legally dad. Absolutely. Common Sensible says, innocent routine. She is the real victim in all of this. Of course.
And made me remove all my posts. Based on Maria's...
Wow. So the restraining order, the judge actually ordered him to remove all... So he came out there and he's like, look, because at this point, there's nothing he can do, you know, to get rid of paternity. But what he's trying to do is go at least to the court of public opinion. Shout out to Coach Greg Adams, who talks about that. And at least trying to say, hey, look, I got screwed over and look at this terrible, evil thing that she did to me. And she went to the court and the court was like, hey, you need to delete all your posts. It is further ordered in a judge that all parties are enjoined and restrained from directly or indirectly publishing or posting in the public to third parties and / or on social media the name of the minor child, the parties' names and / or other identifying information. Damn. Okay. Well, that's one thing. Maybe you can still at least talk about it. But see, it's the party's name, so he can't out her, you know, Maria, which is what he's been doing on the rest of these videos more recently. I don't know how. That's why he said he's probably going to go to jail. Look, he says that right here.
Jail for this.
I'm probably going to go to jail for this. Okay. Yeah. So that's why, because technically she can go in there and get him arrested for violating this order. But he can't take it anymore. What's this guy supposed to do? He got screwed over so badly. I mean, it's amazing he's handling it so well, man. Shout out to this guy for not losing it all the way.
Based on Maria's claim that I was actually the father. Here is the court-ordered DNA test that I had to request. And it confirmed again, I am...
So this is the court-ordered DNA test. Okay, so then he actually went to court to get a DNA test that's not a private test. And this one also said that he is not the father.
Not the father. And while I was silent, she kept going. She was changing dates on photos, spinning stories, manipulating people online. Some people believed her. But while she was doing that, I was uncovering the truth. Connections, manipulations, lies, and the truth about who the real father is. This is just the beginning of Maria's web of lies.
Okay, yeah, so this was the first video that made all this stuff go viral. And, you know, we won't spend too much time on all the comments, but it's just like, this was going crazy, man. Like, this got so many views, 2 million views. This is a week ago. Maria Nguyen, When I Catch You. And, dude, this one's so bad. Like, the men and the women are united. Like, they are on this guy's side. Like, it's not even a gender war. Like, this is just pure evil. You're dating the nurse Hadley. Sue her for defamation. Call Netflix and a lawyer right now. I think every dad who gets a negative test should receive all their money back that they paid in child support. That's insane. Hey, we need more women like her. And we need her to start voting in that direction. Someone call Hulu. I swear it should be mandatory to have DNA tests done at birth, married or not. If she is allowed to air it online and have people call him out, why shouldn't he defend himself? Exactly. And that's what she was doing before. She was sullying his good name. Man comes with receipts. Also, another thing I want to point out about this is what Coach Greg Adams always says about guys who says they don't pay for it, you know, or I can't remember what he says. I get it for free ass ninjas is what he calls them. And yeah, this is what getting it for free looks like right here. Like, oh, okay, you just want me to like, this is beautiful. Yeah, I'll smash it raw and just let it go inside you. Wow, what a cool chick. Aren't people so amazing? And then bam, you're in this situation later on. So yeah, that's getting it for free. Klaus says, this is textbook case how to get screwed. It shows all what's wrong with family law. Exactly. And it's like family law is just sitting there like, okay, we just need to find a guy with some money and you've been paying for this kid. Well, keep paying for this kid because the state doesn't want to. And we'd rather get you through the system so that we can pad child support's performance measures so that, you know, we look even better for collecting this child support for this kid. This person asked right here, have you petitioned to remove your name from the birth certificate? Have you sued her to get your money back? I wonder if she can possibly get arrested for fraud. This would turn me into a villain. See, look, and this is from a woman. Like, even she gets it. I don't know what state he's at, but I kind of doubt, like, in California, he's done. Let's just go with it right there. But I think some states like Tennessee might have like a 5-year on that. It doesn't mean they'll undo it. It just means you can actually bring it to court and they will challenge you. Like they will let you challenge it, but the judge might still look at the situation and say what's in the best interest of the child. So it's still an uphill battle, even if he has the chance to fight it. Mailspace says, hey, Post Millennial, I just found your channel out last week. Mr. Pitt says, free women cost the most. CGA. Yep, there it is. That's the maxim we're looking for. Here's another nice lady right here. Says, this is insane. 3 DNA tests all say that you're not the father, including the one court ordered. You deserve justice and all the money returned. They're not going to do that because, first of all, they're going to say, well, you know, you were legally the father during that time, so you owe child support. And then the other question is like, well, okay, let's say this woman's guilty of something, paternity fraud in this case, which, you know, we don't really got that on the books as a criminal offense. But say they did that, and at least not that I know of. And then so what? They're going to send this mom to jail. Okay, then what happens to the kid? The kid goes to foster care. I mean, yeah, they can do that, but it's like the state is kind of incentivized to not take on that burden, or they don't even want to. Okay, so yes, this is the situation. Let's go ahead and pull up part 2. We got 9 parts of this. Literally, I checked today, and there was literally a new part to this whole story. So moving on up.
Here's part 2 of my side.
Okay. And it's like part of me wants to hear him say, oh, I was able to get rid of paternity status and now I don't have to pay child support. But I don't remember hearing that when I listened to the 5 parts of this that when I first decided to do this. They're literally at part 9 right now. And shout out to this guy for at least making this go viral, because people need to learn. People really need to learn badly out here.
Apparently, I've been in a full-blown relationship. Here's part 2 of my side. Apparently, I've been in a full-blown relationship I wasn't even aware of. Maria and I had a one-night stand on December 12th, 2020.
Oh, crap. I just missed that. I think that is, yeah, that's him. Maria loves Brett. Okay.
12th, 2020. She was in her 30s and I had just turned 24. And let me say this slowly for the people in the back.
She was in her 30s and he just turned 24. That's what he said. I didn't even catch that when I first listened to this.
30s and I had just turned.
Wow. Oh my gosh. So she'd been out there. I mean, listen, man, I'm not trying to sully anybody's reputation. It's none of my business. I don't know. All I'm saying is she was doing something from 18 to 29. And then in the 30s, she found this guy and she was like, man, look at this guy. He's got his own business. He lives in a nice house. This guy is tight. His parents are really cool. He's going to inherit this big old house right here. I don't know what she was thinking, but she found this guy, or as Coach Greg Adams would say, this gump. Kyle Wells says, unless I misunderstood, this guy learned his lesson from sperm donorship paternity fraud by jumping into a relationship with a single mom named Hadley. Okay, is that his, oh, so that's his new girlfriend. I think I saw he had a new girlfriend, but I don't really know much about that. Bulls are less, for F's sake, bulls are less attracted to red flags. This guy does kind of seem like a Chad kind of dude. You know what I mean? Sort of like a frat guy. Post-millennial man says, thanks, Male Space, for the shout out. I'm looking forward to the series on chivalry with Shah. Yeah, me too, man. Me too. So let's go ahead and, yeah, go ahead. So, wow, I'm sorry. I didn't catch that the first time I listened to this. So she was in, this is some textbook predator behavior right here.
24. And let me say this slowly for the people in the back. We were never in a relationship.
This dude just got out of college, maybe, or whatever. He's working. He's got that first real job. They were never in a relationship. Man, this guy just didn't know. This is just pure ignorance of the law right here. And, you know, I used to see this all the time when I worked in child support. And it's like, I actually really don't blame anybody because, first of all, like, if I'm just like, oh, just learn the laws, bro, and everybody went and read all the family codes for their jurisdiction, which you should do. I would take the time to do that. It's still pretty damn complicated to read all that stuff. And then it's one thing to read all of it. It's another thing to actually understand how the courts look at this and apply these laws, how this actually translates into real time. And even when we are trained at child support, it's like, you know, we had to learn all these laws, and then they would take us into the court, and then they would show us cases, and we'd have to learn how this actually translates into reality. So if you're just like some 24-year-old guy who just got out of school, and you're, you know, we need to really seriously educate people on this stuff, especially the darker aspects of it. Yo, Dan the Man, it's a pleasure to see you, man. We just got done listening to your amazing music that you created for us. Marcus Gray says, I remember when this guy's original video came out 6 months ago. He made every mistake possible. He really did. Like, this guy fell into the trap, you know. Hey, but shout out to him for educating the rest of us.
More and I didn't. So instead of a relationship, she wanted more and I didn't. So instead of taking the L, she turned into a full-blown homie hopper.
Man, he rejected her, and she just could not handle that. She was like, hell no. She was like, this is the guy right here. This is the guy.
Like, back to back. Wasn't even discreet about it.
Okay, so then she started sleeping with his friends.
On the roster like it was her job. I guess the logic was, if I won't date her, maybe I'll change my mind after I watch her hook up with all my friends. Bold strategy. It didn't work. And in case you think I'm still lying, her own...
Okay, here we go. She's gorgeous. She wanted a kid with Brett because she loved him. Because she loved him! And oh my God, love conquers all and romantic love. And he's a typical narcissist player. Some complete projection going on here. So this lady goes up to him. She's got this narcissistic obsession with him, you know, in this romantic love sort of way, basically. Therefore feels entitled to this guy. And then she completely lies to this guy about, oh, I just want a sperm donor and all this. But really, she's like deeply in love with this guy. And they're calling him a narcissist. Now, he made some mistakes here. I'll say that for sure. Wait, so they dated or just hooked up? They were not official. It's from her cousin. But they were messing around for 3 to 6 months before baby arrived. But she lied and it's not his kid. What the F are you defending her? She's an awful person.
Cousin confirmed that we were never together. I'm sorry, Hadley. I know you hate
okay, yeah, so this was party time right here. Everybody was having a blast. We're all like, oh, what an amazing Friday. We got the hot tub going. Let's take the picture. Woo, life's good. Everything's tight. Yeah, I'll be your sperm donor. Bam, here we are.
Picture, but this is the time that Maria asked me to be a sperm donor. So she doesn't want to do IVF, and I'm convenient.
Damn, man, they were sitting in that hot tub right there, and she was like, you know, I just love being an independent woman so much, and I've just done so much with my life, and, you know, I've never really saw myself as a wife, but I do think about motherhood, and I want to be, you know, a mother to a child and independently raise that child because I know I can do it, and I have so much family support also, and I just need to find somebody to help me with that, and I would be honored if that was you. I think, you wouldn't have to be involved or anything like that. It can just be like a sperm donor. And he's just like 1 or 2 beers in, and he's just like, oh yeah, okay, that sounds like a good idea. Kyle Wells says, oh, he didn't fall into the trap. His ass practically moonwalked into it. Yeah.
So she doesn't want to do IVF, and I'm convenient because we've already slept together once. She says she wants nothing from me, and instead of doing the smart thing and walking away, I said yes, because I was 24 and apparently thought the best use of my time was becoming a discount sperm donor for someone that I wasn't even texting back.
This is insane.
With the wrong head.
Oh my God. Oh my God. This is just crazy on so many freaking levels.
He said, no strings, no drama. I just want a baby.
No strings, no drama.
Enough. I can do that. I really thought I could.
Man, this is kind of crazy to me. Like, even becoming a sperm, this is just my own personal opinion. I can't judge anybody who does this. We live in an interesting world. But I feel like there's a part of me where it's like, if some woman gave me that deal, and I get it when lizard brain takes over. But if some woman gave me that deal, or even if I was like, woke up one day and I'm like, I'm going to donate to a sperm bank, I feel like there's going to be something that just wakes me up at like 1 a.m. in the morning where I'm just like, oh my God, there's like a child of mine out there. And it would just trip me out. Like, I would have this weird anxiety about knowing that somewhere out there is like my blood son or daughter. And I don't know what the hell is, it would just trip me out. I don't even know how this is a thing. Like, even if you know the person and you see him on social media and you see like pictures of this kid getting posted and it looks kind of like you, I don't know, that would just trip me out, But again, I ain't out here judging people. Robert Simpson says, we've already slept together once. Yeah, what harm could... I mean, they probably used protection then. Maybe it was different, But, oh my gosh. Murder of crows. Can one imagine all the laws aligning to facilitate a win for most predatory female behavior? Am I the asshole for asking? Yeah, it is crazy. I mean, you see this and it's like, this is behavior that should not be incentivized. People should not be incentivized to be predatory like this. Unfortunately, the state has all the laws set up literally to incentivize people to be predatory like this. It's crazy. I don't know. This guy seems awfully gullible. He is gullible, but the thing is it's like he was in his mid-early 20s, and it's just like Robert, you and I both, like, we've both talked to so many young guys that don't have a freaking clue. Like, they don't have a clue, and they're growing up in this culture, and they're like, oh, okay, yeah, I guess that's fine. And they don't understand the ramifications and the kind of insidious, evil designs people can have on you. I mean, this woman was like, yeah, listen, I get it. There were a lot of red flags here. I mean, there were freaking billboards telling this guy not to do it. But again, like, I get it, This guy has a shirt that says, not your baby daddy.
I was like, sounds easy enough. I can do that. I really thought I could just sleep with her and help her get pregnant.
Yeah, I mean, listen, see, I can't like shame him because I understand how many people there are out there. Like, even, I started working at child support when I was 25. I never thought about this stuff. Like, this wasn't like, it just wasn't in my, I never understood at all how the system worked at all. I had zero knowledge of it. And then when I started realizing it, I was like, oh my God, this is wild right here. And I just understand how this guy has no understanding, and he's just there chilling, drinking some beers with this woman, and she's hella cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh wow, this chick's so chill. She's just such a chill girl. Like, wow, she's just so chill. Why can't other women be like this? And man, she got him.
And go back to business as usual. Like, thanks for stopping by. Good luck with the whole parenting thing. Top tier dumbass behavior. I own that, I know it, but I genuinely believed her when she said it would be simple. No drama and no strings attached. That's not what happened.
Oh God. Okay, yeah, so that's number 2. Let's go ahead and look at the comments for that. Sorry, I gotta look at all the comments of this. I just like doing that. Okay, here's number 2. This man has an entire binder of evidence. He's coming with all receipts. The part I can't get over is how all the this is one of these unique stories where like he has so much evidence and it's so obvious. And again, this happens to guys all the time. But most of the time people are like, well, you need to step up and you need to do this. And it really, and yeah, some of the blame because of how gullible he was belongs to him. But it's usually like, well, a lot of it's always on the guy. This one, it's like the men and women are both like, oh, wow, no, that's a terrible person. This man has an entire binder of evidence. He's coming with all the receipts. OMG, Nurse Hadley's man on my whatever. Girl said drama free and then turned it into a Lifetime original series. A discount sperm donor for someone I wasn't even texting back is wild. The binder of evidence. People are bullying the wrong Maria Nguyen on TikTok. Oh, it's not good. I fear this is my new favorite TikTok series. I feel bad for the kid. Well, yeah, see, that's another thing. Brett, not your baby daddy shirt. I'm so confused as to how she isn't facing legal consequences if she took your money on the basis of child support. But it's not your kid. I would be suing for every penny. I mean, we saw her in the first video. She just doesn't understand. See, this is where women maybe start to wake up and are like, oh, wait a minute. The laws are horribly biased, at least in this regard, when it comes to, you know, between men and women and stuff like that. It's like, oh, I don't understand, because they're believing in some injustice and like in some concept of justice that we grow up with or that we think exists. But then there is the concept of like the courts and what justice looks like in front of the eyes of the law, which doesn't always line up with our cultural understandings. Please sue her and get your money back. Being nosy all the way from South Africa. Brett, we're ready for every part. I am seated. Oh my, you are slacking on the posting. It's been 13 hours. Where is part 3, 4, 5, and 6? Yeah, so let's get to freaking part 3. Let me just catch up with the chat real quick. Murder of Crows says, can one imagine all the... Okay, I just read that one, my bad. Amel Space says, this is what happens when all social guardrails and sexual regulation are done away with in mating. No screening, no family approval, mismating, people doing whatever they want to. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it. And it's really preying on our worst instincts. We're really letting our basest instincts guide us here, and it has been a complete disaster. You know, back then, you had to have a little bit more discretion. You couldn't just play this game. There was no birth control for the ladies. Ladies got a lot of safety nets in deciding what they want to do, whether it's birth control, morning after pill, abortion, saying you don't know who the dad is or something and giving it up for adoption. Men, once it leaves your body, I mean, you're kind of at the mercy of the winds, you know, at that point. But back in the day, before like genetic testings and all this kind of stuff, like if you're a woman and you get pregnant, you meet some charming merchant coming down the Silk Road and you let him hit it, and then you wake up and he's gone. He went back down the Silk Road. You don't know what way he went. You don't know his real, you don't know nothing. This guy just came and left. That's it. You know, you're gonna get pregnant. You know, if you get pregnant, you're gonna have to have this baby. Now, they probably had herbs and stuff back then that did induce abortion, but you know, I don't know who had access to that and who didn't. All I'm saying is this is gonna fundamentally change your life and change your family's life and change your prospects on so many things. So people had these very different ways about going about things, and still nowadays, as a guy, you can still get swept up in a lot of that. Murder of Crows says, Harry Connick Jr. was just the product of a deep, sorry, I can't read today. My bad, guys. Harry Connick Jr., I'm not sure who that is, was just the product of a deep blue-pilled dad and typical just be nice mom. Yeah, very much so. The Common Sensible says, Romans did it best. If you wanted a divorce, you could have it, but you left with nothing. But what you initially brought, of course, they still discouraged it as well. Well, yeah, and I mean, the Romans practiced the dowry system. They called it dos, and then the ancient Greeks called it proika. But yeah, you can get a divorce, and the woman would be entitled to leave with, you know, her dowry, whatever she brought in. That's typically how dowries work, because it's an endowment, a kind of pre-mortem inheritance for the woman. So if an annulment of a marriage or a divorce prior to, you know, Christendom occurred, that is what they'd leave with. Now, you know, some places it would be different depending on if there's children or not, and all these kinds of things, and depending on what happened. But for the most part, that's how a split would occur. And, you know, if you wanted to get married, you would need a dowry, first of all. And that helped to check, you know, hypergamy. Now, if you didn't, I mean, you know, there's other things you can do, but for, you know, if people wanted to be more promiscuous, like there's concubines, that was one way to do it. Sometimes you'd have a marriage where maybe the woman can't give birth, there's fertility issues, then somebody might take on a concubine and get an heir that way. An interesting thing about early Christian history, well, once it became the institutional religion, not it prior to that, you know, being a sect, was that they outlawed, well, they pretty much stopped concubinage, basically, meaning that any children from a concubine or something out of marriage was not recognized as an heir. And they also stopped adoption. A lot of people don't know that adoption was illegal for a long time in the West. Up until very recently. I think it's like the late 1800s in the US and then like the early 1900s in England. That's when adoption became legal again. So that's a whole different story, but it's an interesting one. But yeah, that's how it was done in ancient Rome. Male Space says, in the old days, men had authority over wives and daughters. Chads, I think, could face serious consequences. Even my own granddad scared the daylights out of my aunt for going on a wrong date. Well, yeah, and I mean, even up until more recently, you had shotgun weddings and things like that. And there was more of a cultural pressure, not just on women, but also the men also. It's like, hey, you better make an honest woman out of her. And I mean, if you didn't, the rest of the community would know kind of what you'd done, and that might shun you and from anybody else wanting to, you know, get married to you. So there were social consequences there. Anyways, let's get to part 3 here.
So this woman told me I got her pregnant the same day she got her period. And then accidentally exposed herself on TikTok 3 years later. May 7th, 2021, Maria gets her birth control arm implant out. She's from a hometown.
God, he really like had to go next level. Also, look at this amazing home right here.
And she was living in New Orleans at the time, so she could only be here on the weekends. May 7th, 2021, Maria gets her birth control arm implant out. She's from a hometown, and she was living in New Orleans at the time, so she could only be here on the weekends. So she came in town the next 2 weekends, May 14th and May 21st. We partied with my friends, she stayed over, she had someone take these pictures, and then later tried to...
There's the good times right here. This is, we were in a relationship. Remember, she's trying to make it seem like they were in a relationship, and then he basically dumped her.
Use them to prove we were in a relationship. We weren't. What was I supposed to say? Don't take a picture with me?
Look at this young dude with this like 30-year-old woman. Damn, that's his predator status right here.
And then I went to California. While I'm there, I posed with another girl, Whitney. She's only a friend, but Maria didn't know that. Maybe she got jealous, I don't know, but what she did next will never cease to amaze me. On June 6, 2021, Maria gets her period. She knows I didn't get her pregnant, and she also knows I'm about to move across the country. So she invites me to brunch, and she tells me she's pregnant, fully knowing that she's not. Then she starts drinking.
Interesting. If I'm hearing this right, I could be wrong, but it sounds... I don't know if he's going to say he slept with her after that, but if they had this discussion about a sperm donor, I'm assuming that they were together and they did it prior to this, and then she knows she's not pregnant, but then she tells him that she's pregnant after they've already had this fun. But she's not pregnant at the time because she just got off her birth control and she's completely lying about it. Cad, bit of an archaic term for an immoral. Oh, got it. Dishonorable, pleasure-seeking man. Similar to the modern term Chad, but with a more explicit negative connotation. Got it. So that's more of an old school term right there. Nice. I learned something today. Thank you, Kyle. Dan the man says that's probably why she is trying to get with him, because he got that money. That's how all of his videos are look like they're from different places in the house. They all seem pretty nice. His parents are still together, so that's also a good indication that he probably comes from a pretty solid home. And I think it's mentioned in here that he makes pretty good money also, just on his own. So yeah, she saw that and she was like, I'm about to nab this guy. This was some real predatory behavior.
Like a lot. We then leave and go to another restaurant, and meet up with my friend Dylan, and she also tells him that she's pregnant. Dylan and I think it's weird that she's drinking, but she insists it's okay.
Oh my God,
Here's
that's
the proof.
so crazy. So she's saying she's pregnant. And she's sitting there just going from bar to bar.
This video is on June 6th.
Fuck this place, from the California.
Like, hey, you didn't get a lemon in here.
Oh, fuck, wrong way.
Oh my
Video
God.
is dumb, but it shows two things. Maria was drinking, and I made it very clear that I was leaving. And that's important because that brunch, that's the last time I ever saw her until the week before the baby was born. Here's how we found out that she was on her period when she told me she was pregnant. Here's a photo she posted to TikTok to try to prove we were in a relationship. She changed the dates on the photos, but we'll get into that later. And then she posted this one. I then tell my girlfriend, who's a nurse, that she took that photo the day that she told me she was pregnant. And Hadley's like, hold up, there's no way. Let me see that ultrasound photo again. So we pull up the ultrasound that she sent my mom. The ultrasound was done on January 17th, 2022. And it showed that she was 32 weeks and 1 day. I've since learned that pregnancy is calculated from the first day of a woman's last menstrual period. And if we count back 32 weeks and 1 day from January 17th, 2022, we get June 6th, 2021, the day she told me she was pregnant. And we didn't sleep together that day either. Since she never saw me after that, that means that she knew from the beginning that I was never the father.
Man, that is just wild. That's so crazy. Man, lucky you had that nurse girlfriend just to really explain this stuff. I mean, because he probably wouldn't have thought to look. But what's crazy about this is just really reveals how conniving this woman was, and just all the evil planning. My God, I shouldn't throw that word evil around, but man, that is crazy.
Here's proof that I'm in California the only weekend that she could have gotten pregnant. She trapped me before there was even a baby. And
Wow.
the crazy part?
Wow. Man, I don't know. This kind of reminds me of Coach's the divorce is planned before the wedding, except this one has nothing to do with the wedding, but it's like the screw you and child support court is planned before the pregnancy.
Probably would have never found out if she wouldn't have posted the photos. She exposed her own lie.
Wow.
And it only gets crazier from here.
Man, I hope some miracle happens for this guy, and that by him getting so much attention with this on TikTok, that like somebody does something or the courts take notice. I really don't even. This is crazy. I might try to play it on TikTok and see if that works, just to see if we can get it louder. His audio sounds pretty quiet. Please tag the real Maria Nguyen. Oh my God, these people are out for blood. Wait, I saw this drama on TikTok before, and I follow Nurse Hadley. Okay, so his girlfriend has a TikTok or whatever for her content. I didn't realize you were her BF. I hope you are both each other's happy ever after all this drama. Is it just me, or has this man given more than enough evidence for him to file a lawsuit and get some of that $52K back? 3 DNA tests is enough evidence. Hang in there, Brett. They just don't understand. They just don't understand. I mean, this guy's from Canada. Maybe it's, well, I don't know how different it is up there. Katie says, someone call Netflix or Hulu. Mama 4 times says, man, just FaceTime me because I need to hear the rest. Sarah says, you, my good sir, are quite literally serving the best tea I've ever had with receipts. Keep going. Quinelle says, the video isn't long enough. He needs to FaceTime me. You in a different spot each video is making this feel like a documentary. Oh my God. The way she was 30 and you were in your early 20s screamed red flag before the beginning though. Man, oh my God. She's such a pathological liar. I remember this story. Man, there is just no such thing as easy, I'm trying to think of a good word for that, but as an easy lay. How about that? There just isn't. There just is not. There just is not. It's like Coach says, all men pay. You either pay on the front end or the back end. Oh my God. Karen Takar says, let me just get this out of the way. Have men learned nothing from Johnny Depp and Amber Turd court case? Although it was DV, but the case showed how a woman can lie. Women are really good actors. Yeah, man, especially when they start coming to you with some sad story and like you're supposed to feel sorry. That is like the time to be like, no, listen, I don't do that. When they're really trying to play off that hero archetype, we're like, no, men going their own way. Men have walked away from the hero archetype. No, I don't think so. We do not do that for free anymore. Kyle Wells says his tattoos, which reveal themselves as the saga progresses, don't exactly scream I make great decisions. He seems to come from a wealthy Southern family, but has decidedly trailer trash. Oh, forgive me for saying that. Tendencies. A lot of it is the culture that we're raised in and the way boys are raised and just being surrounded by all the garbage in the media and just not, it's all ignorance of the law until that was the thing that really bothered me about child support. And that's what made me want to make content was I hated every time I would get a ticket, on my computer and I'd walk out to the lobby and I'd say the name or the ticket number or whatever, and the guy would come in and some young guy and he's getting screwed. And I'm just like, man, if only I could have got to you before this happened. I know you would have made a different decision. Because I'm sitting there and I'm explaining to this guy what's about to happen, why it's about to happen, how it's about to happen, and how there's really nothing he can do about it at this point. And I'm just like, man, I wish there was more awareness about it so you wouldn't have had to end up. Because I know if you would have known, you would have made a wildly different decision. Caesar Quintana, thank you so much, Quintana, for the donation. I appreciate that. What's up, Shah? Where are the blue light glasses? Man, I was just thinking about that today because I was looking at my other one and I was like, I ain't wearing my blue light glasses. Was this just a fad for me? Do I give up now? I was committing to getting super healthy and stopping all the blue light, and then I just gave up, and now I'm all about it again. You know what I mean? Is that what's gonna happen here? It was just a month and a half fad, and now you don't care anymore? I'm sorry, Caesar. You're right to call me out on that, man. You're right to call me out. Shout out to you, man. Welcome in. Oh, my God. We got Father X in here. This is a special treat. Father X. Everybody remembers Father X. He comes to us with the knowledge. And this man's channel really has it cataloged and organized in a way that any of us can watch it and understand. He's got the timeline. He's got all the strategies for how to deal with these family law judges out here. Shout out to Father X. Hi, everybody. Hope you are all well. Hope you're doing well also, Father X. Thank you for all that you do. How fathers can win custody. I love that you added that there. Welcome in. Klaus says, this is why the judge wanted to keep him silent. His story is repulsing to everybody with the slightest bit sense of fairness. Yeah, even the women in the comment sections are like, wait a second. Wait just a damn second. This is crazy. This is crazy. Yeah, and again, it's just all about her. Like, oh, I'm afraid and this and that. And it's just like, well, and it's literally she was out there painting this guy out to be some bad dude. It's just insane. It is insane. Great point, Klaus. Karen Takar says, I think red pill manosphere MRA, whatever you want to call it, is slowly reprogramming men back to how men should behave. We have a long way to go, but this is a painful and good start. Yeah, I agree with you. There's a lot of back and forth. There's a lot of tension. There's a lot of, hey, I agree with this. I don't agree with that. But what it is it represents an organic process that they've tried to stamp out, but they can't because men men feel this pain and then they end up seeking this stuff out. But it's leading us down an organic process that I hope will take us to whatever that next step is that gets us in the right understanding or cultural, whatever the next cultural change here is to be able to deal with this in a different way or at least push back on some of these injustices. So I think this is good because it's at least putting all this stuff out into the light so people could start figuring it out. Really, awareness and education is very important, especially as far as changing the culture around this. And then ideally, once that changes, we can get some legal change too. Murder of Crows says, been wearing mine for a year now. If you don't mind sharing, do you notice any difference or like what's your experience with that? Father X says, how fathers can win custody. Hi, Karen. Awesome. All right, so we're going to have to get into part 4 now. That's where we're at.
Here's how I ended up.
These do get longer as they go. This is just insane. All right. I mean, yeah. So here he is. He's big chilling over here. It's the nice southern house. I'm feeling it. He's got his binder out.
Here's how I ended up. The birth of a baby.
Or you know what I was going to do? I was going to try to watch it on this. Let's see if that actually works. Let's just give it a shot. See if I can get it louder for you guys.
I was only supposed to be. Here's how I ended up. The birth of a baby that I was only supposed to be a sperm donor for.
No, I can't.
July 12th, 2021, she confirms that she's actually pregnant. We only found that out later when she started posting on TikTok. But at that time, she kept quiet. From July 22nd through July 26th, I was with my friend Whitney. She met my mom and she posted it on Facebook. Maria didn't know she was just a friend, and based on what happened next, I think she got jealous. Because not long after, Maria starts messaging my mom.
Hello?
Hey, Mama.
The night
Man, he got his mom on here and everything telling us about what happened. I'm going to pull it back up here real quick. I prefer this. 33 seconds.
Hey, Mama.
The night, I guess that we first met, I guess was that night at the half show. One of the first things after we introduced ourselves and sat down, I can clearly, remember her saying to me that she hoped that I didn't think that she took advantage of my son. And of course, I gave a polite answer to that. We went on to discuss, and she mentioned, how I guess she was impressed with you to be so young and so successful at that
Hear
age.
that? Okay, yeah. So, yeah, this is the mom saying, talking like, oh, I guess she was so impressed with you being so young and so successful. I don't know what he does. I don't know if he's mentioned it. But it sounds like he's making pretty decent money, or he's got some kind of business or a really good job going on. And, this woman totally saw that and definitely was like, this is the guy right here.
I can remember her mentioning your house and all your toys.
From that point on, Maria started pulling my mom in deeper. She would ask for baby pictures of me, and she told her mom that baby's gonna look just like me.
That's hella weird. Damn, so she's just sitting there trying to befriend the mom, and she's got all these designs. Like, oh, can you just send me some baby pictures of him? So creepy.
She made my mom feel important and needed, and when Maria told her that she had no one, my mom felt pressured to come to the birth.
Oh, my God. Yeah, okay, yeah, so this was during the pregnancy. I got nobody. I don't know why. You know what I mean? And, like, see, this is another mistake. He's going to talk about how the child support came in. But really, at this point, like, if you're not sure or whatever, or like, I don't even know, or like, she screwed you over, really the best strategy is to not talk to her at all. Completely ignore it. Wait for her to come to you and to go through the whole legal process to try to get you served and do all these kinds of things. Because you being involved and being active, shout out to Coach, doing all this kind of stuff, is just, it really is building up the case against you. It works against you to be involved in the child's life and to hold out as the father and to give and render assistance. Just that on its own, even if you're not the father, a court can look at that and say, okay, we're going to order you to be the father since you've been holding out to be the father. So you have to be really, really careful with that. That Daisy lady was trying to get Fresh to do that at one point. It's like, oh, I'm here in New York by myself with the baby. I'm pregnant with the baby, and I need you to send money and to basically render assistance during my pregnancy.
She told me if something ever happens to her, I want you to raise the baby. And I just remember thinking,
Oh, hell no.
"Little girl has no one."
Yeah, this is some real, man, see, they seem like really good people, just good-hearted folk. You know what I mean? And it's just sad that it's like you can't just be a good-hearted folk out here, salt of the earth people, without someone trying to come and take advantage of you. Karen says probably we should do a poll on the chances of this guy winning in the courts. All right, let's do that. Do you think he will win in court against her? Question mark. I'm gonna leave it as a yes or no, just for the sake of simplicity. Okay. Thanks for that suggestion. I forgot. You know how much I like polls. Thank you, man. Karen Takar says Pam Blondie should have given him the Epstein binder. Seriously. Yeah, instead of all these other influencers. Kyle Wells, take note of the fact that his hat says my dog said you're a hoe. Yeah. Yeah, he should have. The last one, he had that shirt on also. Klaus says, nice. Now she tries to use the mom to get to him. This Maria is an evil mastermind. She knew from the start what she was doing. Absolutely she did. This is so weird. It's so creepy on so many levels. Mr. Pitt says, I think it's just so bad. It's like you're bringing another life into the world, and like this is the circumstances in which you're doing that. I don't know where the hell that comes from, but that's scary as hell. Man, and you know what, man? I don't want to say this, but like a woman that you really have feelings for or whatever, or, can turn into this. this can be hiding under the surface. I mean, now it sounds like I'm fear mongering. I apologize for that. But yeah, I mean, this could, this can sneak up on folks right here. It snuck up on this guy. A lot of folks have gotten snuck up with this. Is what Coach calls the bait and switch. Shout out to Coach. I think Daisy went to New York. It has the longest child support period. Yeah, that's true. That's what she did. Their child support, the emancipation for, age of majority is 21 over there instead of 18. Some states it's 19. So some are different, but New York specifically is 21. California is 18 unless they're still in high school. Then it goes up to 19 if they're still in high school. Otherwise, it'll stop the month that they graduate. And and it's got a higher guideline calculation than Florida does, for example. So you get more child support for longer. And that's why when she came out, she was just like, oh, Fresh kicked me out. I had no choice but to go to New York. Because typically if the child is conceived, in a specific state and that party is still there, the courts, according to uniformity laws, or the jurisdiction's supposed to go to Florida. But there are these exceptions where if the mom was, she had nowhere else to go and it was because of the directives of the father that pushed her out, then jurisdiction could be taken by the other state. So that was her plan, basically. I always thought she was advised by some lawyer because I saw these things in her story that just seemed to work too well. Talut Bora, hey, shout out, man. Welcome in. Shah, you wearing the red pill glasses again? Yeah, these are the old Jack Cruz from Danny Jones' podcast, Blue Light Blocking Glasses. Cesar Quintana was in here and he reprimanded me for not wearing them. Murder of Crows says, great when hit with any stress, kicks it down quick. Interesting. Oh, yeah, so this is the differences. Keeps headaches at bay. Great in general. Easier to fall asleep. Always when watching TV or any screen. Man, yeah, I mean that's what I've heard too. I've always kind of had trouble in like offices with like fluorescent lights. At least I think I did. It's just so hard to know specifically, but I'm glad they're helping. Robert Spencer says you aren't wrong. Women are capable of lying. Yeah, absolutely. And again, listen, I'm not here to say women are evil. Women can be evil. Women have been evil. But anyways, men can be too. I mean, listen, I've seen child support cases where a perfectly hardworking mother comes in with, a 3-month-old baby or 6-month-old baby, whatever, and it didn't work out. And she's just like, all right, well, I tried to work it out with them, but I guess I just have to go the child support route. I don't know what else to do. I'm opening the case, and when she gives me the guy's info, I'm like, oh, okay. Like there's one I'll always remember. You guys have probably heard me tell the story before, but she came in with, with the baby and the little baby thingy, and I'm helping her out. She's got a good job, all this stuff. Guy has 0 custody, and she gives me the information. I open up the case and I find the guy, and in the system, I can see in the computer, I'm like, oh, this guy already has a child support case with somebody else. This is great because half my job's already done. I already know how much money he makes. I'm just going to add him to this case. I'll get the calculation ready. And he's already paying support for this other kid. So when I did the calculation, since he's already paying support, she ended up I was like $112. It was a small amount. And when I told her, I was like, all right, well, okay, yeah, I got this going. The calculation showing about $112, so we'll go and get him served with that and get it moving. It could take, anywhere from 3 to 6 months, depending on how long it takes, or if he just calls us or if we call him and he just comes in here and signs, maybe we can get you that a lot faster. I'm giving her the spiel. When I told her $112, she was like, why is it so low? I don't understand. He works, whatever. And I was like, oh, I said it matter-of-factly. I wasn't thinking. I was like, oh, well, that's because he's already paying, support for another child. And she looked at me. I swear to God, the wheels turned in her brain. It was like somebody hit her with a bucket of cold water. She was like, he has another kid? And I was like, oh, crap. Then I thought, oh, damn, she didn't know. I just broke this to her. I should have been more sensitive, And I was like, yeah, that's what I'm seeing in there. And I showed her the guideline calculation in the paperwork. And I was like, yeah, see that where it says other support? That's the amount he's already paying. So it affects the calculation. And man, that, I don't know, you know, she was pretty much breaking down. You know, I don't even, it was, she was just in shock. You know what I mean? So it's like that, this guy played her. Like, you can screw somebody as the guy if you want to. You know what I'm saying? So he got her pretty bad. And it's just like, here's your $112 a month. I don't want to see you. I don't want to see this kid. Good luck. You know what I mean? So listen, the evil works both ways out here. Father X says, how can he even win against her? If she has custody and he's the dad, then child support is a guaranteed loss. He'd have to get custody to avoid support and make her pay him. Yeah, but even then, it's like, you know, it's a kid that isn't biologically his. Like, yeah, the only possible thing I can see is if the real father comes out of nowhere and is like, I want to step up to the plate. That's my child. And I want to be there for that child. I will step in and accept paternity, and we can facilitate an adoption, Your Honor. This is in the best interest of the child. I want to be there, and he doesn't. And then maybe they'll do that. Maybe they'll do that. I never seen that happen. It just theoretically could happen. But, you know, we don't even know. Currently, this woman is obsessed with this guy. She's denying, she's like, this DNA test was all lies. It's not true. It was fabricated, even though the court-ordered one came out that it wasn't his. What guy? You know, oh, I met him at a Halloween party and he was wearing a gorilla mask. I don't know. I really thought it was the other person. You know what I'm saying? We don't even have a name. Or he's in prison. I don't know. So the judge is going to look at this and think, well, okay, I have to think what's in the best interest of the child. And that's where this legend comes in, who's already signed all the paperwork at the hospital. Voluntary declaration of paternity, birth certificate, works a job. Yeah, they're looking at that, and it's just like a big, juicy roast chicken right there, ready to be eaten. And they're like, nope, you're going to stay the dad. So yeah, that's kind of what they're looking at. Klaus says in Germany, it can go up to 25 if the kid goes to university. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. I didn't know that. Gosh, yeah. Ooh. The only other thing with California is when I was working at child support, they passed something called adult disability support. So if the child has a disability, you can potentially be paying, when they become an adult, they stop calling it child support and it becomes adult support, but you can pretty much be paying a child support payment for the rest of your life. So long as this child is breathing and you're breathing, you're paying a monthly payment to the caregiver of this disabled child. So that one was new when I was in child support. Karen Takar says, we need a color that represents the MRA movement too. Man, that's a great point. Kind of like a flag color. That's a great point. I'll think about that. I really like that idea a lot. Shout out, Karen. See, this is the kind of creativity we need in the space. This is the kind of creativity and the thinking we need in the space. I like that a lot. Kyle Wells says, sperm donorship can and likely should be excluded with 2 questions. Why can't she find a man to be a traditional father? Good question. If she can, why is she electing to pursue raising a child by herself? Another good question. Father X says, oh, didn't he realize the kid wasn't his? No, he didn't know the kid wasn't his until a full-on over 2 years after he'd already been the father. He signed. They all felt sorry for her. He signed at the hospital, and he didn't do his first private genetic test until about 2 years in. That's what we saw earlier in one of the earlier videos. Robert says the biological dad is the only winner here. He, in a sneaky effer sort of way. Yeah, basically. That is just crazy. I think they're going to find out who that is too.
By then, my family was in. They were planning to be at the birth, and I was about to be too. My mom tells me that Maria told her she has no one coming to the birth, no family, no support. She's scared.
Man, this woman, Maria, doesn't even have a mom or dad or any siblings.
And she really wants me to be there. So I booked the flight.
He's just like, you know, everything he grew up on. Well, are you going to step up and be there for this child? Are you going to step up and be a man? Be a real man, like that cowboy guy we saw in that one video that went one time, to be a man. I didn't raise my son. That's what this guy, was thinking. Well, it's time for me to be a man here, you know what I mean? And it led him deep down in all this. $677 to fly
February
over.
23rd, 2022, and it's $677. And I sent Maria the screenshot. By this time, Maria has already had 2 separate baby showers and never posted anything about it. Not one bump photo, nothing.
Damn, 2 separate baby showers. I didn't know you can have more than one baby shower. That's new.
And then a few hours after I booked my ticket, and on the same day that I sent her the screenshot confirming I was going to be at the birth. And at 8.5 months pregnant, that is the first time she ever posts that she's pregnant. And she uses my last name. She waited until I was fully in, and then she told the world. She didn't just lie, she made sure the lie had backup. The day the baby was born, I was there, and I was the first person to ever hold the baby. And I just remember thinking, this is what it feels like to become a
Wow.
dad. I didn't care about anything else in that moment. My parents are there.
Oh my God, the parents are there too. Like, just look at this. Look at this amazing. Look, we got dad over here. We got mom. Mom looks like she's, really cool, wants to be a grandma. Dad's just like, I'm here for it. Maybe this wasn't the best way, but we're here for it. We're going to be supportive. And meanwhile, this evil woman is just deceiving this entire, all of this whole family with her lies. And this is a clown show. This is like an actual clown show. Where the hell is my circus sound effect? I used to have one. This is a real clown show right here. How does this happen? You know what I mean? Like, how did we get here as a country, as a civilization? This is too much. This is just ridiculous right here.
About how they're grandparents again. And then the nurse comes in and she brings in the forms for the birth certificate and the acknowledgement of paternity.
Yep, there it is. That's the VDP, Voluntary Declaration of Paternity. In a lot of states, signing a birth certificate doesn't actually establish legal paternity. The VDP, the Voluntary Declaration of Paternity does, or acknowledgement of paternity. That's a separate form, and they give you that at the hospital. It was a form that they came up with when child support was basically new, the federal program, because they knew that the highest likelihood of being able to get someone on the books for a child born out of wedlock was at the birth, because typically the father would be there. And the hardest part about child support is you can't get child support unless you have a legal father. So what they would do is they told hospitals to get this form in front of their faces at the time of birth, because there's a high likelihood they're going to break up not too long after the birth anyways. But when she either went on welfare or asked for child support, the agency can look in the database and see this form and say, okay, we know who the dad is. Let's just go straight after him for child support. And basically this form, when you sign it, it gets filed with the state and it counts as a legal judgment. This form has the same power as a judge saying you are the father legally. That's different from biologically, legally. So they will come in here and they will say here, they will show you the form. They're supposed to read all the fine print to you. I don't know if they do that. My guess is they probably don't do the best job of that, considering they probably got a buttload of other things to do. So they're just like, you got the whole family there. Your parents are there. Her parents are there. So a lot of people are going to be like, all right, I'll sign it. In California, you have 60 days to rescind it because they do acknowledge that family pressure leads a lot of guys to sign this. But yeah, that was part of it right there. So he signed that. Karen says, I'm guessing it's someone that this guy knows who impregnated her, and now behind the scenes, that guy and this woman must be plotting against Chad because he has money. I mean, she definitely knows who it is. I wouldn't be surprised if they're all in the same friend group. Klaus says, everybody should take not what stepping up as a man gets you. Yeah, exactly. Go the other way. Murder of Crows says, could an MRA insignia be a turkey no more, sort of like no smoking sign? I don't know. It definitely is something to think about. There definitely needs to be a good sort of symbology there. And the better we are at, taking some kind of symbol and using it, the more powerful it's going to be. Murder of Crow says Harry's dad seems kind. Yeah, he seems like a good guy. Seems like a good guy. I think you're calling him by some other. His name's Brett Fairley, but I'm guessing you're making fun of him with somebody else. Okay, but yeah, he signs the acknowledgement of paternity.
Signed everything.
Yep, he signed everything. Here it is, the acknowledgement of paternity. Beautiful. I'm glad he shows the form. Child's name, father's information. I wish I could make this bigger. I, Brett Fairley, certify and acknowledge that I am the natural father of the child. That's very blurry. Where, appears in the line above. So this kid here. And that all information in lines 4 to 14 is correct. My rights and responsibilities and right to rescind have been registered to me. So someone was explained to me. So someone was supposed to have read him the rights and responsibilities, which is down here. It is also understood that I have the right to request a genetic test through the Department of Human Services. That's the child support agency within 1 year after signing that form. Okay, so yeah, okay, so this is Mississippi. Okay, so this is in Mississippi because he was talking about Nowlands, which is, next door, I think. And so the hometown is in Mississippi. Now, this specifically says he has 1 year to ask for the genetic test. And remember, in the first video, he said that he waited 2 years before he got his private genetic test. And then he didn't get the court-ordered one. I'm surprised that he got a court-ordered test. They could have denied him the test. But he got one later on, like a year after that, I think, or some amount of time. I can't remember. But he signed this, and it explicitly says, the Mississippi one, that he only has a year to challenge. So, yeah, that's that. Yeah. Right to rescind. California has that too. Within the earlier of 1 year. Oh, so they get a whole year instead of 60 days. That's kind of nice of them. The date of judicial proceedings relating to the child, including a proceeding to establish a support order. So if someone asks for child support within a year, he has 1 year or the date. Okay. So if someone asks for it, then they're not going to rescind it. Then it's up to the courts. So if they sue him before a year, he can't get it rescinded. In California, you only got 60 days to rescind this. Yeah, it's just really important to explain this and understand this specific form, guys, because this is the one you're going to get confronted with if you have a child out of wedlock. The other thing, and listen, I'm all about having the genetic test at the hospital. They should just do it. That'd be great. They should change that process. But one thing is it says here that he has the right to request a genetic test. See right here? And then here's the signature. So he's supposed to read this. They're supposed to read it to him. Okay? Probably a lot of people don't read it, or they don't get it read to, or they're not thinking, and they just sign the form anyways, and then they forget about it, Execution of this acknowledgement of paternity shall result in the same legal effect. See, this is as if the father and mother had been married at the time of the birth of this child. So by signing this, it pretty much is like a legal presumption. Marriage means that any issue of your wife, your legal wife, you are automatically the father, biological or not. This is saying it's the same thing right here. The Office of Vital Records may make this acknowledgement of paternity available to the Division of Child Support Enforcement, that's where I used to work, of the Mississippi Department of Human Services for use in establishing paternity and child support obligations. That's what they do. It's not that they may. This gets literally filed in a database with the state, and literally the child support office keeps those records. When I worked at the child support office, you can go to a folder and see all the scanned copies of the actual signed forms of this. The father has the right to request a genetic test. See there, it says it twice on here. Within 1 year time frame. And again, this is different state to state, but all of these acknowledgement of paternities are supposed to say that on there, right? So they know, they're supposed to know, and then they sign anyways. Anyways, I'm having too much fun with this form out here. Let me just catch up on chat and then we'll finish that. All that court-ordered paternity seems like forced adoption to me. Yeah, I mean, especially if it's not biologically your child. Father X says, I mean, listen, this form is basically an adoption form. This is a powerful form right here. This form should not be getting into the wrong hands right here. That's what my mentor at Child Support told me. One of my mentors. For cases like this, there should be a standard, simple process to sue her for fraud. There needs to be something. This is outright fraud, you know? And again, you know, I've had the literal child support commissioner in Sacramento tell me about an NBA player who was on the hook for child support because the woman he was with pulled out, you know, the condom from the trash and used it to impregnate herself. And there was nothing he can do about it. And nothing happened to that woman. Like there's no criminal nothing for this. Like there's no, I mean, maybe there's some kind of divine justice out there to fix this, but there's no kind of court legal justice that's going to do anything about that. Karen Takar says, if this guy is able to win this case in the court, then it's going to set a precedent. It will open the floodgates. Actually, let's help this guy, and it will be a means to one of the things as MRA. I mean, I definitely think this should get as much coverage as possible, if anything, at least to educate men. But, you know, if it can bring at least enough awareness and maybe even shame and embarrassment on this society, it might, you know, affect some kind of change. At the very least, it can be a tool to change culture. Kyle Wells says he clearly isn't particularly discerning in where he places his D. So it stands to reason that he's not going to be particularly discerning in where he places his signature. Sign away, Brett YOLO. Well, yeah, and I mean, that's the thing. Again, you know, he believed her. He made a bad decision. He made a bad decision here. A lot of men make bad decisions. And it's true. Once you make a bad decision, that's it. You know what I'm saying? That's why educating people is so important. But it just sucks. It just sucks that, like, there are, you know, there's, like, even just looking at this form and like, okay, I got a year to do this. Like, he just didn't do it, or he didn't have the gall in him to do it, or he felt bad about doing it. And there's just not enough education to this. Like, you have to defend yourself. It's like in a boxing match. You have to defend yourself at all times. You know, everyone is trying to walk you down an alley and show you what it looks like behind the dumpster. And once you get there behind the dumpster, it's going to be very hard to extricate yourself. It's better to just be like, no, get away from me. I don't want to walk down that alley. I don't know who you are. Screw you. While you're still on the sidewalk where there's a bunch of people walking around and maybe a cop over there or something. I don't know. Some means to just dip out of there. A lot of guys nice guy their way into a crappy situation. A lot of people are nice guyed into crappy situations, man. That's the one thing that I really realize. So you cannot be afraid to hurt feelings out here. I don't care. You kind of got to be like that, unfortunately. Robert Spencer says, in Cali, the court can dismiss it within 2 years. Yep, 2 years from the child's date of birth. He's not going to win. The court's primary goal is the best interest of the child. And you heard it there. You heard it there. Robert Spencer, again, is another gentleman who taught me a lot of what I know. Shout out to you, Robert. Yes, I mean, and we've seen this. This is why when I started working there, I mean, you know, that's why I was like, I got to make some videos. I got to do something. I mean, I was grateful Pearl gave me the interview. It's like people need to know because people weren't that aware of this stuff. When I got trained in this, I swear, you know, I was a fresh face, 25. I became 26 after training. I might have still been 25 even before that. I swear, me and my buddies, we all just had our first jobs after college. I was running home. I was running to go see these guys after work. I was out of breath. I was on the front lawn like, wait, at my buddy's house where you know, someone like, well, you got to listen to me. I need to explain this to you. We're all doing good. Do not screw this up. Life is not bad right now. Things are good. It could be a lot worse. And they're like, what the hell is wrong with you? You know, that's how I felt. I had to just tell everybody I know this is getting ridiculous, you know. Dia Profundus, hey, cool username. Shout out to you. He waited too long. He absolutely waited too long. Yep. Yes, he did. And again, listen, this is not a guarantee that he's going to be able to actually undo this. It's just that he can challenge it. Now, a judge might still look at this and say, well, it's still in the best interest of the child to keep you the father. That's the craziest part about all this. It's still up to the judge, right? a genetic test isn't a determination. I mean, it's just evidence, against paternity here. But it's not like, the judge just takes that into account when they're going to make their decision. So that's important. Yep. So anyways, yeah, that's enough of that. Let me just look at the chat real quick. We'll get moving. Klaus says the court's primary goal is to make somebody else to pay for the child and not the state. Yeah. For the most part, that's really what it is. Instead of expending the welfare dollars, they'd rather hold on to those. And then they'd rather get another guy in the system so that the payments register on that whole accounting and auditing, so that it goes to the federal government. They could be like, wow, you collected this much child support this year. You did well. Here's a bigger incentive payment. The states can use that money how they want. Yay, you guys all did good. Let's all get pizza at the child support office. Woo! Pizza party. The performance measures were great this year. Let's do it again next year. Let's get more of them. Father X says, as Robert Spencer said, the court's primary goal is the best interest of the child, even if it means defrauding an innocent man. We need to finish that thought. Yeah. Yeah, that's a great addendum there. That's really what it should also say. Murder of Crow says moms around here seem to bash dads into the dirt and triple down on their sons with just man up and be uber duper noise. Yeah, exactly. What can be expected? Exact. I mean, it's really this.
Oh, won't somebody please think
And it's gotta be you. It has to be you. Karen says, my cousin in India is fighting a child custody case about 4 to 5 years or more. Man, a 4 or 5 year custody legal battle sounds very, very tough. No end in sight, and this cousin is miserable, having deletion ideation. Things are really bad there. I 100% believe you. I've been seeing a little bit more of stories out of India just because I follow more Indian men's rights guys than I did before because I've recently became aware of them. And yeah, I never imagined it was that bad over there, but there has just been a lot of sort of global feminist influence and money that have come into different countries and bribed them. In my opinion, I want to do a deeper dive into that to change laws and change things around. And really, this pushback needs to be a global pushback. It really does. But I really hope things get better, and I hope that he makes it through this really tough period. I hope he doesn't harm himself in any ways. So, sounds like you're probably there for him in whatever way you can. But that's just such a sad thing right there. And, a lot of guys end up in this situation. The ideation comes from when you get screwed that bad and you're like, how could I have gotten screwed this bad? Like, I lost the game this bad. It's almost unreal. And when it feels like that, it's like your consciousness is right next to your body and your body wants to do something about it. And you're like not even you're like a ghost of yourself. It's like you're not even living in reality. It's like some crazy alternate world. Like, how did this happen? And you're just like, oh my God, this is crazy. You know what I mean? That's what happened, probably to this guy. God bless this guy. I mean, just for coming out and trying to find a way to fight back somehow. I hope all this TikTok attention and going viral is at least helping him in that way, Again, if this happened like 20 years ago and the social media wasn't there, the culture wasn't there, this guy would just get beat up on as like a deadbeat dad who doesn't want to help. I don't think there'd be much help for this guy. And a lot of the men before us in that prior generation didn't have places to turn to, so really crazy to think about. Robert says, you aren't wrong, Father X. Karen says, I saw a short clip on YouTube of an Indian girl getting a tattoo. F me and lose your money. Wow. The brazenness says a lot about the state of my home country. Never marry an Indian girl from India. I'm not racist, but honest. And this is where a dowry system, at least the thing that sucks about India, it's crazy because dowry has such a long history there. Literally goes back to the laws of Manu, and all this kind of stuff. And it sucks because they were convinced. That's my contention. They were convinced by global influences to outlaw the dowry there. So it sucks because most people culturally still follow that, but you can't actually do it. So if you do that, they can still come after you. It's just it's bad on both ends, unfortunately, which is really terrible. We'll go ahead and
Because I
fist
thought
this.
the baby was mine, and Maria knew I wouldn't. After the birth, she scheduled a full-blown newborn photo shoot. She posed me holding the baby, and they would jump in the photos.
It's
She had
so
my
crazy. You know, he keeps bringing up the photos, and it just helps to elucidate how it wasn't just like this innocent thing, but she was planning this. There was a consciousness here. You know, there was a scheme here the whole time, and it's evidence to like her mind thinking these things and planning
dog
these
in the
things.
photos too, and had already ordered a bandana that said Big Brother. She shared the photos online, but I had no idea because I was already blocked on Facebook. She was posting pictures of me and the baby, making it look like we were this perfect little family.
Wow, so he was blocked on Facebook, and she was taking him to photo shoots and posting pictures.
While I'm across the country, she's messaging my childhood friends. She's asking my best friend Dylan and his girlfriend Megan to babysit, and they do.
Wow.
She starts asking my friends and family if they want to be the godparents. And she didn't just ask one or two people. She told multiple friends they might be chosen. Literally, this is what my brother posted.
Wow. Look at that. The godfathers who didn't get picked.
Of me, the baby, and my friends. He joked, the godparents who didn't make the cut. And Maria liked the picture. At first, she kept things peaceful and calm. It's like she didn't want to risk pushing me away too fast. Once I was settled into this nice little world she created for me, that's when she started to tighten her grip. And that's when the real abuse begins. Part 5 coming tonight.
Oh my God. Okay, yeah, so that was part 4. I gotta see the comments.
Here's how I ended
Okay, I love how he is blasting Maria Nguyen all over social media. Oh my God, they found the IG. He is killing me with this binder. He did not come to play. Oh my God, if I was a lawyer, I'd jump on this case so fast. Half the work is done and it's an easy one. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She's just using her like fantasy imagination. What are you talking about? What lawyer? What laws? What do you mean easy win? Maybe in the court of public opinion, but in the court? He's the lawyer getting ironclad charges dropped. She might want to hire him. Or like they don't understand. They just don't understand how bad it is out there. And they can all tell on some guttural, instinctual level that, yeah, this is a horrible injustice. But these are the people that end up in court, and then the court does something that doesn't make instinctual sense to them. And they're like, wait a minute, how did that happen? Never sign a birth certificate without a paternity test. I can't believe they have not made this a legal thing. I know people's rights, blah, blah, it would help so much. But we just went over the acknowledgement of paternity. It said it twice on there. It said it twice that he has a right to request a genetic test. Now, that doesn't mean that they can't do better. They can write you have a right for a genetic test, and that if you don't get it, and you find out it's not the baby, or it's not your baby 3 years later, you're still on the hook. That's what they should really write nightmare scenarios on there. They should put a QR code with this guy's TikTok on there and be like, hey, watch this first. Let me take you to a separate room and then watch this. And then think about if you want to sign or not. The dog definitely knew. Sir, I'm gonna need you to sign a deal with Netflix and make a movie about this because I invested. It's so crazy. Like, they're like, this needs to be a movie. This has been happening every single day nationwide in our country. But, you know, now folks, I mean, look, that's why this guy's really coming in. You know, he's a legend for making these because now people are like, oh my God, this is so crazy. It needs to be a movie. You can tell from the pictures that the dog knew that wasn't your baby. Trust the pop, buddy. I personally think she had the hots for him and knew that your family had money. There you go. Seems pretty obvious, yes. Asian women live by the motto, milk and money. Never heard that before. Referring to catching a Caucasian man with a kid and money. This is why DNA tests are so important. The binder gets me every episode. I am a little sad for the kid, though. Imagine finding out your mom did this to someone. Yeah. Also, love the hat. All right. I think we've seen enough here. We're going to hit up part 5. Let's go ahead and get into part 5. We're in it to win it.
Don't realize it's abuse when there's no bruises. But she didn't need violence. She used my love for the baby to control me. She waited until I was all in.
Wow. Yeah, look at these text messages that she's sending him. Jesus effing Christ. Or, you know, whatever, that's terrible. To say, I hope you effing die. I should probably stop reading these out loud. I will not let you see her. Oh, no, here we go. Parental alienation. You're an effing D, Brett. Remove you from her life. Elon Musk is in a similar situation right now.
Baby to control me. She waited until I was all in. Once I settled into my role as a father, once she knew I wasn't going anywhere.
And you guys got to remember too, like, you know how like we have the manosphere? There is such a thing as the femosphere. And women are literally on there coaching other women on how to do this. Like, this is, if you go to those, I'll look at that stuff sometimes just for the heck of it. And they're out there coaching each other exactly on how to do this. All right, so this isn't like some, it accidentally ended up this way. Like, people are out there coaching other people on how to do it. Karen says, when my bro got divorced, he was in a deep depression. Over the years, I've come to realization that if you want to help men, start with your home. I don't want to lose a brother, and I'll always be by his side. Man, that's a beautiful thing, you know, and that's the most important thing. When someone is in that state of mind and they have that feeling and they're just incredibly, like, the financial thing is one thing. Then there's the emotional heartbreak. They need to be around other people that care about them, even if they don't want to be. Like, they just want to be sleeping in their room. They really need to be around people. But it just sucks because it's an ongoing situation. Shout out to you, though, for being that guy. It sucks when it's an ongoing situation. Like, it's one thing if you have a girlfriend and you really liked her and, you know, it went south and you're super heartbroken over it. That sucks. But at least it's a clean break. You might still wake up like you want to get hit by a bus. You know, I've been there. I'm sure a lot of folks have. But that's a clean break. It's like there's no kids. We don't own nothing together. It sucks, whatever. You know, maybe I look kind of stupid and pathetic for a bit. But we're going to be able to move on, which is a huge blessing. But when there's like these ongoing battles, you know, you guys are married, the families knew each other, there's children. It's like a sustained heartbreak. I can't even imagine. I mean, because it's just like things keep happening. You have to keep seeing this person. All their stupid little remarks and this and that. And it's just like, that is the toughest part about all of this. Murder of Crows says, imagine having a check to keep balance. I'm sure someone would cry my soggy knee. Real quick, let me just get to this very generous donation. Thank you so much, Trevor. I appreciate that. That's a lot. 20 Australian bucks right there. They wonder why birth rate. I was just gonna say they wonder why guys are going MGTOW. I mean, do we need anything else? I mean, look at this. This is insane. They wonder why birth rates are dropping in developed countries with these draconian family laws. Could you spare some time during this live stream to react to South Korea's over from Kurzagat? You know, I actually do have that pulled up. I didn't know if I was going to react to it today only because there was so many other things. You know what I'll do? Maybe I'll save this after we go over the women paying more alimony or starting to. I wanted to do this one last. Dang, it's got almost 10 million views. You know what? Just for you, I think we'll do that. We'll do that after this series. Man, we're already at 1 hour and 43 minutes. I knew these TikTok series were going to take a little longer. That's all right, though. This is important stuff. After we go over this article, I'll try not to bore everybody with all that. But it's an interesting article. Then we'll go ahead and do the South Korea one. So, yeah, let's go ahead and do that. I'm with it. Oh crap! Did I not? Damn it! Did it start over? We'll have to find where we were at on this one. Oh wait, I think we were. Oh yeah, we were at the beginning. Whew! My God. I always do. I gotta stop. Okay. Anyways, yes, we absolutely can, Trevor, and we absolutely will. We won't stop. Even if this has got to go to 5 hours, we're gonna watch that video. Murder of Crow says, kudos to Karen. Yeah, absolutely. That's the kind of important stuff that's needed. And he's right. You know, it's be aware for those people that are in your life, you know. And I could think of folks in my life too. And, you know, I had a buddy, a good friend from high school, and he went through a pretty rough divorce. And ironically, he was in an abusive relationship. I actually just had pizza with this guy last weekend and ice cream. It was very good. I had 5 slices of pizza. Anyways, he was in an abusive relationship where she was very controlling of him, and she didn't want him hanging out with friends and stuff. It was really crazy. And she ended up doing some not so nice things. And man, I remember when they first split up and he was going through the whole legal process. And he, you know, we started doing this thing where we'd hang out like once a week, and it was really good because it got him through a tough period. And then he ended up meeting somebody else and, you know, feeling better once it, you know, luckily they didn't have kids. It was a clean break, you know. Now, you know, I'm sure he still could have made it to a positive place with having kids with her. But yeah, I remember that period. And it's like I've had several people I know reach out and go through that. And I try my best to help and be there for them because it's tough. Klaus says, you're a good man to Karen, being there for your brother. Absolutely. What's up? Hey, what's going on? Ahmed, good to see you, man. What's up, everybody? Man, we're chilling. We're big chilling, man. We've been having, this has been a wild watch over here for the folks. So let's go ahead and get that started again.
She waited until I was all in. Once I settled.
Crap, I know I missed a lot of people's chats because I went down to the... let me just read those before we start. I went down to the donation. Robert Spencer says, make the genetic test mandatory regardless of marital status. Those things are cheap now. Yeah, absolutely. They really should. They really should. It should just be a normal thing that everybody does, you know. And I, you know, then you got the trad cons. I don't know, Michael, I'm not going to call my wife this or you know what I mean? Like, no, just, it doesn't need to be that. It doesn't need to carry this negative connotation, but it should be done. Like, just have it be a normal routine. I mean, you know, a child is born and they do all kinds of things, and they're putting all these vaccines and other kinds of things and other kind of checkups. Just throw the genetic test in there, you know. But all right, yeah, I get it. All right, fine, you know. At the very least, men should know you can request one. Now, that needs to go through a court process to do that. Funny, men will use themselves as human shields to protect women and children. Women will use children as human shields to protect themselves. Man, that's some... That, yes. I mean, unfortunately. It's having a hard time disagreeing with that. Kudos to Karen. There is more than we know about South Korea from news media. I think they are repopulating their country via immigration, and all the babies are being born there are mainly in big cities. Interesting. Another point to note, rural population in South Korea is not able to reproduce at the same rate as people in big cities like Seoul, plus immigrants coming. Let's see. Coming in, marrying South Korean women and having babies. That's interesting. Maybe that video will go over it. I did watch it, but I can't remember most of it. By a check to keep balance, I meant that there needs to be some sort of pat to counteract all the gyno conniving. Yeah, there should be at least something that calls out people for that, or at least gives them some, disincentivizes them from doing it in the first place. All right, let's go.
You don't realize it's abuse when there's no bruises. But she didn't need violence. She used my love for the baby to control me. She waited until I was all in. Once I settled into my role as a father, once she knew I wasn't going anywhere, that's when it changed. The control started small, a comment here, a demand there, but it escalated fast. It was Easter 2022 and I flew home to see the baby. I spent nearly $900 on flights. My whole family was at
$900 on Spirit Airlines? Okay, so...
Spent nearly $900 on flights. My whole family was at the house. My parents,
nieces,
demand there, but it escalated fast. It was Easter 2022 and I flew home to see the baby. I spent nearly $900 on flights. My whole family was at the house. My parents, nieces, uncles, aunts, cousins. I blocked off my Airbnb.
Man, okay, I'm sorry. I just got to point it out again. Oh, damn it. Get the photo out of there. Look at this house right here, by the way. This is the house. Okay, he's in a house. Now, I know some of them southern houses can be really big and beautiful, but I don't know. I think this is a good indication he comes from some wealth. That's a very nice house. Look at that chandelier right there. Oh, and a beautiful staircase. Very nice.
Easter 2022, and I flew home to see the baby. I spent nearly $900 on...
So she's been, he's been inviting her over. She's coming over, hanging out with the guys. She's just one of the guys. I'm just a friend. We're friends, even though she really likes him, and she's been scheming. And she's like, dang, look at how he's living. Look how this family is living right here. And she's trying to get into that.
Flights. My whole family was at the house. My parents, nieces, uncles, aunts, cousins. I blocked off my Airbnb and I hosted everyone, including Maria and the baby. At first, things seemed normal. She was upstairs drinking, talking with my mom, being friendly. I was downstairs with my cousin, just hanging out. The more she drank, the more her attitude started to shift. There was this edge to her, sharp glances and short...
She's just like, screw y'all. I can start disrespecting you guys to your face now that I got you.
Responses. I could feel it building. Then, out of nowhere, she leans over the upstairs balcony, clearly drunk, and screams down
Check
at
out
me
the upstairs balcony. Check out this riverfront property. I'm sorry to keep harping up on this. I'm just enjoying this. Like, look at that. We got the freaking upstairs balcony, and then you can walk downstairs, get in the boat, just go for a little stroll here, go chilling, maybe even fish right off of there. Wow. Absolutely fantastic.
And clearly drunk, and screams down at me in front of everyone. Get your ass up here and take care of your child. My mom says this is the first time that she saw it. That Maria expected something from me way beyond what we agreed to. For me, it was the first sign that if I didn't do what she wanted, she would humiliate me in front of everyone. After that day, things shifted. Subtly
Oh my
at first.
God.
But every time I didn't respond fast enough...
Can you please respond? We are talking about our child. You don't respond to me, I'm going to quit responding to you.
She would use the baby against me. May 16th, 2022, she asked if her...
Oh God, I'm sorry. I know it's probably a waste of time, but I gotta read this whole thing. The baby and I need to stay in your house for like 2 months until I can get our own place and so that I can save a little more. I am taking a position remote. A remote position? Which comes with a huge pay cut. But I don't have to put our daughter in daycare. And I can be home with her. Looks like we're closing this property on June 9th in Merari. So I'm hoping to be packed up and out of this apartment the weekend prior to the 9th. I'll put all of my stuff in storage except our clothes. Can we stay there? Kind of important, you respond. Sounds like she doesn't speak English all the way. You're deliberately ignoring me, and it's extremely frustrating considering I'm asking you to put a roof over your daughter's head. If you don't want to help us, then let's see a lawyer and sign your rights over and let me legally... Okay, yeah, let's sign the rights over. She probably just means custody rights, not legal parentage rights, which is what gets child support.
My Airbnb rent-free. I don't answer right away.
I don't even know what she's saying. You know, honestly, there's probably little sense in trying to make sense of it. Mr. Pitt says mandatory paternity testing should be routine, but the gynocracy assumes there will be a DV if the results are not to the significant other's liking. Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, it really does seem like gynocentrism is the thing that doesn't want us to have that. Real quick, let me just stop the poll real quick. 73% said no, he cannot win in the court. 26% says yes. Oh, we got 26% of y'all are very optimistic. Is he a Christian / Catholic? I don't know if I've seen that. Well, I mean, I don't know if I've even seen past this amount of video, but I haven't seen anything to that effect. Maybe they are, but, a lot of folks identify as a specific religion or whatever. And, let's just say folks don't always live up to the highest ideals of that ethical system. So, maybe. The Duluth model. Yep. Kind of makes you wonder if paternity tests aren't pushed more because they'd expose how much cheating really goes on. Might have something to do with child support, keeping guys on the hook. Yeah, I mean, listen, it's easier. Listen, not only is it easier, but it's cheaper to get them to just sign this form and then be done with it. Because if you're going to, listen, genetic tests are cheaper, but then you also have to, there's also going to be more court hearings. It's going to take more of the court's time. And if they find that you're not the father, then they have to spend money on the other side trying to actually find the guy who is the father. Then they have to serve him paperwork. Then they got to genetic test him if he wants it. And it's just a longer process. And then every month that goes by of them trying to chase that guy is 1 month they didn't get of child support for that child. So that's 1 month of child support they're not getting on the books. They're not recouping for the welfare. So if they can get a guy to sign right away and they can just start charging him as fast as they file that paperwork when the time comes, they end up having a lot more money and spending less money. Now, I can't say that's outright, the explicit reason, but it tends to kind of be that way, I think. And the disrespect starts. Yep, right on time. Right on time.
A few hours later, she threatens to take the baby away from me, so I say yes.
Okay. Yeah, he's like, sure. Yeah, you can have the baby.
She moves in, I cover rent, utilities, internet, everything.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, so he's like, no, don't. So wow. So it works. She strong arms her way in, paying rent, paying utilities.
Meanwhile, I can't rent it out during peak season. I'm losing money left and right.
Oh crap. It's not his family home. It's his Airbnb that he owns that he makes money from. Oh my God. Okay. So she's living in there. So now he's not making his Airbnb money. He's paying the mortgage on it, paying all the utilities. Dang. They're not even married, and she's basically getting alimony out of this guy.
I tell myself it's worth it to stay in the baby's life. August 2022, I come back again, so I have to drive an hour each day just to see the baby, and then an hour back just to sleep with my parents. I keep showing up, I keep complying.
Wow, this is what stepping up looks like. This is what it looks like to be a quote-unquote real man, according to TradCons right here. This is it.
Won't somebody please think of the children?
This is the TradCon imperative. Played hard for an hour with daddy and got milk wasted. End result.
Now it's clear. I push back, I lose access. After she moved out of the Airbnb, the control...
Okay, yep, that's the child being used as a bargaining chip.
She texted me, this is what I want from you. She wanted me to...
Oh my God, this is what I want. Okay, hold on. Is this after the Airbnb episode?
After she moved out of the Airbnb...
Okay, so she moves out of the Airbnb.
The control didn't stop. She texted me, this is what I want.
I want you to pay her daycare the full amount. And that ain't cheap. That ain't cheap.
She wanted me to start paying the full daycare amount, even though there was no court order in place. And in exchange, she said that I could have the baby every other weekend if I stay at my parents'.
Wow, every other weekend. This is what I want. I want you to pay... Man, she's just laying it out. This is the hostage situation. This is what I want. I want you to pay her daycare, the full amount. You can have her one full weekend a month. Damn, it's not even every other weekend. It's just one weekend. And, at this time, I don't think he knows that he doesn't know that the baby's not his yet. So he still thinks the baby's his. Wow. One full weekend every month. You can look at her trying to lay down the law here, trying to say what it's going to be. This is just the utter disrespect here is crazy. You can have her one full weekend a month if you stay at your parents'. So she doesn't even want the baby to be with him unless he's at the parents' house. Let me know if this works for you. Let's just figure this out before you get into town. I don't want to have to speak to you anymore. He didn't respond, looks like. Okay, so is this okay? I want to get this over with. And she's trying to get it all in writing. Can you please respond? We are talking about our child. We talked about having some kind of agreement by this evening, Brett. So we need to figure this out. If you don't respond to me, I'm going to quit responding to you.
I've never been arrested. I didn't use drugs. I've never been violent, abusive, or even raised my voice around her.
Oh my God. Murder of Crow says, imagine having all those wonderful houses and interior apartments, and having someone free to Airbnb on top. Seems like Kung Pao Chicken tried to hit the jack. She really did. She tried to hit the jackpot. But here's the thing. Last week when we were reading Eliza Philby, who was on that show with Scott Galloway, Diary of a CEO, we found that article. Remember, she was talking about the lottery effect. And that's when you win the lottery and like a year later, you're already bored with it, basically, and you don't care. That's what she got. She did win the lottery with this guy. And then a year later, that's it. It wore off. The high wore off by then, and then it's just like, how can I screw this guy more? How can I keep screwing this guy over? Wow. I'm getting PTSD hearing this guy talk. The idea they can get away with this and more is frightening. It really, this is why I had to go over this. I saw this. I saw this video and I was like, I need to make the video right now. It was like, it was already like 8:30ish at night. And I was like, well, I'll probably be up till 12:30, 1 a.m. if I make this video. Then I looked at his TikTok and there was already like 4 parts to the video. And I'm like, this is going to be a long stand. Then it's like, I got to show this on stream to the guys. People got to see this. This is crazy right here. It's just, we got to give him his flowers here for at least being this honest and having the courage to talk about it. This is a major loss right here. This is embarrassing. But we're not shaming him. He shouldn't be embarrassed. All I'm saying is it's tough to talk about this kind of stuff, but he's helping guys out. This is just such a clear-cut case. He did such a good job gathering all the info, piecing together the timeline. Dude got bamboozled. Absolutely. Considering the way this guy hands out money to women, if I change my name to Kylie and send a PayPal request to him to have him cover my phone bill this month, there's a non-zero chance that it happens. Ahmed says, I came late. Has he shown pics of her? Yes. Is she a looker or is she a torta? I'm getting torta vibes. She's in her 30s and he was in his early to mid 20s. No, she's not. I know it's subjective, but I mean, I would place her objectively at a 5 to 6. Maybe like a 7 on a really good day. On a really good day. I shouldn't even, I feel bad for saying, I don't know. But no, not a looker. I'm just going to be straightforward about that.
There was no court ruling, no concern from a judge, nothing. It wasn't co-parenting, it was control. My access to the baby came with conditions that she made up as she went. Then, about a week later, she posted a photo on Instagram with the man that
there she is right there.
Is the dad.
That's her. Yo, Ahmed, if you're looking at the screen, that is her. So yeah, this is her. That is who orchestrated all this. And like, when you really think about it, I mean, like, what a bad trade. What a bad deal for this guy, you know? This is where trying to assess the dowry comes into play. And listen, he already didn't want to be with her. He already looked at her and was just like, yeah, this ain't going to work for me. But he fell for the, I just want you to be a donor trap. No strings attached. No, she literally told him no strings attached, no drama. This woman said there was going to be no drama. And he was like, I can hit it for free? Hell yeah. And then bam, drama. All up in it. Hopefully a cautionary tale. Death by 1,000 cuts. If you're okay with this small favor and then you were okay with this small thing, then you should surely be okay with this. Exactly. This is slowly getting walked down the alley right there. You know what I mean? It's all smiles and this and that. And that, you got to be so careful about that. And people come in with all kinds of schemes to try to get you behind that dumpster down in that dark alley. Trevor, our gut feeling protects us when logic attempts to justify a bad situation as not that bad. It really does. She's mid. 30 and in other words, yuck. Yeah, I mean, she really predatorily came in.
Just something to note. We'll get into that later. Then came the baptism. We talked about this in my first video, but
okay,
here's a quick recap.
Baptism. Karen, I think that answers your question from earlier.
I drove 14-hour round trip just to be there.
I'm guessing Catholic. I think she's Vietnamese. Vietnam was a French colony. I think a lot of Vietnamese folks might be Catholic if that's what we're going off of.
The night before, she asked me to come hang out. I said no, I didn't want to give her the wrong impression. So she told me I wasn't allowed to come to the baptism just like that. I didn't fight it, I just let my parents go instead.
All right, here's the baptism.
I was just trying to keep the peace. By summer of 2023...
Yo, hold up, is that her at the baptism in the picture? Oh, damn it.
She asked me to come hang out. I said no, I didn't want to give her the wrong impression. So she told me I wasn't allowed to come to the baptism just like that. I didn't fight it, I just let my...
Ostensibly that's her. Oh wait. No, yeah, he wouldn't block out because he's been showing her face. If that's her, yeah, she's looking a lot. I mean, that's some unkind lighting there. How about that? Some very unkind lighting. Hey, shout out to Grandpa for trying to, be a participant. But oh, gosh, man. I don't know, man. I could sit here and blame him and say, man, you should have been on this. You should have been like, hell no. You better not sign nothing. No son of mine is signing nothing without taking a genetic test first. But, even people's parents don't understand this system. Why would this guy know about the family law system? He's still married to his wife. He probably hasn't had to deal with much of this. He comes from a different time. You know what I mean? So, I don't want to get on him too hard.
I was just trying to keep the peace. By summer of 2023, things took another turn. Now it wasn't just emotional pressure, it was legal.
Oh God, here it is. See attached revised agreement as per Maria. She said you guys came to an agreement. Please sign in front of a notary and return to. Oh my God. Yeah, there's the law firm. So she's just like, here's the text messages and they're trying to hit him with the sleight of hand. They're just like, well, just sign it and send it back. And it's like, no, you should not just sign it.
I was overwhelmed and hiring an attorney felt too expensive. Plus, I had no...
This guy already spent so much money. She's already got so much money. And he's just like, man, I'm at the point where I don't even know if I can hire an attorney at this point. We all saw Father X's video on how much, all that stuff costs and how long that took.
Reason to question paternity. Maria told me if I didn't just sign what her lawyer sent, she would have reason to question paternity. And it felt too expensive. Plus, I had no reason to question...
See, so he hasn't even taken the private genetic test at this point yet. He still thinks it's his child.
Paternity. Maria told me if I didn't just sign what her lawyer sent, she would take me to court and get $1,400 a month in child support and $16,000 in back pay.
This is a really important part. And this is where he didn't understand. She said, if you don't sign this, I'm going to get $1,400 a month in child support and I'm going to get $16,000 in back pay. Now, I know states are different, but for the most part, that's not how that works. They're not going to, unless there was already child support ordered and you didn't pay it, then you would owe a past arrears amount. Or if you're sued for child support, when they sue you for child support, it tells you what they're suing you for. It can be to establish paternity. It can say to establish a child support order. But on that, it has an effective date. It has an effective date of when child support is going to start going forward. Where I worked at in California, in Sacramento, all of California pretty much does this. The effective date of child support is after the file date of that legal action. So if that kid was 5 and we finally got a request to get child support for this kid, the file date is going to be sometime after they requested the case to be open, and the effective date is going to be after the file date. We would usually put that the month after the file date, which means that first 5 years of the kid's life, there is no child support because there's no court-ordered child support amount for that time period. She pretty much lied to him and said, well, I'm going to be able to get this, and he believed her, but it's not true.
I felt trapped. In those same messages, she said that she didn't want to go in front of a judge.
I've decided to take you to court for child support, and my lawyer will reach out to you. I didn't want this to blindside you. I would like to do this without going to court, and we can agree on a number. This is all BS right here. This is all pressure. Basically saying her lawyer wants this. They just want this guy, his coach would say Gump, to just sign it so they can get everything they want because they can write whatever the hell they want to. The lawyer can draw up whatever, and if you sign it, it's just going to get a stamp at the court that files it as a legal judgment. And then you're going to have to, abide by the effective date that's on that. He can write that you owe money going all the way back for that. And if you agree to it and you say, yes, I do owe money going all the way back to it, then you're screwed. But if you're like, no, I'm not going to do that. And if it goes to court or if the child support agency works on it, then they'll say, all right, well, let's put the start date here. Or for instance, for him, he had her and the baby living in his Airbnb at that whole time. And it's just, they basically use sleight of hand to get more money out of him. And he believed them. I would like to do this without going to court and we can agree on a number. Health insurance, life insurance, extracurricular activities, college, etc. Look at all this extra stuff. You won't have to get a lawyer. Oh, and you could save money by not getting a lawyer. You just got to sign what my lawyer tells you to sign. We can just go through mine if we can agree on terms. Oh, isn't that convenient? Oh, how nice of you. We can just go through your lawyer. Would you be interested in having a conversation with me about this, or do you want to speak to my lawyer instead? Man, this is crazy. This is uncontested where we don't have to go before a judge if we can agree. Please let me know. So she already sent him the terms the lawyer drew up, and she's trying to just get him to sign it.
Looking back now, that feels important. I agreed to pay.
Now isn't a good time we could talk next week. Sure. Let me just add, I'm not trying to get you for back child support for the past year. And if you and I actually took this to court, we would both be coming out of pocket thousands of dollars. And you will still have to pay me back child support for the past year. It's like, how can you listen to the enemy on this? You know what I mean? How can he be taking her seriously? But of course, you know, there's the, oh, well, you got to be a real man. You got to step up. So please be serious and mature about this. Be a real man. I just ask that you communicate with me. Please don't have me waiting all next week and trying to get a response from you. I don't want this to get ugly. It's beyond ugly. I'm doing this for blank and her future. Hope to hear from you next week.
$750 a month and $10,000 in back. That feels important. I agreed to pay $750 a month and $10,000.
He agreed to pay $750 a month and he agreed to pay $10,000 in back pay, meaning that he signed whatever that judge, not the judge. A judge never even looked at this. A lawyer wrote this up. He agreed to it, signed it, and it just got filed. It went across the judge's desk, and they were like, "Oh, okay." They both signed, and they just signed it away. That's how a lot of these happen.
Back child support just to avoid a legal battle. I didn't think I could win, so on August 21st, I wired her $10,000.
Oh my God! Yeah, there we go. And then he just wires her 10 grand.
You think that once the court order was in place, things would settle down, but they didn't. If anything, the control got worse. I made my first court-ordered child support payment on November 1st.
There it is, $750 a month. 30, in other words, yuck. Caesar Quintana says maybe he wasn't hitting it right. Yeah, exactly. If he were just hitting it right, if he was maintaining masculine frame, none of this would have ever happened. Classic predator creep described perfectly. Yep, Trevor did describe that very well. Yellow fever, red flags, blue pills, white knight with too many greenbacks. Murder of crows. The worst picture is similar to this one is when baby is 4 shades darker than, we haven't seen that, but he would probably, maybe if there was that market of a difference of the baby, then maybe, I doubt it because he still thought the baby was his looking at the child. Lawyer simp up bucko. Dude's internalized misandry kicks in. Where do I sign my life away? Exactly.
Less than 2 weeks later, she's calling me names, refusing to let me keep the baby overnight.
Oh my God. So he wires her 10 grand, is giving her $750 a month, and it's right back to this.
And demanding more money again. Even simple visits came with strict conditions. 2 weeks later, she's calling me names, refusing to let me keep the baby overnight, and demanding more money again. Even simple visits came with strict conditions.
I was going to pick up from daycare. It says, you're a effing dick, Brett. Won't reach out again. Just make sure you're paying me on the first. Damn, man. I wish I had coaches. Your rent's due, mother effer. Sound effect, because that's what this is. Now he's got a landlord, essentially. This is straight up feudalism right here. Have a good one. I was going to pick up blank from daycare and go do something cool with her, if that's cool. Don't pick her up until 2 p.m. after her nap. Have her home to me when I get out of practice tonight at 8:45. I'll drop her book bag off at school with a pair of warmer clothes. Man, see, for a long time, he should have been doing this.
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch. Cut that bitch off. Next call.
That's what should have happened. That's what should have happened a long time ago. I'm not going to bring her back that late. I have nowhere to go with her. I can just keep her overnight and drop her off at daycare in the morning. Not happening.
I tried to coordinate a time to see the baby. She laid out impossible rules for pickup and drop off. She told me exactly when, where, and how, and still refused overnight visits. She insulted me in one breath and demanded child support in the next.
That's the craziest thing. It's like, you're effing dick, Brett. Oh, make sure you pay me on the first. Man, that's the craziest thing. Oh my God. This guy got scammed royally. She saw dollar bills from the start. It's so obvious. Exactly. Guys like him need a vasectomy. You know what, man? I think you're right. Like in this case, it might even be worth it, and then getting it reversed, or I don't know, freezing some of that sperm. It is a freaking minefield out here.
I gave her extra money, $30 here, $250 there.
Wow.
All outside the court order. I was trying to avoid conflict and trying to stay in the baby's life. Then out of
Man,
nowhere,
the craziest part about this to me is that he just signed what her lawyer drew up. I can't, like, that just bothers me. And she like punked him and bullied him into doing it. Like, well, if you don't do that, then this is what you're going to have to pay. You know what I mean? And it's just like, he's just like, oh no, I don't know. All right, fine, I'll sign it. And then he signed it. And like, there's a court order out there that's, nobody's ever looked at anything. Like, they didn't look at the state mandated guideline calculator to see what it actually should have been. You know, how the heck would she actually know his real income to be able to say, well, this is what it's going to be? I mean, that, you know, those are the questions I'm wondering here.
she texted me that she wants to be with me.
All good. I'm going to stop by Popeyes after practice if you want something. This is some real hot and cold behavior here. I'm okay. Thanks, though. Okay, sorry if I seem moody. Oh, my God. See, now you're living... Your entire life now centers around what kind of mood this woman is in. Oh, my God. I have just had the crappiest day ever. I want to try and make it work with us being a family. Can we do that? I want to be with you, Brett. I hate when you leave us. I just need you to say something or how you feel about that. I'm sorry, but that isn't what I want to do. That hurts.
I told her gently, again, that's not what I want. Days later, she posts photos of me and the baby at our house on Christmas morning. Like we're a happy little family.
Oh my God. Yeah, everybody's like, yeah, look at this beautiful family. This guy's literally getting skewered. This guy is getting gutted, man. This guy is just getting the freaking Thanksgiving turkey treatment, man. He's got stuffing put in him, and he's just getting thrown into an oven. Wow. Look at this. A happy girl Christmas morning was so good this year. Santa made her an extra playroom. We love her so much. Merry Christmas to everyone. This is so, it's so crazy how like the mask is, you know what I mean? Like this is what normal people see. And then behind that is just like this horrible person. And by the way, the child will grow up being told the dad was a deadbeat. Oh God. Yeah. Well, we saw that with, I think it's, what was his name? It was that older gentleman. Pearl interview. Bret Hart, I think was his name. We reacted to his video a while back. That happened last year. Even Elon Musk reacted to it. Dan the man, bro, the more I hear the story, the more I feel that red pill rage kicking in. Man, yeah. And I listen, again, I don't want people to be raging, but this story is just so crazy. People like, we have to go through this step by step just so people get a reminder. I mean, if you weren't MGTOW before, you will be now. It's a lot of people. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, man. Ahmed says, I initially thought he would win in court. I blame Brett's mom even more than his jolly-go-lucky dad. Had she not seen anything... I know what you mean. It's like the mom couldn't spot this. The mom couldn't have been like, hell no, that's a conniving woman. You know what I mean? I would like to think a lot of people's moms look at that and be like, hell no. No, you ain't getting my son. You know what I mean? And just be straight up about it. But that was missing here. Ahmed says, originally voted that he'd win in court. But yeah, I've changed my mind. He's screwed. Absolutely. Especially when you're signing these documents, you know? And the thing is, it's like, we didn't see that full judgment that the lawyer wrote up. I would not be surprised if the lawyer actually reiterated paternity in there. So he probably acknowledged VDP. You know, even in California, there was specific language that if it was written in a court order or judgment, we would use that as a finding of paternity. So, you know, if it said like, the father of the child, so-and-so, even if, like, we can use that and say, okay, yes, a court found him the father. It says that in the court order. That's legal parentage established right there. So, I mean, listen, he signed the VDP. He probably signed another a judgment. He did sign a judgment, but it probably also reiterated he's the father. So you got, like, basically two legal findings at this point. saying he's the father, and then you're gonna sit here. We got the Christmas photos. We got everything. He doesn't know he's not the dad right now in this photo. He doesn't know. He's sitting here. Look at the baby creating an emotional bond. See that? Best interest of the child? This child is starting to know this guy is dad right here, and he's legally the father. You're going to sit here and go to court and be like, hey, I found that I'm not the dad. Can you please undo paternity? She's going to come in here with all this stuff, and they're going to be like, no, man. It's not. It's in the best interest of the child to keep this going on. We got to keep this going on. You guys were in cahoots. That's what it's going to be. That's why if you're not sure, do not help nothing. It's just better to ignore. Wait for them to come knocking on your door, to come to you. Make them do the groundwork. Make them come to you. Do not give them this. Regardless, and it sounds cold, it sounds terrible, but that's how bad it is. That unfortunately the system is making us be like this. Father X says, so what are your guesses as to which cluster B personality disorder this baby mama has? I mean, bipolar is probably in there somewhere. I think a lot of people throw the narcissism term around, but I mean, I may make an exception in this case. I don't know. I'm not super well versed in that stuff, but I'm sure there's some things going on here. This guy's life makes the Truman Show sound like a paradise. Yeah. One of the best interviews on Pearl's channels with Private Eye Russ. Oh, I follow him on Twitter. I like his posts. Man, that guy has so many stories. Maybe you should do an interview with him. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. Maybe if he'd be willing to, that'd be a fun discussion. I know I say this every stream, but MGTOW is undefeated. Yeah, it really is. Hey, I'm gonna tell you right now. Self-improvement, squatting 350 pounds ain't gonna save you from this. All right, I'm just saying. You know what I mean? Like it just no, it ain't. It ain't. Only education, which you could say is like a little form of self-improvement, but even still, it's just the red pill gurus have not figured out the long-term plan when it comes to marriage or family creation. This is why I'm so focused on the dowry and marriage transactions. If there was some of that considered for this, maybe it'd be a lot different of a story. Murder of Crow says, is it just me, but do dolls seem prettier and prettier by the second? I didn't know what you meant at first.
By early 2024, it felt like there was no line that she wouldn't cross. February 1st, I make the court-ordered child support payment on time. On Valentine's Day, I posted this photo while I was out to dinner. I wasn't even in town, it wasn't my girlfriend, just a night out. Maria saw it and immediately started freaking out.
Look at this. Coach talks about this, right? It's like they're not even together. He's paying the child support. He's doing everything she asks, even the extra money. He showed screenshots of that. This guy goes out on Valentine's Day, not even with his girlfriend, and she sees that, immediately gets jealous and has to find a way to like make his life crappier. And it's effing bizarre to me that you can flaunt your social life and this girl on social media, but there's literally nothing of your daughter. It's never going to be good enough. The goalposts are going to be constantly shifting. I hope she realizes how big of a loser you are. A loser that this woman tried desperately and achieved to get impregnated by. I tried not to say anything, but I feel like you need to know how much terrible you look. Blank will remember you were never here. Oh my God, that's crazy. Not to mention this guy was trying to ask to spend time with her, and she's like, you could only get one weekend a month if you're with your grandparents. Blank will remember you were never here. Could you have taken your daughter out for Valentine's Day? You're never here for her. Grow up soon, Brett. I won't hesitate to take her from you. Do better, be better.
I should have taken the baby to dinner instead. Then she said, keep this up and I won't let you see her anymore.
I'm not letting you make me feel like my daughter is not good enough for you anymore. I'm sick of it. Gosh, see, this is what happens when you impregnate yourself with a man's seed who didn't even want to be with you and was very honest and vocal with you about not wanting to be with you. I'm sick of it. I don't give a crap about your money. Well, doesn't seem that way. We can and will survive without you. We're independent. You keep this up, Brett, and I will not let you see her anymore. Honestly, I wish you never came back into the picture. I am so over it. Have a great rest of your trip.
I sent her $100 for a Valentine's Day.
Oh my God. And then he's just like, oh, well, here's $100.
Just trying to avoid another explosion. March 1st, I pay again. $750 in support, plus
an extra $31.
$1 extra for dance class. Again, not court ordered. Just trying to keep the peace. Then she posts birthday photos. Thinking our family.
All right. Where's Ahmed? Just so you can see here. This is the full picture. Chuck E. Cheese. Second birthday party with our family and best friends. Thank you to everyone who showed up for our sweet girl. So everything's going good. We're at Chuck E. Cheese. This is the family. He's there. He's got white pants on. It's a brave man right there eating all that pizza, tomato sauce running around. Yeah, there you go. There's your happy social media family.
And best friends for coming to celebrate. We don't share family or best friends. She just went out of her way to find my family and friends, message them, and inserted herself into every part of my life.
Man.
I paid for the birthday party,
$364 for the birthday party.
$4. So she didn't need extra money. However, the next day, she demands the child support payment 26 days early.
Oh God, I gotta see this.
However, the next day, she demands the
paid for it already. Please send that money when you can. Thank you. Why do I have to keep texting you about this? This is the stuff that pisses me off. I try to get along with you and you do stuff like this. Stop intentionally ignoring me and this co-parenting thing will never effing work. Now please send the money I have asked you to send a million effing times.
child support payment 26 days early.
Real quick right here. Father X says baby mama's text messages should be shown to every middle school boy so they can learn what psychos sound like. This needs to be in high school. Now I'll tell you this. There were times where my child support agency would go in to a health class at a high school locally. What they would do is, they'd show that video of the kid being born and they talk about all how the sexual, biology works. And then every now and then a child support person would come in to explain this stuff. But I'll tell you right now, I already know what they're explaining is probably the sort of very neutral version, not nightmarish version. And what they need is they need to be scared straight. You remember they used to show that video when kids would get their licenses or whatever, and it's about all the horrific stuff that happens with automobile accidents. They need that, but for child support, honestly. They need the worst stuff. Groceries, diapers, wipes. Why is this an issue? I'm asking you to send money early because I needed it. Do you think I will ask you if I didn't? The move was kind of expensive. I simply asked for your help. Why is it this complicated when you're going to Vegas to F off? I'm not stupid. The last time you went to Chicago going for business, not pleasure, you were posting pics of your little GF. Prob paying for all of her stuff. Thought I heard something. But I asked you to help me with blank and you can't even do that. Over it. You're so disrespectful. Respond when I reach out regarding. It's your daughter. Now, please, can you send this? I hope you effing pass away. Good luck seeing blank. Man, that's crazy.
I say no. She tells me to die and says I'll never see the baby again.
Imagine never being satisfied by all of an infinite more. Wow, Father X in the chat. Good on him for keeping all the receipts. Honestly, yeah, this is what's educating men.
The next day, I sent her $156, not because I wanted to, or was ordered to by the courts, because I felt like I didn't even have a choice anymore. Then she posted even more birthday photos, this time at dinner with my family, like everything was normal. I guess because I paid her, she was happy. By this point, I was drained. Financially, emotionally, mentally. She controlled when I could see the baby, how much I paid, what I was allowed to post, and how I lived my life.
He's a hostage situation.
And every time I pushed back, she would punish me for it. It didn't matter how much I gave, she always wanted more. And I didn't think it could get worse. But then I met Hadley. And for the first time since meeting Maria, I was in a real relationship. An actual one, and it was serious. Part 6 of Maria's Web of Lies will be up tomorrow.
All right, so that's part 6. Let's look at the comments. That was part 5, excuse me. Okay. Y'all, he's gone viral for this last year, and he should go viral each time he speaks out because nobody ever wants to talk about the struggles of a man when it comes down to it. Man, we got women in the chat, in the comment section saying that. This is the thing about this story. It's like, wow, you know what I mean? Like, everybody could see how bad this is. Surviving Maria Nguyen. You ain't playing no games with them receipts. The way I'd sue for emotional, financial, and psychological distress. I'm so sorry this happened to you. I've never seen a man so detailed and actually have receipts as such. I'm impressed. You know, Coach talks about this a lot, about how women are always keeping receipts and screenshots and stuff like that, even while you're in your relationships. And this comment is interesting because I feel like it kind of speaks to that, because men don't really do that, because men aren't, you know, I guess typically men aren't sitting here expecting things to happen. But with the receipts, even the women can look at this and objectively be like, okay, yeah, this is really messed up. So that's interesting. I think she actually needs proper jail time for this. It's sick knowing the baby wasn't yours, but financially abusing you and controlling every aspect of your life. I'm so happy you managed to sort. Most women would kill for even half of the father you were. You're incredibly brave for speaking out about this abuse. You're only halfway through the book. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you can see that right here. Red flag. She wanted to go around the court because she knew they'd require a DNA. Well, he's kind of not that right about it, because he already signed the paperwork. She probably wasn't sure on her end whether or not he can get one or not. I mean, he still got one, but we haven't found, I don't think they undid paternity. I don't think they did. So she probably was afraid he would say something about that. So that's probably why. But again, the everything's stacked in her favor anyways. Hearing this makes me so sad. How could someone be so mean and selfish? DNA test should have happened as soon as the baby was born. All of this could have been avoided. There you go. Thank you, Lexi. Never seen tea that was so organized and supported like this. First, Sarah Kim got baby trapped, and now this guy. I don't know how rare these scenarios are, but I'm wishing the best for you and the baby. Damn. Gosh, man. Okay, yeah. So we're on part 6, gentlemen. We got 4 more to go. Just stay with me. Stay with me. Real quick. Middle school boys taught by women getting the skinny on what's up by them. Boys are more often than not in Stockholm Syndrome situation, apparently. Yo, Rusty Rivers. Hey, man. Welcome in here. Great to see you again. Rusty from Raymond's channel. Thank you for hanging out, man. Appreciate you. Hey, Shah, great stream with Ray today. Thumbs up. Yeah, I was just showing that to my chat earlier. We had a fantastic time. It was me, Raymond's old man, Homefront, and then Dark Cell. We had a freaking fun conversation, man. You guys really should check this out.
I was driving past the base and I hear this giant roar and I look over.
See that? I mean, doesn't that sound interesting? Like, what? The base? Giant roar? What is that about? So yeah, man, please guys, if you got time, if you like the conspiracy stuff, that's it. Fringe topics. Caesar says, like CGA said, all the not my girl ass ninjas. Exactly. I get it for free ass ninjas. All right, part 6, guys. It ain't done. We ain't done yet.
But his girlfriend is a little mastermind.
Those nurses who built giant platforms on TikTok for being such amazing, kind people, they were narcissists too. Specifically, Hadley.
Girlfriend who was a nurse tampered with the test results.
Okay, this looks like all the drama that probably ensued from the initial videos. And people probably trying to come out and defend her. Mind you, there is literally no proof that anything he is saying is true. That Nurse Hadley lady is not. It was a home paternity test. He did show us the actual court-ordered paternity test in the first or second video. You're responding as if tampering with the specimen is not a possibility. See, this is the sisterhood coming out. Nurse Hadley needs to stay in her lane and let the parents handle this issue privately. Nurse Hadley gives me serial killer vibes. Friday, chatting with the Board of Nursing and MS Department of Health. Do you have proof she was sleeping with other men? Or are you just going to take Nurse Hadley's DNA test results as proof? I guarantee you this is going to be a Hulu documentary when we find out Nurse Hadley tampered with the DNA. The plot twist. Okay.
Oh, Nurse Hadley lost custody of all her children.
Okay.
I don't know much about Nurse Hadley, but there seems to be a story there. So that could be another thing. Ahmed says this is exactly why you should set your text messages to never delete. In today's world, having receipts is more important than ever. It is. It really is.
To address the people saying I'm a clout chaser for addressing this again. This became an entirely different battle for me when they attacked Hadley. When I originally shared my story to clear my name, Maria, through her cousin, came online and spread horrible lies about Hadley.
She can't speak right now because of lawyers. He's being sued for defamation. I will drop some receipts today on behalf of my cousin. You are saying he went to the internet and lied about paternity?
They said that she lost custody of her kids, that she was a felon, and that she tampered with the DNA test. None of those things are true, but so many people believed it. I watched the person I love cry while strangers made videos about her. They review bombed her book without even reading it. And despite all of that, she still stood by me. So yes, I came with a literal binder of receipts. And I'm going through it in order so they can't twist things again. Because it's one thing to hurt me, but it's a whole other thing when you're attacking the person that I love. Hadley and I met at the gym, and we went on our first date on March 20th.
Hadley, Brett, what you doing? It's Brett Fairley. I just finished eating. I was about to get in the shower. What are you up to? What area were you thinking for drinks?
2024. About a month later, I brought Hadley to lunch with my mom. My mom told us about Maria texting her recently. Maria was saying that I was selfish, that I wasn't.
Brett, then, this is him straight up just bothering his mom. Brett is awful. He really is just a selfish person. Imagine some woman telling you this about your son that you raised. Will not be coming back over there. He can take me back to court. I don't care. I don't want to blank to grow up like him. Let's see what mom says back. I'm just carried. Maria, that is between y'all. I hope she comes back over here. We love her, obviously. From my perspective, the two of you may not get along. I'm so tempted to do more of a Southern accent. I'm sorry. From my perspective, the two of you may not get along perfectly or have harmony. But I do see that he has been helpful to you with all your weekend stuff because he wants to and loves her. If this is about money or anything like that, please leave me out of it. From what he has said, has and will pay for. It comes across as a threat.
I'm not allowed to see the baby anymore, and that she didn't want the baby to grow up like me. Hadley said she can't do that. There's a court order. Because Hadley knew the system, she'd already been through it herself. On June 8th, we spent the day with the baby, Hadley's kid.
Okay, so Hadley's kid. So this nurse Hadley has her own babies and has dealt with this stuff before. Nurse Hadley is from Jack Nicholson's movie One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Okay, I saw that movie before. Man, that was a good movie. Also sad at the end when they finally got him. But so then his girlfriend calls herself Nurse Hadley online, or they might just be making fun of her?
And some close friends. We played cornhole, we went to a birthday party, and even had dinner with friends that night. It was just a good day. But when Maria found out that the baby and I were at Hadley's house, she lost it. She texted my mom saying I'll get to play.
She is with Brett. They are at Harley's house right now. Hadley's? Okay, he needs to start answering me when I ask about my child or he will not get her anymore. God, it's just constant threats. Does he plan on staying there? Please ask him to call me. He does not get to play house with my daughter and not answer when I ask about my daughter. Our daughter? My daughter? I didn't know you had tried to reach him. I will text him. Man, he's got a really nice, he sounds like he's got a really sweet and caring mom who just seems like he seems like he's got good salt of the earth parents, you know, and they're trying their best. And they got this like person just annoying them.
House with their daughter. It's an interesting choice of words considering how the story ends. Maria demanded that I call her immediately or she's going to call the police. I had to leave the baby with Hadley and her friend to go to another room so I could calm Maria down. Soon after, I go on a bachelor trip that was planned months in advance. While I'm gone, Maria jumps on Facebook and has a full-blown meltdown. She says I'm absent from the baby's life and that I skipped town on Father's Day. I had just seen the baby a few days ago and already had a flight booked to be back on Father's Day. But reality doesn't stand a chance when Maria opened social media. Her post was public. No matter how many times she claims
oh my God,
it was only friends and family. This little globe icon says otherwise. There's no way it was only her 5,000 close friends and family. Hadley saw it, her family saw it.
This is why you should date and marry someone you know and who wants a life with you. Because children are going to live with these choices. Blank is precious, but she didn't come into this world under normal choices and circumstances. The guy had no clue what he was getting into. I truly wish you and Blank a wonderful life, but choices have consequences. Praying for you to find the guy you're meant to have and the life that makes you happy. Your response is sickening to me. I mean, this is just like a normal, sane response. But I guess since you're his grandmother, of course you'll respond with something like this. The fact that you could turn this around on me and not recognize that he decided that he wanted to be a father, man, this is crazy. He had every chance to walk away, and honestly, I wish he would have. but he was there at the hospital. He chose to sign the birth certificate. This is after her crying about how she has nobody. So whatever happened prior to blank went out the window. You don't get to be a half-assed dad. Sorry, it's his family that enables his behavior. This is so crazy. And now she's throwing the family under the bus. Let's not forget that both him and his brother, Austin, have both abandoned their children. This is crazy.
Probably half the state saw it. She called me a deadbeat. She said that I put my dick.
That is just insane. Let me catch up with this. Also set to record calls. Like I said, Brett learned his lesson, quote unquote, from sperm donorship, crazy bees, and paternity fraud by immediately jumping into a relationship with a single mother named Hadley. That there is a bit of irony there. I will say his only possible sort of protection, depending on how much money he pays with this nurse, is I'm guessing the nurse has a decently high income now, which could be something that, you know, makes it a little bit easier to deal with if they end up splitting up. Hadley, the tyrant of the ward. Ahmed says, I hope the guy had the paternity test done with 2 years, and I hope the state he's from observes that 2-year limit. Nope, bro. He posted the Mississippi acknowledgement of paternity, and on there it specifically said 1 year. So he had 1 year since he signed the acknowledgement of paternity to contest it, and he didn't do that because he told us that he did the paternity like after the 2-year mark. So it is deep in. It is deep in. The guy comes from a nice family. What a story. It really is. And that's why this story is so important. You know, people look at this stuff and they want to assume it happens to people who come from the bad side of the railroad tracks. It just happens to these people who just can't get it together, who are just these bad people. But no, it happens to people like this. You know what I mean? It happens to normal families. So, yeah, you can have a good thing going on. You can have a good, strong family out here, and it takes one bad decision with one woman like this to create a whole bunch of chaos.
And anything that walks, and accused me of shoving hot dogs down my throat for Instagram likes, which honestly is pretty funny. But the real kicker, she ends it with, the truth is coming out, and I'm not afraid to share it to the public anymore. She's all about freedom of speech until someone else starts talking. Anyways, she doesn't answer my calls or texts on Father's Day, so I don't get to see the baby. I'm not even shocked at this point. On June 20th, we head to the Bahamas for Hadley's brother's wedding.
All right, it's the new girlfriend right there. Okay. They're having a good time, and she's not about it.
My parents were supposed to keep the baby for the weekend, but at the last moment, Maria...
Ahmed says, rage. I know. I knew this one was going to be kind of like, you know, I know. I get it. But it's important to know this stuff. It really is. Let me tell you something. Red pill rage is better than blue pill rage. How about that? Blue pill rage is that you don't like it, just crazy. Red pill rage, at least, you know, can be managed.
Ask if she could keep the baby instead. I say, sure.
Blue pill rage is just like straight losing your mind.
Keep the peace. Naturally, 2 seconds later, she's texting my mom. She's saying that I chose my girlfriend over my daughter. And now she's going back to court for full custody. My mom calls her out and says exactly what...
This is what mom said. This is a long message. It's like you hear about those grandparents who get swindled by a scammer from Nigeria. Imagine blaming those older folks. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's, yeah, pretty much. How could you? I mean, they didn't, you know, they just didn't know. They're just good people, and they unfortunately got swindled. I'm going to double down on the cluster B personality disorder question. I have seen this movie before. Yeah, I mean, you're definitely right. Something's going on here. He won't sign his rights over, and like I said in my comment, it's not my job to defend or argue with anyone. What I also see is what you do not. From the beginning, you have blocked him anytime he didn't step according to your expectation, period. From the time I came to get Max from your apartment in New Orleans, you were ignoring his call and not answering. Yeah, so there's a bunch of stuff going on there.
Everybody else is thinking. You've micromanaged his every move, he's never bashed you publicly, and you've wished him dead more than once. And she was right. So it's June, and according to the court order, I'm supposed to have the baby for the whole month. But as usual...
The father shall have visitation as follows. Summer, 1 month, to be agreed upon by the parties. In the event the parties are unable to agree, summer visitation shall take place from June 1st to June 30th. Christmas Day at 3 p.m. until the day before school resumes at 3. Thanksgiving, fall break, the day school recess.
Maria was picking and choosing what rules apply. June 25th, this is what her family loves to twist. The infamous Lowe's incident.
The
Here's
Lowe's
what
incident.
actually happened. The night before on the phone, Maria told me that I could pick the baby up from school in the morning. So I did. We ran some errands, grabbed lunch, and then we went to Lowe's. While I'm there, I text her and ask if I can keep the baby overnight. She calls me immediately. Her response, not thanks, not sure. Is Hadley with you? I said yes, and instantly she flips. She says that she's coming to Lowe's right now. I was like, no, you're not gonna make a scene in Lowe's. I'll just drop Hadley off and then I'll bring her back to your house.
It's like a real, if I can't have you, no one can.
Like we planned. I hang up and then I reiterate what I said on the phone through text. I put away my phone while I'm driving. I check my phone when I park at Hadley's house. Apparently, Maria's at Lowe's now. I had multiple missed calls from my dad. I call him back and he tells me that Maria has called him. And apparently, she was running up and down the aisles at Lowe's screaming that her daughter had been kidnapped.
Wow.
Oddly enough,
Oh my God.
her
Here
family
comes the Amber Alert. All the cops are going to be coming. This could be a potentially dangerous situation. There's like 10 cops chasing you. They pull you over. You got a freaking sandwich in your hand that's like wrapped in foil, like that one guy from Casino. And then bam, Swiss cheese. Mr. Pitt says blue pill rage can end with people sending out projectiles at institutions. Learning red pill rage just makes you scroll on social media permanently, altering your algorithm in the process. Yeah, exactly. Murdered of Crow says, oh my God, is it almost like women nature's universal? Who'd have thunk it? Oh God. That's what happens when you have a completely unbridled, just green light for the worst instincts of women in a society and culture that just refuses to hold them accountable or push back at all. Yeah, so God forbid on the whole Swiss cheese thing, you know what I mean? That's scary, but it's just like saying a kid's kidnapped and getting the cops involved. Like that's almost like swatting somebody or something, like another form of it. That's crazy, you know? But God forbid. Kyle Wells says, I'll stop short of saying that everyone involved in the story is eminently hateable, but suffice it to say none of them are particularly sympathetic figures. It's Maury with Southern aristocrats. Yes, it is. Kung Pao Chicken is the drama queen of drama queens. Absolutely. This is Amber Heard level. This might even surpass Amber Heard.
Doesn't deny this part. They just said that I didn't answer the phone for hours. The drive from Lowe's to Hadley's house is 17 minutes. I called Maria back and she starts making threats. Hadley tells me to hang up and text her because I need this in writing. That enrages Maria, but we'll get back to that soon. Regardless, I brought her back with no issue. On August 5th, Maria lets me see the baby again. A few days later, she comes inside Hadley's house. She meets Hadley's kids, she goes into their bedroom.
Wow.
She even played dolls with one of her daughters for a minute. Then when she comes back to pick the baby up, all three of Hadley's kids are there, standing at the door, waving by. And this is the same woman that went online and told people that Hadley lost custody of all of her kids. She knew that was a lie. She met the kids and stood in their home. That wasn't confusion, that was strategy. Maria knew that if she could convince people that Hadley was a terrible person.
Calling it now, Hadley is pregnant and didn't want to share her baby daddy. She never liked the little girl, evil stepmother vibes. Damn, man, they can't even see it from the other side. Even if the child isn't his, the situation is wrong and they love it. Even if the child isn't his, come on, you know. I guarantee you this is going to be a Hulu documentary when we find out Nurse Hadley tampered with the DNA test. That's the plot twist I want. She gives me scam and a vibes.
The attention would shift off of her, and the truth wouldn't matter anymore. She wasn't trying to defend herself. She was just trying to take Hadley down because she was helping me. And they hated her for it. They knew she had a platform.
Okay,
they
Nurse
knew that
Hadley.
People online love to cancel large creators, so they made her the target because that was easier than answering for what they had done. On August 10th, I did the first DNA test. That video.
Okay, see, all the way up until all this stuff happened. All this stuff happened and he hadn't even done the DNA test at the time. Mr. Pitt says, word on the street is Amber Heard learned everything she knows from this woman. Yeah.
Will be next. But for now, people have said that Maria only shared stuff privately on her Facebook to family and friends. That's just not true. But even if those posts were private, they weren't. Explain this. Maria and her friends were in Hadley's comment section months before I made a video. They were harassing her and spreading lies, trying to bait her into saying something back. Hadley didn't respond, she just deleted it and moved on. Meanwhile, they're in her comments saying that I was behind on child support and that she moved me into her house after only knowing me for 3 months. For the record, none of that is true. But they weren't interested in the facts. They were interested in turning the internet against her before I ever said one word. and I sat there with DNA results in my hand, knowing everything they were saying was a lie. And that's when it really hit me. This wasn't just about controlling me anymore. This was about making sure no one ever believed me. And if they had to ruin Hadley to do that, they didn't care. On October 8th, I finally posted the truth. I shared the DNA results, I told my story, and I kept it factual.
And that was probably the first private test. So then they're like, well, it's a private test.
And immediately, Maria's cousin Michelle jumped in to Hadley's DMs. She said, "You're the problem. Brett was never this confident until you were in."
Wow. So now they're pissed because she's basically telling them how to defend himself. This is insane. Brett is not the dad, and I have never been mean to you. Maria or anyone, I truly do not understand why you are doing this. None of what you posted is even true. This is Hadley. And posting that my son, who is an AB student and old enough to read comments, has a learning disorder. He doesn't. WTF. I've had my share of media training, so trust me, this isn't new territory for me. For the past 3 years, Brett never brought up a paternity test until you got involved. Oh, man. So they're like, oh, they're just like, he never even thought to bring up a paternity test. So you might be the issue. And let's be real. There have been other women in and out of his life. It's clear you've coached him on what to say and how to present himself. And what's wrong with that? Especially if it's not even bad. He wouldn't be this confident without you in his ear. Is it a crime for him to be confident? Did you direct him to speak to Maria before airing this out on social media? This is crazy. Real quick, I just want to get to Cesar Quintana. Thank you so much again for that generous donation. This fool got with a single mom after everything his baby mama put him through. Listen, I'm probably going to be in the minority opinion here. I'm just assuming that as a nurse, she makes plenty of money. They, I guess, both have kids at this point. You know what I mean? So hopefully, you know, I don't know if he's married with her, but I'm hoping that it won't be horrible to extricate himself if it gets to that, you know, level of situation. My bad. I just dropped my phone. It's over there. It's fine. So, you know, compared to this woman and what else it can be, like, it can be worse. The other thing here is, like, what do you do? Like, if he's going to be stuck on child support, it just sucks because everybody loses. But it's like, at this point, it's like what he needs to do is he needs to have 2 kids with Nurse Hadley. Then he needs to just pretend that they separated. Nurse Hadley needs to get child support from him. And then they just need to be secretly living together. And then what's going to happen is Maria's child support's going to go down once they get it all into court together. He's going to start paying money over to the 2 kids he has with Nurse Hadley. And then they'll just be living together happily. Just don't tell the government about it. So they'll take money out of his income every month. Some will go to Maria, not as much. A bigger chunk will go to Nurse Hadley, and it'll go back into their house fund. I mean, at this point, it's so unfair. And it is kind of messed up, I guess. It's kind of scumbaggy. It's kind of slimeball-y. But at this point, with this much injustice, it's like, you got to figure out how to do something here.
This year, he never questioned anything before you. And there it was. It was never about the DNA test. It was never about co-parenting. They were just angry because I was not easy to control anymore. And Hadley? He was never the villain. They just hated that someone finally gave me the strength to stand up for myself. And what really blows my mind is how many creators took their side. Even after Michelle publicly posted that she ever saw Hadley, it was on site. She wasn't even hiding it. She was threatening violence, admitting to lying, and openly trying to destroy her. And instead of calling that out, these creators amplified it.
Man, what a scumbag. You know what's crazy? It's like we live in the realm of social media, but really this is the type of stuff that, like, you know, people would get together like before social media and come up with these schemes, like, you know, mom and the aunt over here working together and this person's sister, and they all getting there and talking and figuring out how to do this kind of stuff. But on social media, a lot of this is just, like, these behaviors are just on full display. Murder of Crow says, sorry, Shah, sorry, I made a mistake. The tyrant nurse in Nicholson's movie is Nurse Ratched. My bad. Okay, yeah, Nurse Ratched. I remember that. No worries, man. It's all good. Shout out to you. Thanks for correcting that, though. A fool and his money, yes, will soon be parted. Murder of Crows. If anyone is having children with the nurse, they better test everyone. Just saying. Oh, man. Yeah, this is a wild story.
Any questions? They didn't look at any of the facts. They just picked up the pitchfork and joined in. So if you're one of those people who helped them do it, you didn't just get it wrong. You helped abusers keep their power.
Yeah, you
I'll
did.
be waiting for an apology.
All right. We made it through parts. Man, we're at 3 hours. I didn't think this was going to take me this long. There's just a lot of stuff here, you know. About to follow Nurse Hadley, smart woman. I am hooked. Are we suing her? Man, they need to get people out picketing in front of this freaking court. Try to bring it to court. And if you can get a mob of people out there, with signs, I don't know, maybe a miracle would happen. This needs to go to somebody's Supreme Court. Robert, hey, thank you, man. I appreciate that, bro. It's all hard-earned money right there. All the folks who donated, that's hard-earned money. Kung Pao chicken is nuts. Man, you're making me hungry right now, Robert. Kung Pao chicken. Sounds actually pretty good. Alexandra Bueno said she will not be apologizing because she doesn't care if she spreads lies that hurt people. So this must have been one of these folks that were on Maria's team there. Please consider suing Maria, not just for you, but for Nurse Hadley too. You both deserve justice. Justice for Hadley. Brett's page is wide open, and so are his comments. The woman in question is completely private and turned off comments. Yet Brett is telling the truth. Maria has been exposed. Can't wait to watch Surviving Maria on Netflix. Yes, call out the creators. They're attacking the GF because they can't attack the facts of the situation. Collateral damage. Hats off to Nurse Hadley for being so absolutely supportive and classy throughout the whole situation. Man, it's giving how dare you and Hadley not let me manipulate and use you anymore. That's that's what it was. Our daughter when she wants your money, but it's my daughter when she's not getting her way. Exactly. Crazy. All right, part 7, legends. Let's get to part 7. We got to get through this.
And that's when I immediately called my mom.
Okay, part 7. He's chilling in the backyard now by the river. It's all very nice. It's all very picturesque.
They called my mom. I just said,
damn, hella quiet.
Dad, by July, I was done. I told her, if you're not going to follow the agreement, neither am I. And so I quit paying her. I asked her if I could keep the baby. She said,
okay, he stopped paying her. All right. If she takes this over to the federal child support agency and gives them the order, they will immediately start enforcing it. And he's going to have to deal with a lot of, license suspensions, this, that, possible contempt hearings. But let's see what happens here. I'm not arguing with you. It's been so peaceful lately. When you pay your child support, we can talk. Okay, have a great day. I can be allowed to see her until we get that worked out. How, Brett, you haven't paid child support, LOL. I'm not paying you when you are making that a control thing. You are not allowing me to see her based on an issue and agreement we have. You can tell me where I can and can't stay with her or who I can be around with her. This isn't a situation where you have that control. You can't do the same thing I'm doing and then not allow me to see her. You not allowing me to see her is against our agreement, so I'm not paying you because you aren't honoring that. Until we get that worked out, I'd still like to be able to see her. You're using her as a pot. By the way, the Child Support Enforcement Agency doesn't give a crap about this. They will come and get the money. If she takes that court order to the federal agency, her local county one, they will get all those enforcement actions going. I've called you twice to discuss. This is the problem. This right here, lack of communication. I've been telling you this from day one. This is not control. This is you not following our court agreement. You keep violating it. I never said your GF couldn't be around her, but I asked that I know where my daughter is.
Once you pay, then we can discuss. I told Hadley I wasn't paying.
There's
her,
audio
and
issues with this one.
We got into it. She's like, you have everything you need to take her back to court. If I stop paying, all the judge is going to hear is that I stopped paying child support. I understood what Hadley was saying, but I was at my breaking point. And then I hear from my mom. Now she's telling my parents that they can't even see the baby anymore because I refuse to care for her.
Damn, what did the
Which,
grandparents
to Maria,
do?
That just means I'm not paying her enough. And it's the same thing that she always does. When she can't control me, she goes to my parents because she knows that works. I caved after 6 days and paid her. Just like that, I was allowed to see the baby again.
Hey, I get it.
Hadley had brought up DNA test, and me thinking court was imminent, I thought it was a good idea to go ahead and order it. So that weekend when I had the baby, I decided to do it. So me and Hadley are just laying on the couch, laughing about something, and that's when I get a notification.
Okay, yeah. So all that threatening. So he still did it. There's different parts throughout the series because he tells us he found out that the child wasn't his, but he's telling us in chronological order. So even after all that, he still hadn't gotten the results of it.
Email from Paternity Lab. After I open this email, I read it, and I think I'm reading it wrong, but I scan it 3 times, and I see 0%.
This is from the
I
private
look at
paternity
Hadley
test.
and I say, I'm not the dad.
Oh
And I
my
just pick up
God.
my phone.
This is
And
so
she picks it
crazy.
up, and she says, you're reading it wrong. You know, she starts scanning it, you know, and zooming in, and I'm over here just with my hands over my head. She looked at me and she said, you're not the dad. And
Man, this is so.
just felt-
Look at how crazy this is. I mean, now he's got the bond with the child. He loves the child. He's been struggling. Now he understands how badly he got screwed, by the way. I mean, he already got screwed, but now he understands really how badly he got screwed, how evil this person is. And then it's just like, oh my God, what's going on? This is a nightmare. Look, he's crying here. He's crying here. And it's just like, you know, God forbid Amber Heard see this man crying, or otherwise she'd get disgusted. But this is the real pain here. I'll go back and read these other chats real quick. Caesar Quintana, thank you so much. $10 super chat. This guy's going to be on here again 5 years from now with another horror story and a binder of proof when the nurse leaves him. It's not funny. It's not funny. Listen, I hope to God not. The only silver lining is that if he has some kids with the nurse and she leaves him, I would rather he pay the child support to the nurse and then have Maria's child support get modified down to match whatever the calculator says to accommodate all the kids. Oh, like at this point, Maria is so evil. I would go nuclear. It might even be worth just impregnating women left and right until you got 8 kids out here and they're all looking for child support, and then everybody's getting like $60 at the end of the day because they can only take it from whatever your income is. That's really what everybody in this situation just deserves. I mean, it's that bad. I would almost recommend what I call going nuclear, which is 7 kids with 7 different. I saw a guy with 14 kids. Well, no, it was more than 14 kids, but it was like at least 14 cases. I talked about that guy before. That's the only other option. It's like you can do that. God, man, I don't know. How much do houseboats go for nowadays? I would probably just live at sea after this, man. It's just going to be me and the UAPs out in the Pacific Ocean, man. Forget about it. And nobody's getting nothing. And hopefully I can get some nice ocean fish and get a water filtration system. And every now and then I'll try to sneak on land to get some fruit and then run back onto the boat if I can and get into international waters. It's just bad news all around. Bad news. Murder of Crow says, I know someone who got shamed for not wanting to get back in with another single mom, because y'all gots to infinitely man up. Yeah, step up and be a real man. This is just evil from Common Sensible. And I would simply say this is perfect example of the warnings of the past. With the roles reversed, women have engaged in far more familial destruction than men ever did. Yeah, we have reached a really bad point in this whole thing. Like, this is on another level. And you got to remember, like when I was working at child support, like I was seeing stuff like this happen in front of my face, but it's just these quiet stories. You know what I mean? It's just this paperwork coming across my desk and me figuring out what happened. Or sometimes a guy on a phone or in the interview booth would tell me about this, and it's like nobody cared. I cared, as much as I could, but it's like there was no, I don't know, it just happened. All these guys suffering silently pretty much. And he just did a good thing by putting this out on blast.
I felt shock. And that's when I immediately called my mom. Whenever she answered, I just said, I'm not the dad. She didn't know us taking the test. It was a complete shock to her. She yelled at me. She said that's not real. There's no way. At one point,
I mean, look at
She was
this,
like,
and
"There's
it's
no
just like the grandparents know this baby, and I can, you know what I mean, are in this baby's life. Like it's not just him. Everybody's like, oh my god.
way. Y'all have the same eyelashes. Y'all have the same toes, and
Yeah, that whole thing where people look at babies and they're like, oh yeah, it looks like the dad. Oh yeah, see the ears right here. They just assume that's always BS.
I said, Mama, everybody has eyelashes. I just looked at everything. That's not my kid. So after a week, there's this incredibly weird, like, silence. I feel this pressure on me to, like, make a decision, and I'm trying to tell
Man,
everybody
it's so
what else
bad.
to do, and I don't even know what to do myself. And one night, Hadley comes up to me, and she says that, hey, babe, you know, we can just pretend none of this happened. Whatever you want to do, I support you 100%. And after thinking on that, like, it was definitely an option. No one else knows. We could just go on, continue with our regular lives. I wasn't thinking about Maria and how she treated me at this point. It was just me thinking about...
Sorry, guys. I have this at 121% volume, but the audio in this specific video is a little bit quieter.
my relationship with my daughter. I think 2 days went by, and all I could think about during those 2 days was how unfair it was that the real dad had been robbed of all this time with her, all those special moments that I spent with her. That is something that he never got to have. I felt like I was taking that if I was to not tell the truth.
This guy is like a very empathetic person. I mean, like all this happens, and the first thing he thinks about is that there's somebody else that got robbed of their parenthood. I mean, that guy probably doesn't know anything because she probably wouldn't want to tell whoever the real dad is because she never wanted that guy to come in and mess up this bag for her. So there's that.
So at this point, I still haven't made a decision. My parents still don't believe it at all. I decided to do another DNA test, and I wanted to see the baby and see how I still felt whenever I held her. So everything was fine at first. She was calling me Dada, and just every time she would call me Dad, it just started to eat at me. At one point, I just started uncontrollably crying, and I had to call my mom to come get her. I couldn't do the test that day. So my mom comes and picks her up, and Hadley being Hadley, she calms me down. And the next morning, I know that I still need to do the test. My mom brings the baby back down, and that's when we did the second test.
Oh, the second test.
I knew exactly how the results would be. And I knew this would be the last time I see her. And that was the single most worst day of my life.
Wow.
And as I'm trying to grieve this, I still have to keep quiet. I'm trying to talk to attorneys. I'm trying to keep my cool.
He's talking to attorneys, and it's like, what are you gonna do? Like, it's been so long. I really hope he gives us like what the attorneys told him and what his chances are. I want to be wrong about this. I wish he can extricate himself from this situation. Klaus says this guy is way too nice for this world. Yeah. This is a guy, I think, who grew up in like, seems like he had good, hardworking parents, and they really just look at this backyard. I mean, I would love to be invited to a barbecue at this person's house and then have cigars out here on this back thing by the river, you know, with a lot of the good folks hanging out, having some laughs. That's another thing. But you know what I mean? It's just like, these are just good cultural people here. Good people. They're not looking to harm anybody, but it's like, sadly, there's so many terrible people out there that, like, unfortunately, you can't be like this without being considered naive. You know, and it's like the law is supposed to be here to back people up like this so that you can have good people that don't have to sit here and be just like the predators or not. It's just really sad all around. It's just terrible. You can't have nice things anymore. You know, I don't know. It's just, it looks like he grew up in some kind of insulated, nice little bubble of a good neighborhood or something. And just raised to believe the best in people. I don't know. Maybe I'm just going too hard on that, but.
And I still have Maria harassing me and abusing me through messages when I know at this point that it's not my kid.
Like, dude, this is a literal witch. Like, this is a literal, like, green skin, warts on the nose witch, by the way. Like, that is like that archetype. It's not just like a funny thing we watch on TV in the Halloween special. Like, that's a real thing. See the comments. This one was pretty, you know, sad. I mean, a lot of them was sad, but you know, the mental toll on this had to have taken on Brett, the parents, Nurse Hadley. My Lord, Mama, everybody has eyelashes. I can't be the only one who pauses to read the text messages. Wow, yeah, I'm there too. Sue her for every single cent you sent her. Is that Jessica? Jessica. I know that sounds like a thing that they can do, but the family law makes it so you can't do that. Maria should be sued. See, all these women are coming out even saying that. Craziest story ever, agreeing to be a sperm donor, forced into being an active father, and then you're not the dad. I'm so sorry, man. Terrible. How unfair it was for the other dad to be robbed of all this time and special moments I spent with her. Sir, I'm so sorry this happened to you, but you, my friend, are a gift to this earth. First impression of you, by the way. Yeah. I mean, seems like a good guy with a good heart. This is freaking wild. Netflix needs to call you now. You know what? I don't want Netflix to do nothing about this because they're going to find a way to screw it up and just give it the adolescence treatment. Somehow this is going to be, I mean, if Netflix gets a hold of this, you think they're going to tell this story right? Hell no, they're not going to tell this story right. Sue her for every single penny you sent her, plus emotional distress. What Maria did is quite literally criminal. Is it criminal? I don't think it actually is criminal because women do this every day in this nation and none of them are held accountable or charged with anything criminal. I feel the worst for that poor kid. Her mom was using her to manipulate this man into paying for her. Yeah. And she let her little girl believe this was her dad. You legit just posted this 14 minutes ago, and I already need the next part. I am set. I've been so invested in the drama attached to the story, but after this video, I'm invested in the hurt you've had to experience at the hands of someone who knew exactly what they were doing. Nurse Hadley saying that just proves what an angel she is. And that's from someone named Angela. Using a child as leverage is next level abuse. That must be so devastating. Even if you aren't biologically her father, you were her parent through the early years of her life. Oh, yeah, here we go. Ahmed says, yep, way too nice for this world. Maria saw an opportunity. It's sick. Very much so. Klaus says the women only are saying that because it's going to make their grift harder. Klaus has seen a lot. Let me tell you that. Klaus has seen a lot. I think you are maybe speaking. Maybe I'm being a little bit too optimistic with this, and you are the voice of reason. All right, guys, we got 2 more parts. We got part 8. We got part 9, folks. We got work to do.
Started telling friends and family, and everybody's in shock.
The probability of paternity is 0%. Bro.
Isn't that the most insane thing you've ever seen in your life?
I hired a lawyer, and he said, do not contact Maria again until she's served. For the first few weeks,
I hope to God, listen, I want to be wrong. I want to be proven wrong. I want him to be like, we were successful and we got out of this.
Just sad. And then there was this moment. Hadley and I were just sitting there, and she kind of mumbled under her breath, I can't believe she called me a whore. And both of us just started dying laughing. This was the first moment where I was like, what the did I just go through? And then small town people start talking, and I start getting messages like this. I guess all of her friends always knew who the real...
The entire community of Ocean Springs knew and knows who the father of Maria Nguyen's child was from the get-go. Oh, no way. Okay.
Baby daddy was, but no one bothered to tell me. And I was pissed. I started looking at this tattoo every day. She would post this tattoo on her Facebook, and now knowing that her friends knew, I start wondering, were they laughing at me the whole time? I started to hate looking at my own arm, and I didn't want the tattoo anymore. It had nothing to do with the baby, it had everything to do with Maria. Hadley suggested that I either get it covered or removed. After some thought, I thought a line through it would symbolize moving on from the abuse, but not forgetting the child that I love. In October, Maria gets served the lawsuit, but not before I heard the process server say this.
I've been down this road with her before. Yeah, who was the guy? It's some kind of swimming pool builder or something.
Some kind of swimming pool builder or something. Okay, so this is a clue of who the...
Or something that she was fooling around with.
Apparently she's been in lawsuits with men before.
Was it really the quintessential pool guy, or the stereotypical pool guy who's the real father?
I had no idea. After she was served, I gave her plenty of time.
I'm interested to hear what he served her with specifically.
Because I asked Hadley how she would react if her kid's dad served her with paperwork showing DNA results that he wasn't the dad. And Hadley said, I would immediately call him and tell him to get his down here and do another DNA test in front of me, because I know they're his kids.
But what does Maria do? For the first time ever, she's quiet. So I post my video to my 100 followers, only to clear my name. I don't mention how.
Yo, this guy went from 100. I mean, what has he got now? He's got 339,000 followers. That's how invested people are into this.
His name at all, and I keep the baby's identity hidden. Then the messages start rolling in.
Man, what a bee using a child as a pawn, and a beautiful, sweet baby at that. She grew up extremely close to my family, and when she didn't tell us who the dad was while pregnant or after birth, me and my whole family found it very strange. It's crazy finally getting some more puzzle pieces. Maria ruined my family years ago by sleeping with a married relative. I believe and support you. Brother, serious question. What year or month was the baby born? I hooked up with Maria in 2020 and found out she was crazy. I have had multiple nightmares of her showing up. Wow.
Shortly after, I'm served with a restraining order and they're demanding I take down all my posts.
Okay.
And that's when they take the opportunity to start twisting the narrative on them. And while I'm silenced for 6 months, I start unraveling the truth about everyone in Maria's web of lies. First up on the list is Miss Vietnam.
That's the cousin.
I don't even think
Damn, the audio is like it goes from really loud to quiet.
y'all motherfucking ready.
Okay, we don't need to read the comments on that. Let's just get straight to part 9. That's the last part we got so far.
Now that the story is viral, all of a sudden you're world's best cousin.
Get the fuck out of my room.
Michelle.
Nope.
First of all, Michelle, you.
You know who the fuck I am, bitch?
I do now.
My name is
All right, we've
Shah.
reached a new level of editing.
I'm the former Miss Vietnam 2014.
Vietnam in the left corner.
Michelle claims to be Miss Vietnam 2014, an honorable title. I'm slightly confused though, because when you Google Miss Vietnam 2014, this person pops up. That's not you. Winning a prestigious title like that would come with at least one other pageant win. The current winner has been in many different pageants. So imagine my confusion when you posted that Miss Vietnam 2014 was your very first pageant ever. Huh. That's strange. So I started doing more research. I was able to find some news articles on it. Turns out it was a charity pageant in which you could self-appoint yourself to any country you wanted. You've never won a beauty pageant in your life. You came in 5th place in that pageant. And if you think it stops there, you're wrong. This is Michelle's own personal attack. Incredibly thick. She couldn't keep her goddamn mouth shut.
The new girlfriend, she's truly vile. A way for people to see just how truly evil they are. Beavis, tell your dusty ass hoe to get out of my DMs and stay in her lane, because if I ever see her out, it's on sight.
Stay in your lane, 3 or 4.
There's the binder.
I forgot about the 3 or 4 comments. Oh, you were serenading her. Serenading her. I knew exactly what song it was too.
Give me the grease, girl, and grease my palm. I wanna get lost in your pussy wall.
Oh my God.
You were laying in bed at night, being like, okay, look up this person, go look up that person. Like, we went down the rabbit hole.
Where don't fuck with cats in this conversation, because we go down a rabbit hole.
At this point, we couldn't stop.
What else is she lying about? I pretend to be a journalist. Michelle claims that she's a model with BMG. So let's call the LA office.
BMG?
Doesn't seem to be much talk about legal things here, but we'll watch it.
Hey, I was calling to see if Michelle View was available for a photo shoot.
Do you mind kind of emailing this to us? I'm not finding her profile.
Yeah, what's your email? I'm gonna need the screenshot. Email it to this person. Guess.
Thanks for checking with us. We have no records of her in our system unless she has changed last name. She is not a part of BMG. Hope you can get what you need. Okay.
Who's a liar? But once I get to the modeling agency, I start digging into that. It's a picture of a plane and it says BMG model.
So much fronting going on IG.
Right, reverse image search the photo, and it's just a stock photo of a private jet on Google. So then I click on her publicist's website, because apparently she told Hadley she's PR trained. So on her Facebook, you click on the link and it's a broken link. It's a GoDaddy.
I'm lost. What does Michelle have to do with Maria? Michelle is Maria's cousin, and she's been leading a kind of media campaign against this guy, Brett, pretty much saying how bad of a father he is and all that. So now he's making a video exposing Michelle as a liar. The thing that's missing from this is he said that they served her with paperwork. I want to know what paperwork they served her with. So They're challenging something in court. Are they actually challenging paternity? He didn't say that. He just said they served her with paperwork. Is it about the restraining order? Is it to get more custody of the child? What is it? That's the part I'm curious about. So interesting. Ahmed says should be criminal, but we allow it to happen. Nice to see all these women siding with him at least. Marcus says this guy enjoys drama. That's part of the reason why he ended up in this situation. Yeah, very much so.
.com saying nothing exists.
Okay, yeah, we get it. Her cousin's a liar.
Let's get to the paparazzi photos. I find the website that photo is posted to of her at the nail salon with paparazzi up front. Turns out the guy who runs the website, he has his name underneath all the stock photos. Hadley finds his LinkedIn profile, and this man is paid to go take pictures of people, and
that's hilarious.
Paparazzi. We had this suspicion for months, but there's no actual proof.
It's like a weird kind of like narcissism. I don't know. I don't want to throw that term around, but there's like a weird thing where it's like you're going to hire a photographer to take these kind of paparazzi-esque photos of you so you can post it on your social media.
And we had a friend last
like
week
unironically though, you know, like not in a funny haha sort of way, but a like supposed to be serious sort of way. LOL, her cousin is a psycho too. She adopted one of my dog's puppies and then slept with my boyfriend at the time. She was obsessed with trying to be famous in the world and would fake paparazzi photos where she would hire someone to take candid photos of her doing benign stuff. Then she cheated on him with Nikki Diamonds, who was married at the time, and got pregnant. She ended up moving back in with her mom. Guess the crazy runs strong in that family. I'll be having a whole video covering her and her lies. I wonder where that family's father is, if there is one.
And she confirmed it was true. Profile, Stan account.
Oh, I forgot about the Stan account.
Okay, yeah, we get it. Michelle, let's go ahead and get Michelle back.
So not only did she fake paparazzi photos, this one...
We got Sarah Lee in the house. Hey, welcome, Sarah Lee. Hi, found you scrolling. How y'all doing tonight? We're chilling. We're just having a good time. We've been deconstructing this child support nightmare story for the past 3 hours.
One makes fake Stan accounts. That is basically just like a fan page for celebrities. And if you click on them, the comments in there, it's so clearly, you know, Michelle commenting about pictures of herself.
Real woman in this situation, especially a southern lady, would handle herself with grace.
A southern lady, huh?
Oh, God. Okay, well, yeah, I think that's what that is.
This is, without a doubt, the worst thing I've ever put my eyes on.
We ain't just ratchet, we ain't just classy. We some
Oh, my
real
God. Oh, damn. All right, we've seen enough of this TikTok. All right, well, let me just reload this page and see if there's a part 10 here. Okay, no, so part 10 is where it ends. And we got nothing else so far. So we don't know if he's going to try to challenge paternity. Again, I'm pretty much leaning towards he's not going to be able to undo that. Ultimately, we're going to see if he finds the real father of the child and see how involved that guy wants to be in this whole thing. Maybe with enough of the mob behind him, he can possibly try to do this. Just curious, what genre is this channel? Well, I talk about a lot of my experience working at a child support agency. I'm a former child support agent. And pretty much things like that with relationships, marriage, divorce, all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, that would be it there. Murder of crows. How can it get worse? Is the mom wanting excess child support? Oh, no, it's beyond that. She wanted to be a sperm. So she found this guy. He didn't want to be with her, but she said that she wanted him to be a sperm donor. So he stupidly agreed. And then, lo and behold, she's just like, no, I want you to be the actual dad now. And then this goes on for like 2 years, and then she gets him on child support. He's paying it. He's doing everything he can. And then a genetic test comes back 2 years later, and it turns out he's not the father. So he's still deep in it. He's still deep in it. Okay. Yeah, so, all right. Guys, that is, damn, that was 3 hours and 23 minutes. Man, I wanted to go over this article about how more and more women are paying alimony to failure to launch ex-husbands? You can already see where this is going with the title like that. And they're really, really not happy about it. But Trevor did ask me to go over this video about the fertility crisis in South Korea. And I want to do that before we hit the 5-hour mark. So I think maybe I'll have to save this for another time, possibly a standalone video, just depending on how long this takes. But if we finish this, then maybe we can go ahead and hit that. So yeah, I say we just go ahead and watch the South Korea video just to honor Trevor's request. Oh, that's cool. What state did you work as? In California.
South Korea is over.
I hope Trevor's in here, actually. That would be... Hey, I was just watching that video. It's crazy. Yeah, I thought it was pretty crazy, too. I did watch it once, but it was a while ago. Because I was going to go over this like 2 weeks ago, and then things kept happening. So... yeah, I think we'll just go ahead and do that. And then if we got time for the article later, we'll do the article. So hopefully Trevor's still out there.
South Korea is over. This sounds brutal, but South Korea will soon start melting on all fronts. Demographically, economically, socially.
Oh, perfect. Trevor's here. Okay, awesome. All right, we're going over it, man. We're going over it. Sarah says, oh my God, I know that child support case. I don't do TikTok, so I haven't been following it though. You really should go back to that guy's page and watch all 9 parts of it. That's really what we did. If you want to go back and watch the stream, we dug into it pretty deep. Maybe mix and match. Yeah, I say we just go into this.
Culturally and militarily. Because for decades, the country has been experiencing a fertility crisis unprecedented in human history. And we've probably reached a point of no return.
Damn, 0.7. Wow, we were going over fertility rates for different countries a couple weeks ago. That's crazy.
2060, the South Korea we know and love today will no longer exist.
Isn't that 4B movement from South Korea or something? Yeah, that was from South Korea. And then that, after Trump won, women started to adopt that movement here, and that's what made... So they were doing that in South Korea, but then American women made that popular after the election because they were upset about that. So... let's go.
What will the collapse look like? And why is it now almost impossible to stop? The real population bomb. To have a stable population, you need a fertility rate of about 2.1 children per woman. In the 1950s, South Koreans used to have 6 children on average. In the 1980s, the rate fell below.
Okay, industrialization. We got industrialization happening. Birth control and other things.
2. And in 2023, it was 0.72 kids per woman, the lowest ever recorded in history.
That is insane. Damn. I feel like that's so low that whatever is going to happen just needs to happen here, because I think that's kind of a past a point of no return kind of situation.
In Seoul, fertility is even lower, around 0.55.
Okay, yeah. Super urbanized environment.
On average, about half of the women here won't have any kids, and the other half just one. What do these numbers actually mean in the real world? If fertility stays as it is, then 100 South Koreans will have 36 kids. When they grow up, they will have 13 kids, who will then have 5. Within 4 generations, 100 South Koreans will turn into 5. If we look at today's South Korean population pyramid...
Damn. That's crazy. I was going to start laughing at that graph again, but I'm not going to. California, don't they outsource their social safety net workers? Have a contract with somebody that's associated with McDonnell Douglas? I can't think of the name. I don't think so. I mean, a lot of the social workers and stuff work for either the county or the state.
We see this is pretty real. There's only one 1-year-old for 4 50-year-olds. After 4 decades below the replacement level, the consequences were still largely invisible. Today, South Korea's population is at an all-time high, as are its workforce and its GDP, which is still growing. But demographics hits you like a freight train. You hear it vaguely in the distance, and then it runs you over. South Korea is about to be hit. Let's time travel 35 years.
You know, in the last video we watched, I can't remember if that was the Patrick Boyle or what his name was, but, you know, the fertility issues are going on all over the place, even in India and Mexico and even in the Middle East. So a lot of places are dealing with it.
To the future, to 2060, and see what the country will look like then. When it comes to demographics, the most commonly used projections are those put together by the UN. They envisage 3 scenarios: low fertility, medium, and high. But in the past, all medium UN projections for South Korea have consistently been too positive. Between 2022 and 2023 alone, fertility in South Korea dropped by another 8%. So we're going to use the latest low fertility scenario.
I wonder what they'll say are the causes,
which has been the most accurate in the last few years. Keep in mind that we're still talking about projections, and the future is a faraway land. Okay, let's do it. In 2060, South Korea's population pyramid will look like this. The population will have shrunk by 30%. 16 million South Koreans will have disappeared in just 35 years.
Man, isn't it going to be crazy, like, what the world's going to be like in, like, 20 years? Oh, crap. Crap, man, I'm getting the freaking warning. Damn. We might not be able to finish this, guys. See, I'm getting the heads up. We've detected video in your stream belonging to someone else. Your stream may be temporarily... Man, that sucks, dude. I don't think we'll be able to finish this, guys. That really sucks. I think it's too late to use the... I thought these guys were cool. See that right there? If I keep going, it's going to cut the stream. We're going to have to move the article. What I will do, though, is I will read the comments. Man, I'm sorry, guys. Trevor, I apologize. You know, here's the thing. Look, I can use the watermark. The only thing is the sensor has already got us. You know what I mean? Okay, look, I'll do it. But it might just end the stream. So just be forewarned. If that happens, I'll try to get it back up, but you're probably going to have to reload the channel, not even the stream, but the whole channel. Just so Trevor's saying don't risk it. Damn it. I know what you mean, man. I know what you mean. It's already given me the freaking warning, you know what I mean? So it's like once it gives me this, it's like one more spot away from just tossing it out. Damn it. Now that I can't react to it, I feel like this is the coolest video in the world. Now like I'm valuing it because it's something that I can't have now. And I'm just like, this is so tight. I really like this is the one video I wish I can react to now, but I can't. I'm going to go with Trevor on this only because he specifically requested it. Let's just see some of these 65,000 comments though. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, guys. I'm Korean, born and raised in this country. All right, this looks like a pretty good comment. And after watching this video, I just sat in silence for a while, not because it shocked me, but because it said out loud what so many of us already feel deep inside, that it's too late. There's no fixing this anymore. See, this is where you just got to enjoy whatever life, you know, you've been blessed with. This is where the fishing pole comes in handy. This is when you bust out the DJI drone and you just do your best to enjoy life. You know what I mean? You smoke that cigar and you go on that nice walk on a sunny day and try not to think about this stuff. There's no fixing this anymore. I'm in my early 30s now, living in Seoul, working a job that consumes most of my time and energy. I went to a good university, did everything right, quote unquote. Well, we've heard that before over here in the US, according to our society's standards, but I feel like I'm running on empty. Every day feels like survival, not life. Korea's government throws money at us, baby bonuses, housing incentives, free childcare, but it all feels like putting a tiny bandage on a broken system. No amount of money can fix the reality we live in. The pressure to succeed starts when you're a toddler and never ends. Our school system is brutal. Our work culture glorifies sacrifice and burnout. Taking a break is seen as weakness. Saying no is disrespectful. You grow up being told that your worth is based on your productivity. Marriage, kids, that's not even in dreams anymore. They're burdens. My friends and I talk more about escaping the country than building. Isn't that crazy that South Koreans talk about escaping the country? All you really hear about is North Koreans trying to escape into South Korea. Let me see if we got any numbers on North Korea's birth rate. I wonder how true this is. They're at 1.79, which I mean is a lot better than the 0.72. So they're below replacement also, but not as egregiously as South Korea. Who wants to bring a child into a world where they'll suffer the same way we did or worse? And honestly, we're tired of pretending we're okay. We're tired of being told that it's our duty to save the nation by having children when the nation never cared about our well-being in the first place. We didn't get affordable housing, fair jobs, or mental health support, but now we're expected to sacrifice for the next generation. The saddest part is that even those who want to have kids feel they can't. Not in this environment. Not with these expectations. People say maybe things will get better, but how? Korea has had decades to change, and instead it doubled down on competition, image, and control. I love my country, but I don't trust it anymore. The gap between the people and the policymakers is too wide. The policies are written by older men who never lived like us, never felt this hopelessness. And by the time real change could come, if it ever does, it'll be too late. This isn't just a crisis of numbers, it's a crisis of spirit. We're not just disappearing in population, we're disappearing in hope. Damn, 51,000 likes. Yeah, it ain't looking good. It ain't looking good. Let me catch up with some of these chats. Isn't let's see, California, don't they outsource? Okay, I read that one. California doesn't outsource anything. Unions wouldn't allow it. Is it true in the U.S. that people are choosing not to have children? Like the number of people is increasing? I heard that, just didn't fact check. What country are you from, Sarah? Just curious. Okay, so me and my tinfoil hat here think fertility issues have to do with BPAs that are in pretty much everything because they are endocrine changers and play a big part in hormonal changes. I actually did an episode on that. And, male sperm count is down over 50% from the 70s. And women also have more irregular periods because of BPAs and things like that. So there's definitely fertility issues just off rip with that. Use the watermark. No problem. Use the grid. Klaus wants to see it. Don't risk it, says Trevor. I think the point has been made, though. Yeah. I mean, they've reached a point of no return. I was wondering what they were going to say the reasons were, which was, something I was hoping to get. Remember the music audio could have triggered it. That's the other thing that I'm afraid about. Because remember, we used the grid on the Vice film. Just a thought, but shouldn't YouTube restrict reusing content for only 7 to 12 days and ask anyone who does to link to the original? That would be cool if they did that. I think when certain channels get really big, they contract with these different media companies that then manage their content. So they'll go in there and start copywriting people. It's different. I mean, this channel has so many freaking, they have 23 million subscribers. Once you hit that level or even lower than that, like Vice, there's these third-party companies that'll manage, I think, their work, and then they get all this stuff into databases, and then they go after people. So it just ain't even worth the trouble. Are you played Days Gone? I haven't heard of that game. FYI, in 2004, California outsourced a buttload of dollars of government work. In 2021, company alone, they outsourced work. Yeah, I'm sure they outsource some stuff, but for the most part, a lot of those state jobs are still here. Was that fact checked? Isn't the video usable under fair use? Nah, they're going to get it. If you're asking about the one outsourcing, yes, from reputable. Let's see. The comments about BPAs being endocrine changes, yes, science backs that. Is there proof that has anything to do with the fertility rate? Not yet. Klaus says, but we learned that Ozempic is helping fertility in women, especially if they don't want to get pregnant. That's interesting. I didn't know that. From Missouri. Okay, yeah. Got it. So you're from the U.S. Caesar says all industrialized countries have low birth rates and pretty much terminal demographics. Yeah, that seems to be the number one thing that it's related to. Imagine chilling on YouTube and found a video saying that your country is over. That's pretty much what this person experienced. It's almost as if when you neglect the economic needs of younger people, you get less younger people. Hello, I'm a person living in Korea. The problem of low birth rate has become so serious that it can no longer be ignored and it is threatening the economy. But the problem of low birth rate in Korea is not being solved at all. Thank you so much for raising awareness among the people through this video. Wow, that's the first Kurzagat video starting with "We are doomed" and also ending with "Yeah, we are really doomed." Let's see what this says. The most depressing thing is that none of Korea's politicians take this problem seriously. They don't care. They all got properties in some other country if they want to jump ship. There's a quote I heard that goes like, when the older generation dies, their wisdom dies with them. When the younger generation dies, all hope dies with them. I think a really funny thing about all this is that just 10 to 15 years from now, we were making movies about how overpopulation could spell doom for the world. Yeah. It is crazy to me how the Korean Peninsula managed to somehow fit both the Stalinist dictatorship and cyberpunk dystopia in it. I feel bad for all the Korean comments in this video are like, yeah, we already know, but we can't fix it. Society, politicians are not into it. As a Korean, I did my military service and graduated from university. Now I'm working 75 hours a week at a company, of course, with no overtime pay or night shift allowance. I make around $2,200 a month and don't own a house or car. If I want to buy a home, I'd have to save for over 10 years while spending the bare minimum. Just taking care of myself is already a struggle, so the idea of getting married and starting a family isn't even something I can imagine. I think we see a lot of similar comments here. I lived in Seoul, so-called Gangnam, for over 30 years. The most important thing in Korean culture is neither family values nor the future of the country. Money is the first priority. Looks are the second priority. If you achieve these two things, you can live as a hero in Korea. For reference, real estate prices in the 3 districts of Gangnam, Seoul are rising like crazy. And not only pensions, but also medical insurance funds will soon be depleted. Nevertheless, as shown in the video, most people do not know how serious it is. Damn. Well, there it goes. Yep, there it goes. That's too bad. North Korea, no, China. This is how communism works. South Korea, no, America. This is how capitalism works. I think there's an argument to be made that this is kind of the end result of unfettered capitalism. Capitalism without guardrails, I think, leads to this kind of wealth inequality that then slows down family creation, because you got this bigger gap between the haves and the have-nots. And, once housing and normal living stuff becomes too expensive, it ain't going to work. Klaus says, birth rates are bad almost everywhere. I was shocked that even Mexico was that low. I was too. I didn't expect that. There's a reason a lot of governments don't want to stop immigration. I was watching something about immigration. It was like from Sam Cedar, he's like a Democrat liberal guy, but sometimes I watch, I try to watch things on both sides. And he was talking about how I might be totally misquoting him, but how immigration pretty much is a lot of folks that they'll be issued a social security number once they're, processed into the country. And then that's used so that they can pay social security out of their check. But, if they're not going to be a citizen, then they'll never benefit from it. So I think the U.S. turns a blind eye because they need these people here in order to help contribute to the social security fund. So then American citizens can then benefit from that once they retire and all these things. So I think there's a lot of interesting things behind that story that a lot of us don't realize. Ironic that North Korea may end up outliving South Korea. The hare may be ahead initially. The tortoise wins in the long run. Yeah, that's just an interesting thing there altogether. Just throwing this out there because why not? I wonder if the overturning of Roe v. Wade will change our birth rate in any significant way. No, I don't think so. I don't think that's what's going to would do it specifically. I don't think so. Someone left a comment in one of my other videos, and they were talking about Israel specifically, and I don't know. I was looking at some of their stuff, and I found something interesting because both men and women get conscripted over there. But if a woman is pregnant or has a child, then she can leave conscription, or she doesn't have to serve conscription in the first place. So it seems like, and they have a pretty high fertility rate. It seems like there's this thing where all the men are going to have to do conscription, and women have to do it too unless they have a baby. You know what I mean? Or get pregnant. So it's like there's this incentive for them probably to have a kid right when they turn 18, so to speak, to avoid conscription, which is an interesting choice to make. So it kind of makes me think, like, if we brought conscription back and it was for both people, like for both, for men and women, then possibly that would give, women an incentive to say, all right, do I want to be conscripted for these couple years, or do I want to go the route of having a kid? That might do something in that regard. Now, of course, you got other issues like the economics of the situation and being able to have a place to stay and live to be able to pay for stuff. So there's probably a bunch of other programs in Israel that kind of make that decision a lot easier for folks there. I don't know what the healthcare situation is, what the living situation is, but there needs to be some incentive for people to want to have kids. I was thinking it wouldn't because not that many abortions were going on, but I'm curious to see in 10 years what the numbers would say. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's going to be the main driving factor. Government, enjoy being beat up in retirement homes, y'all. How do you explain Japan, who has low immigration and low birth rates? I know they have recently changed some of their immigration stuff. I don't know how much or how much of that's just kind of sensationalist news. They're kind of stereotypically not with the immigration. My bet is that birth rate goes up when people start getting really stressed out. Happens in animal populations. I think with animal populations, depending on whatever the environment that you see that can actually sustain it. Like if you have an island, there's this K line. I think they call it the K line. That's a set number of population that can sustain. And once it hits that, there's usually a steep drop in population until it starts building up again. I mean, I read about that a decade ago, so I could be wrong. Japan actually has shifted their stance lately and is a lot more open to immigration now. I've been watching a few Germans that went to Japan to live there. Okay, yeah, so that's what I heard. Getting a work visa in Japan was almost impossible only 10 years back. Ironically, it'll probably take starvation and desperation to up the birth rate. Misread your comment. Thought you said the birth rate was low in Mexico because of immigration. Got it. Well, guys, I say maybe to wrap it up, I will go ahead and read this article here. I probably should call it pretty soon. I do got to talk to Paul and Dr. Baskerville tomorrow morning. I actually forgot about that. That's all right. Paul put up this tweet, though, which I thought was interesting. Now this is really rich when men have been paying women both during and after marriage to live sedentary, unproductive lives. Instead of calling them bums who failed to launch, we just called them women. Now that the shoe is occasionally on the other foot, the shaming and wailing commences. Wail away, ladies. Nobody cares, nor should they. And he linked this article, which is from the Washingtonian, which is pretty interesting. It's from 2021, by the way, so it's a little bit older. More and more women are paying alimony to failure to launch ex-husbands, and they're really, really not happy about it. And the little quote here is, it's not just as simple as saying because men pay it, women should pay it too. So, okay, that's interesting. Let's see how much of this story we can get to. It's kind of a long article. I'll try not to make it boring. Her husband was supposed to be looking for a job. He'd promised her over and over, I'll work on my resume. I'll set up the informational interviews. I'll reach out to my contacts. Instead, he sat on her couch and watched made-for-TV Christmas movies. Now, hold on a second. That's her husband. What do you mean her couch? He sat on their couch, if we're going by the letter of the law. Michelle had met John when they were young. They'd reconnected years later after she and her first husband, with whom she had a child, split. Okay. Not long after the romance began, there's that word romance, John quit his job and moved into her apartment. She must be like the main breadwinner, like making a ton, so it kind of made sense for him to quit. Saying he wanted to help out with childcare. Michelle, an executive, was a little, she's an executive. Yeah, so she's making buco bucks. Was a little nervous about his being unemployed. Plus, she shared custody with her ex, so she didn't actually need that kind of help, but she rolled with it, believing that the whole situation was temporary. I feel like there's a little bit missing from this recollection, but let's go with it. She knows how it sounds now. At the time, though, she really had faith in him. They'd been smitten with each other. This is what happens when you choose romantic love as the defining factor of who to get married to. And John had indeed bonded with her kid, but after they got married, Robert, you off to bed? Hey, man, I appreciate you coming in today, man, and thank you for the generosity with the super chats. Glad to hear everything's going well with you, man, and, man, just keep it up. Keep up the good stuff, man. We don't stop out here. We keep going. Have a fantastic evening, man. Enjoy your Sunday. Murder of Crow says, pigging out does diminish fertility. Who'd have thunk it? It's almost as if overweight women are less attractive for a reason. Okay, moving in here. So she didn't need that kind of help, but she rolled with it, believing that the whole situation was temporary. She knows how it sounds now. At the time, though, she really had faith in him. They'd been smitten with each other, and John had indeed bonded with her kid, but after they got married, he never found work. He told her he wanted to change professions. I was like, God, please just get a job, she says. Like anything, Starbucks barista. Man, an executive married to a Starbucks barista. Don't we talk about that around on this channel sometimes? Work at Harris Teeter. Indeed, he went back to school out of town. It was a huge financial burden. Michelle says, adding that she was paying for her apartment and his place at school. Dang, it's like the opposite. She's putting him through school. Still, she was cautiously optimistic that he was working towards something. Over winter break, he came back to Washington, ostensibly for some informational interviews. Then Michelle determined that he was actually just binge watching the Hallmark Channel. I'm starting to doubt this story. You're telling me this guy was watching the Hallmark Channel? There seems to be a lapse in memory here. I just felt like the biggest fool, Michelle says. I realized nothing had changed and he was going to be dependent for the rest of my life and that all the talk was going to amount to nothing, and it was horrific. I feel like there's been a lot of guys who put up with this situation from their wives. She told him she wanted a divorce. Okay, here comes no fault. During the separation, she says she paid for everything, legal fees, mediation, therapy. Where have we heard this before, gentlemen? Where have we heard this before? She was advised to protect her retirement plan, so she bought John out of the condo they owned. Okay, John got pretty much his half of that. She also did something she'd never expected to do. She agreed to pay him alimony, $1,000 a month. I mean, and if she didn't agree to it, the courts are going to make her pay that alimony. All right, so here's what happens once the executive high-paying woman's got to pay alimony. All I could think to myself was, I divorced my first husband, had his child, it's going to be our child, come on now, and had less than $300 a month in child support from him, she says. And I was going to be paying nearly 4 times as much alimony to someone with whom I had not had a child and had supported this whole time while I begged him to get a job. I couldn't believe it. Man, yeah, this is what happens to women when they have to pay child support or spousal support. And when I worked at child support, man, I specifically remember, like, every now and then in that rare time where it was a woman who had to pay child support, they were pissed. They were tough to deal with, like, because they just couldn't believe it. They're like, why do I have to pay to this guy? Like, they couldn't fathom it. And again, this happens to guys every single day in this country, and nobody gives a damn. But it's like, we need a whole article about this when it happens to her. But again, that the law is genderless when it comes to this thing. There's the supporting party and the supported party. The typical narrative around child support and alimony is that, and for better or worse, and it's interesting because I don't know what the custody situation, but she mentioned sort of 50-50 up here. And that guy was paying her $300, which means her first husband was probably making more money than her. So that's interesting. So she divorced him and she was cool with that. Then she married this guy that she just was, you know, into, that she knew before. And then she like, oh, well, whatever. He'll turn around. Sounds like she kind of married a little bit of a bad boy, Chad, so to speak. And he was like, whatever. The typical narrative around child support and alimony is that for better or worse, like, so yeah, here's an example of a guy going through a divorce and it's like, not, it works for him. The typical narrative around child support and alimony is that for better or worse, husbands pay it to their ex-wives. But there's a growing demographic of Washington women who emerge from their marriages as the payers, not the recipients of this kind of financial restitution. Some of them have already coined a term for this phenomenon, the joke that they're paying galimony. And while no one is ever thrilled at the prospect of writing checks to an ex, divorce attorneys around the region report that a rising contingent of these female payers react to the prospect of sending support payments with pure hot rage. So when divorce attorneys break the news, like, yeah, you're going to be the one paying, they get freaking pissed. But it's like, why get pissed? I mean, this is the divorce laws you support. So here we go, you know? Real quick, let me just catch up with the chat. I know I missed a few of them. It's been fun. I'm off to bed, though. Take it easy, Robert. Night. No, seriously, look up Ozempic and fertility as search terms. You know, I'm going to do that right now. That's really interesting. Ozempic. Yeah, I heard there's like a side effect with Ozempic that can like make you blind or something. There was this guy that I was talking to that was telling me about it. Ozempic fertility increase. Let's see. Oh, here we go. While not an intended effect, Ozempic, semaglutide, and similar medications like Mounjaro and Wegovy can increase fertility in women. That's interesting. This is primarily due to the medication's ability to help individuals lose weight and improve insulin resistance, which can restore hormonal balance and regularize ovulation. Okay, that's interesting. Ozempic can also be helpful for women with PCOS, polycystic ovary syndrome, a condition that can cause infertility. Ozempic can help regulate menstrual cycles and improve ovulation in women with PCOS. That's interesting. Wow, Klaus, good. Thanks for sharing that. That's an interesting tidbit of information. Deanna the Man says, heading out to, it was good catching you live this time. Also, I don't believe a guy would be watching Hallmark. Yeah, there's something. My trust in this article has been diminished. Yo, shout out to you, Deanna the Man. I absolutely will play both of those songs at the end of it. And I appreciate you coming in here and spending time. Trevor says, if women don't want to pay alimony, they should prioritize finding a partner while they are young, while their salaries are low. Men don't have this option. Well, yeah, I mean, again, you know, this comes back to looking at people like she prioritized romantic love, and a lot of guys do that. You know, you'll hear a coach say men are in love, women are in business. Well, this is, you know, a kind of reverse example of that. Got you. What does Ozempic do? GLP-1 agonist can increase fertility. It tamps down on pigging out. Fatty boom baddies often have trouble making babies. Don't forget to play my songs at the end. Absolutely, we will. It's funny how taking a sip of the own medicine is tasting bad. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's going to take a certain amount of women to be in the situation for them to like really want to make a change here. I don't want to be negative. I won't say it. Ozempic will also gleefully screw up one's satiation hormone cycle, possibly forever. Yeah, I mean, you know, me, I personally don't trust that kind of stuff. I know a lot of people are just taking it like crazy right now. But it don't seem right. Try not eating what wants to kill you at all times, plants, and of course sugars. Exactly. I mean, if they give that up and have a stricter diet, you know, they can lose weight. But I think Ozempic probably lets you eat like, you know, a ton of pancakes and still be okay. Here we go. I think it's important to go back to why was alimony created in the first place, Michelle says. It's not just as simple as saying because men pay it, women should pay it too. What's noteworthy to me is the fury of the women. Man, I remember this from working at child support, says Heather Hostetter, a prominent divorce lawyer in Bethesda who handles cases in Maryland and D.C. I just don't experience that as much with men who are confronted with the fact that they have to pay alimony. And part of the fury relates to this idea of what exactly am I paying for? Okay. Not to suggest that every divorcee responds that way. Some, especially those with kids, feel just fine about providing financial support, but that there's a subset who do. Often these are women whose husbands did not expect to be the lower earning partner in their marriage and subsequently did not take the role reversal well. Instead of stepping up at home, the husband stepping up. Hold on a second. But the woman's already an executive. Why does the husband need to step up? She's already getting it done. The husbands leaned way back, and then when it all ended, demanded the right to maintain the lifestyle. Are they wrong to demand that right? I thought it was all good. That's part of the law, right? And that's what spousal support's based off of. It's based off of maintaining the lifestyle of the marriage, which to me off rip is kind of stupid because it's like if you guys are splitting up and there needs to be two households, how can you possibly maintain that same lifestyle, especially in a no-fault divorce? I mean, it's crazy. You can't do that. It should be like less than that lifestyle. It may be a shock to some women because they are not interested in supporting 9 times out of 10 what they call, quote unquote, the loser. And that's why they're getting out of the marriage because he's a loser or he's strayed or whatever it might be, says Cheryl New, a family lawyer who has been practicing in Maryland and Virginia for 3+ decades. I think it is really hard emotionally for women to wrap their arms around this phenomenon, especially considering that in Maryland, Virginia, and DC, it doesn't even matter how long or short your marriage was. You can still be made to pay. In legalese, money for your ex is called alimony in DC. In Maryland and Virginia, it's spousal support. They also call it maintenance sometimes in like the UK and stuff. The euphemism of choice to describe payments for both children and a former spouse is support. In all 3 jurisdictions, child support is just that, but recipients don't have to account for how they spend the money. So if kids are involved, the child support could go toward your daughter's soccer cleats, could be blown on his new Xbox. Your guess is as good as anyone else. It can go to anything. I mean, the wife could, whoever's receiving it can get a Louis Vuitton purse, and that'll be that. For Michelle, the notion that her ex was somehow entitled to money from her given the circumstances was infuriating. I spent a lot of time being very bitter over how betrayed I felt, she says, adding that it took her 3 years to pay off all kinds of expenses she incurred during the marriage and the divorce. She spent 6 figures on the divorce in her estimation. I think it's important to go back to why was alimony created in the first place, Michelle says. It's not just as simple as saying because men pay it, women should pay it too, or is it? Well, I mean, I think the Equal Rights Amendment would say that it is. Oh, no, the law goes both ways. We have to fix that. Very much so. And listen, I'll be honest. Like, if you were ever going to get married, like all these red pill guys, and these alpha pickup artist gurus will talk about using their pickup skills to get laid. But if you really got all these game skills, what you need to do is be finding yourself a situation like this. I don't give a damn what some alpha male red pills guru definition of masculinity is or what some tradcon's definition of masculinity is. This is how you get married and come out of it without a bunch of BS right here. This is it. This is the only pathway for state marriage to make any kind of sense. And this is why looking at people's finances makes the most sense if you're going to sign that paper. People have been getting divorced almost as long as they've been getting married. Legal separations in the states escalated during the 1820s and 30s as independence fever swept the former colonies. Now, just to be clear, people were getting divorced in, Roman times in the past. But when Christianity took over Europe, there was no divorce. There was only annulments, just to be clear. And then once the American Revolutionary War happened, divorce got introduced in the U.S. It still wasn't even there in England. And then later on, England adopted that. So this is interesting history. Imagine a nation of dissatisfied spouses saying, so, at this time, the U.S. casts off English control, and then they're like, we're going to do things differently. We're going to allow divorce over here. If England and America can break up, imagine a nation of dissatisfied spouses saying, if England and America can break up, why can't we? And as the 19th century wore on, divorce rates continue to rise. For decades, divorce is pretty much, it's kind of interesting to say this. It sounds weird, but it's a very American thing, ironically. For decades, undoing an I do involved convoluted court maneuverings. Fault-based laws required specific grounds for termination. This is back when the marriage contract made sense. Merely unhappy husbands and wives squirmed their way through legal loopholes as best they could. Until 1969. 1969, we know, is when no-fault divorce was passed in Sacramento, California, right where I'm sitting. Well, not right where I'm sitting, but in the same city. And that's why when you walk into William Ridgway Family Court, there's a sign that says home of the original one-day divorce program in there. It used to say original one-day divorce, but then they made a new sign, and now it says original one-day divorce program. When then Governor Ronald Reagan, a divorcee sympathetic to their plight, signed California's Family Law Act, which gave disgruntled partners terminology for their insurmountable feelings and enshrined them as grounds for divorce. Irreconcilable differences, which is basically, this is what no-fault divorce is, irreconcilable differences. But alimony is even older than divorce. It's as old as the Babylonian Code of Hammurabi. So as old as ancient Mesopotamia circa 1792 BC, the American model is rooted in the ecclesiastical courts of England, through which, before the advent of divorce, couples could seek a legal separation. Post-separation, a man was expected to continue to provide for the woman he'd married, along with Christianity and smallpox blankets. This system of alimony was brought by European settlers to America. Historically, a woman had alimony rights because she had no property rights during marriage, an interesting trade-off that, and zero ability to earn her own money. Alimony then and now wasn't really about the woman's well-being so much as protecting the state from the undue burden of taking care of her when her husband didn't want to provide. Yeah, this is about not having another welfare recipient. In 1979, citing the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment, the Supreme Court determined that this unequal treatment, wherein men are always payers and women the inevitable payees, was unconstitutional, thereby striking down an Alabama statute that required only men to pay alimony to women. This is one of those rare wins for men, I guess you can say, because back then it was only men paying to women, but, you know, as a result of the equality between men and women, this became a thing. And I think women who are against the Equal Rights Amendment, I can't remember their names, but some of the folks here in the chat told me about them, were against it because they couldn't imagine women paying spousal support to men, but they knew that would happen as a result of that. So that's interesting. About that case in the matter of Orr v. Orr, now, of course, culturally speaking, what tradcons, men, and based off of that sort of cultural definition of masculinity, men are shamed into not taking spousal. So many men who are owed spousal support have refused to take it. You know what I mean? And that's because of this cultural conditioning of the man must provide, which, you know, in my opinion, is men walking away from that is a good thing. But even with this change, cultural gynocentric tradition has, you know, kind of compelled men to marry women that really bring less in economically. And if they, you know, don't do that, then they're less of a man somehow. It all sounds so ridiculous when I think about it. Real quick, let me just catch up with the chat. Murder Cross says, Mary J. Blige is so upset about paying her ex-spouse. Yeah, and who's the other one? Halle Berry, who's not as super duper successful as her. Imagine that. Yeah, I mean, how is that an injustice? Happens to millions of men every day. Common Sensible says, it was never to this level either. They were complaining about 5% divorce rates in the late 1800s. Never to the level today. Yeah, she's kind of making it sound like it was more. Even in the 50s, it was, I think it was a lot less. Well, at least kids born out of wedlock was at 5%. So I have to look at the numbers again, but I think it was different. I would have to look at that again, though, to be honest. Murder of Crow says, men and husbands seem to have to be all the grillion things for a woman who just needs to wake up in the morning. Yeah, I mean, hey, that's, and you know, I'd like to think a lot of that's changing now. About that case, in the matter of Orr v. Orr, William Orr had been ordered to pay his ex-wife Lillian $1,240 a month. When he didn't pay up, she tried to have him found in contempt. He responded by arguing that Alabama's alimony statutes be declared unconstitutional because they empowered courts to compel husbands to pay alimony, but never did the same to wives. Bold, no. William lost in the circuit court. He appealed all the way to the Supreme Court, where a young Ruth Bader Ginsburg then lawyering for ACLU, filed the brief in his support. Interesting. So Ruth Bader Ginsburg actually gave men this win. Tradcons were probably still angry about it. William ultimately prevailed, a win for equal rights that benefited men who didn't feel like making their alimony pay. That's kind of a crappy way of saying it. It's not that they didn't feel like it. It was an injustice. Exactly the kind of feminist victory women the world over were rooting for. I think that's kind of a joke on her part. They're making it seem like, look at this freaking picture. They're making it seem like a piñata where the guy just gets all the money. But if you put a woman in there, how is it not just as egregious? It really does apply to both genders. So why does alimony, aka spousal support, still exist? Like, this is the cash and prizes right here. See what I mean? So why does alimony, aka spousal support, still exist? The modern justification is threefold. One, if a couple has children, the court doesn't think it's in the kids' best interest for their quality of life to seesaw wildly between their parents' homes. Two, a person without an income could very well end up relying on resources such as food. This is kind of stupid because oftentimes the guy is still paying for all the stuff, the kids and, you know, the wife there, but then he's living in a crap apartment on the other side of the railroad tracks to do that. Two, a person without an income could very well end up relying on resources such as food stamps or other kinds of government support. Yeah, they don't want someone on welfare. The court is not so hot on that prospect. The deal is, hey, you married them. You don't get to make them the state's problem just because you don't like them anymore. This is a stupid one too, because it's like, what if you still like them and they're the ones who just decided to leave you, no fault style. And three, a lot of spouses, typically wives, sacrificed earning power in order to do the bulk of the home front labor, a career penalty for which alimony might compensate. I still think this is BS too, because there's a lot of labor men do around the house, all stuff outside of work that, you know, they never get credit for, but that's fine. Until recently, payers could ease their pain with the knowledge that their alimony was a tax write-off, as Hofstadter puts it, the greatest tax deduction known to man. Since January 1st, 2019, though, that's no longer the case. Alimony is now, in theory, just some generalist thing in which resources flow from the higher earner to the lower non-earner. That's how it is in California. In practice, it has virtually been a given for the last half century or so that the higher earning spouse would be male. The pay gap, I mean, this is a bunch of feminist stuff. The pay gap, abysmal, non-existent parental leave policies, insidious cultural norms that keep women from achieving their full economic potential. Yeah, yada, yada, yada. But this given is a given no longer, says divorce lawyer Sandy Ein, whose name you'll surely recognize if you followed stories about the splits of mega lobbyists Tony and Heather Podesta, or mom and pop shop owners turned retail multimillionaires Herbert and Gloria Haft. Years ago, you virtually never had a woman who was in a greater earning situation than her spouse, says Ein. Today, it's certainly not uncommon for it to occur. For the first time in American history, a critical mass of women are paying their male exes support. Okay, here we go. And again, I'll say it, you know, these are the kind of marriages you should be looking for if you do want to tie the knot with somebody. I'd keep an eye out for this. If women could sit here and you know, do this type of stuff, you know, predatory style, there's nothing wrong with not wanting to marry a woman who doesn't really bring in any money. This occurrence is especially common in D.C., where as straight single women have probably told you, single college-educated men are outnumbered by their female peers 53 to 47. The Washington area is home to approximately 40,000 more single women with bachelor's degrees or higher than single men of the same academic pedigree. Hey, listen, men married women that made way less than them for a long time. Why is it such a tragedy for a woman who's a high-powered Washington person to marry a guy who makes less than her? I mean, I thought they wanted to be that person. As some of those women are making some serious money, so much in fact that in the event they wind up divorcing, they need a professional to help them navigate their staggering assets. So they called Diane Nolan, a certified divorce financial analyst. Yes, that's an actual accreditation in Vienna, who works with high net worth women. Nolan's specialty zeroing in on the nitty gritty of who gets what. Is the beach house worth more to her than the pied-à-terre in the city? Does he really need the BMW SUV when they both know he's not planning to do after-school carpool? Who the hell says that? Her client base, executives at major corporations, attorneys, business owners, medical professionals, and top real estate agents, all women, by the way, See, women can do this stuff, and they could pay alimony just fine. When you consider the compensation package that might be some of those things in addition to traditional earnings, they're typically in the $750,000 and above, $1 million and above, Nolan says, high six figures. Given the lifestyles both parties are used to, the payouts for the spouse of the power spouse can be substantial. It's not uncommon to see support that's $6,000, $8,000, $10,000 a month, Nolan says. I have one Virginia case, an executive at a Fortune 500 tech company where support was upwards of $18,000 a month. There you go. One ex I spoke to told me that when she and her husband split 4 years ago, he cleared the house out when he left. He took the TV, the china, my flatware, all of the things you would anticipate a man would say, I don't want this, you can have it. She pays child support and covers major bills for the kids, tuition, camp, insurance. It's a harsh reality. As she put it, I often look in the mirror and wonder whether this whole feminism thing backfired on me. There you go. Yeah, shout out to you. You know, the whole, you know, and again, it's just like what we really should just use the same logic against them. Well, she just needs to step up and be a real woman and pay these bills. You know, she needs to be a real boss babe and stop complaining and literally do her job as a parent and pay this money. Otherwise, she's a scumbag and she shouldn't be complaining. All right. Washington is also a hotbed of cross-income dating, possibly more than any other American city. Cross-income dating. Okay, see that right there? I think they're saying this is endogamy. This is people trying to find people in the same class. Unless I'm reading that wrong. Consider the contributing factors: a high density of very impressive but generally less than lucrative professional fields, the federal government, journalism, nonprofits, academia, and I might be wrong. I don't know if they mean out of class or within class. Alongside employers that pay buckets of money like big law and lobbying, political consulting outfits, and tech companies. You've got disparate income brackets. Okay, there you go. No, I think they mean the opposite. That attract nearly identical breeds of people, alumni of competitive schools with similar backgrounds and shared cultural references. Which is to say, people who would definitely date, marry, and alas, divorce each other. Let's see. I just want to pull up some of these chats because I know I missed some. Men and husbands seem to have to be all the. Oh yeah, I read that one. The proper human state seems to be when in ketosis, never possible with modern food fare. Dr. Chaff has more on it if you're interested. Ideally, what would you do with the family court system and OCSS? Would you abolish them both? And if you could not, what would you do instead of that? Well, I mean, I think anything shy of a executive order from Trump wouldn't allow me to abolish that. But what I would do with OCSS really is a policy of diminishment. And the first thing I would do is cancel the incentive payments to states, basically, and get rid of the performance measures. So what would then happen is once the states stop getting the incentive payments, they would get other payments based off of, how much they spent. There's other, they still get the welfare block grant and these kinds of things. But what I would do is I would cancel the incentive payments and pretty much tell them that, hey, you're not going to get any extra money for working non-welfare cases. And what you need to focus on is just working welfare cases, which you were originally created to do. So if you want to work child support cases that are designed to get the welfare money back, do that. But don't intrude private American families. So they would instantly be in the negative once I get rid of the incentive payments. And then they'd pretty much have to reorient their caseload because they wouldn't have enough money to sit there and work the non-welfare cases. At least not as much. And then they'd have to work welfare cases mostly. And then it would pretty much be revealed that they're really bad at their job because getting money from welfare cases is very hard to collect from. And then it would just be this big embarrassment on OCSS where it's like, why is your performance so low? You're supposed to be focusing on welfare cases. Why aren't you bringing back as much money as before? You know, back when you were destroying middle-class American families who had nothing to do with welfare. And then from there, once that embarrassment is exposed, we could then begin to talk about a much larger policy-wide shift between it. But essentially, I think as it stands now, a policy of diminishment would work very well. So, you know, you'd probably see different things. Some people might end up on welfare, more likely to try to take advantage of that or not, but that's what I would do first. When it comes to no fault, I would still allow two people to get divorced if they want to, if they agree to that. But if one person agrees and if one person wants to unilaterally divorce and the other doesn't, I think they should forfeit some kind of claim on the marital assets since they want to leave. Like, you can leave, but you're not getting anything with you. So if you want to go, you can. Now, that will lead to a bunch of false, you know, allegations in order to say, well, I have to leave. And there's a fault-based thing here. So that'd be the tough part of that. Klaus says, I'm aware. Thank you. I have to take all measures to control my weight. Maybe start by holding the Mordor squad back a bit. Yeah, we's just sharing. Okay, real quick. I'm going to, you know, it's already 11:20. I'm going to go till 11:30. We may not finish the whole article, but I think we're kind of getting the gist of it. Hostetter calls the men in the most enraging of women payouts divorces. Hostetter, so this is the high power attorney, calls the men in the most enraging of women payout divorces. Woman pays out divorces. Failure to launch X's. Okay, yeah, it's the man's fault. The men were supposed to step up, but why? Why can't the man, you know, play more of a homemaker role? Why do they both got to be doing it just because she's doing it? And she hears about them all the time. For sure, in the last 10 years, I've seen and represented many more women who fall into what I'd say is a very specific category. The wife is the breadwinner, but the husband is not necessarily performing the services of the traditional stay-at-home spouse. Okay. It's not just that these women are out earning their husbands. They're out parenting their husbands. They're out homemaking their husbands. They're out everythinging their husbands. You know what's crazy? This kind of matches a lot of stories of like dead bedrooms. And this happens to a lot of guys too. You know, they'll talk about they come home and the wife is just lazy. She hasn't cooked or done anything. This guy hasn't freaking, you know, gotten his knob slobbed on in a long time. Forgive me for the grotesqueness there. And they'll start to bend over backwards, do everything. They'll do the cooking. They'll try to do this. They'll try to put the kids to sleep. None of it works. Chore play. Coach talks about that. This is all just garbage to me, to be honest. It's not just that these, yeah, okay, I read that part. It was a struggle to even keep my husband employed, says Elizabeth. Why would he want to be employed when the laws are so on his side? He's not stupid. You keep working. You're the breadwinner. I'm not going to sit here and do that. You know, a communications exec who pays her ex child support in the high single-digit thousands. Okay. But he did virtually no domestic labor. Oh, too bad. And you know what? There's no laws to ensure that he does domestic labor. So are we going to get those laws changed? Are we going to go back to at-fault divorce? What's it going to be? Exactly. Drizzle. Abso-freaking-lutely. And this is why I recommend it. This is the kind of power a guy should have right here. And red pill gurus and tradcons alike will say that's not masculine. You're not a real man. Hell no. I will take this deal if I have to. This is what shields you in a marriage right here. But he did virtually no domestic labor. If he emptied the dishwasher, he wanted a parade. It's so funny because you hear, you know, pretty much husbands talking about their same horrible experience. Again, this is the lottery effect. Remember that Eliza Philby talked about the lottery winner effect. It's the same thing. Women do this all the time. They get that executive guy, then they get hella lazy and they stop doing stuff. It's all garbage. And it's the same thing. This guy won the lottery. He's experiencing the lottery winner effect. And he's just like, all right, hell nah. You know what I'm saying? I'm bored of this now. That's what it is. So yeah, here you go. It's good for the cans, good for the bottle. Maybe that's how we get these laws changed. Pull the rug on the boss babes. That's exactly what we do. And it's like, if these guys are so good at game and they're so good at pulling women, go seduce one of these women and get married to her. Do that and keep doing it until these laws changed. You know, if you can go MGTOW, and if you really want to go for gold, find someone like that, you know? He once said that he wasn't going to do, and he literally did air quotes, all the mommy things. That sucked. Man, this is kind of hilarious. I'll never forget the moment I realized, wow, I am making more money now, and I'm still the wife. Too bad. Plenty of guys out here in dead bedrooms making plenty of money cleaning up the house and doing chore play and still not getting anything. All they're hearing is, I got a headache. I'm still doing all the stay-at-home mom stuff. I'm breaking my neck to get to the grocery store before the nanny has to get her bus so I can pick up groceries, dry cleaning, and do errands. You know what I got to say about that?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch. Cut that bitch off.
Music to my ears. That's exactly what I feel about that. Also this.
I'm an alpha male. I can do this.
Yep.
I just wanted to let y'all know I'm an alpha male.
There you go. It didn't just suck. It stunned. She'd been under the belief she'd entered into a progressive marriage between equals. Uh-oh. Not so fun now, is it? Who has this man who still thought emptying the dishwasher was a mommy thing to do? Who talks like that? Hey, by the way, you fell in love with that guy. Just so you know, I blindly, there it is. There's that romantic love blindness. I blindly went into it thinking, okay, I'll do 50% and he'll do 50% and it'll be a partnership. And it was not. It ended up being the single mother of 3. Oh, I was a single mother in my own marriage. And that was a shock to me that I had to do everything. I had to do everything. Yeah. Feel sorry for me. Including earn all the money. But you also have to walk on eggshells because you can't be a threat to their masculinity. They're so insecure. Hell no. This is the strategy right here, gentlemen. One woman, real quick, let me just read this. Thank you so much, iTrevor. I appreciate that donation. Very generous of you. I really do appreciate that. Question for you, Shah. What's the biggest mistake you made that you don't regret making? And theoretically, if you had a time machine, you wouldn't undo it? Man, that's a freaking good question. The biggest mistake. Man, I appreciate you for asking such a fun question to get my mind on something different. What's the biggest mistake you made that you don't regret making? And theoretically, if you had a time machine, wouldn't undo it? I think about like the first chick I went out with, and that ended pretty badly for me. I did get, I was like disappointed, heartbroken after that. But there was a moment where I was super happy that happened to me because I realized that who I was before was incredibly naive. For the longest time, I wanted to be a doctor. That was my goal in college. And it didn't turn out for me that way. And after, I didn't start dating until later, but after I met that person and it went really terribly and I got like pretty much backstabbed and betrayed super hard, there was a moment where I was in the shower and like and this is even after working at child support for years and seeing the craziest things happen to people. I still didn't understand. I still didn't learn these things or experience these things on an emotional level. But there was a moment where I was in the shower just shampooing my hair. And I remember thinking like, I was so happy that I didn't become a doctor. Like I was so happy that didn't pan out for me. And I'd seen judgments and orders of doctors getting screwed over by their wives. I've seen plenty of that. But I realized that the kind of person I was, if that would have happened for me and I would have been this high earner guy, I would have found a woman just like my first girlfriend, and she wouldn't have revealed herself to me so early. She would have bided her time and screwed me over really badly. So that experience just made me really happy about like my life choices up until that point. And I'm so glad that happened to me and that it hurt really bad. And because it just gave me like a really sharp vision and sight on that. So super grateful for that. Super grateful we weren't too entangled. I made a lot of mistakes there that looking back were pretty stupid, So again, I really feel like I'm grateful to have gotten my heart broken so bad. And I'm very grateful that I got to experience that without being over leveraged into a situation. The only reason I didn't over leverage myself too much is also because I did work at child support. So there were enough of these guardrails on my behavior to make sure I didn't get too far into it. So, I mean, if I can go back, I'd probably do all that stuff again, which sounds crazy to say. But to answer your question, that's the first thing that comes to mind. I'm trying to think of other things. But yeah, I think that that was super important because a lot of people, even with this information, even if you've been reading this kind of stuff for a long time, will still think, you know, like Coach Greg Adams says, not my girl, or you think she's somebody different or she's special and you don't think rationally. But once you've been through that betrayal one time, then when you get that feeling again with and you meet other women down the line that you're like, man, I really like her, something like that. But still, you still can think a little bit clearer in those situations. Murder of Crow says, them domestic laws are being implemented in Spain of all areas. Guess in favor of whom? That's interesting. I'd have to look that up. That sounds like an interesting story to read. I'm guessing it's in favor of the women there. Probably should start flirting with my HR dragon. She makes more money than me. Man, hell yeah. I'm with it. Red Eye Trevor's comment. Murder of Crow says, imagine thinking just saying some magic words and everything just working out with the ever battling foe. Just infinitely simp up. Yeah, no, that's just too much. Wishful thinking. Thanks for sharing. Absolutely, man. No worries. Thank you again for the donation. 1129. You know what? Screw it. Let me just read another couple paragraphs. This is a good article. One woman in the Maryland suburbs recalled that she and her husband were prepared for him to out-earn her, but not for the alternative. There wasn't an expectation that I'd go out and be the primary breadwinner, she told me, which might have been part of the problem, actually. She wonders now if the values with which she and her husband were raised made the two of them, and maybe men and women of their entire generation fundamentally mismatched. My mom, even though she'd been a stay-at-home mom, she'd say, you can be whatever you want to be in life. It's truly an option for you. And she raised me to expect that, she says. But I think at the same time, my husband's mom raised him to expect the same treatment in the household as our fathers received, that he can make money and his wife would take care of the home. The message, girls go out and live in an egalitarian world. Guys don't worry about ever having to do your laundry. That's BS. Plenty of guys do their laundry, no problem, every day. So I don't know what the hell she's talking about. She hasn't, I don't know, this just sounds over embellished to me. She hasn't paid spousal support. I would have been very angry to pay alimony. And it's funny because basically she's just held hostage because she knows she has to pay. What she could do is just say, screw you, I'm not doing your laundry. But then why doesn't she do that? Okay, eventually she does. Now she's got to pay. She hasn't paid spousal support. I would have been very angry to pay alimony, I will admit, but she does cover a bigger share of the cost for their children. And she says she feels totally fine with the financial arrangement, despite the fact that she feels like she's still running point on their kids' lives. The same as when they are married. Well, if you're not sitting there having to wash his dishes and do his laundry, what are you complaining about? Stephanie, who lives in Northern Virginia, found herself in a similar situation. After she had kids and went back to school, her earnings kept rising and she eventually became an executive. But her husband's plateaued. Including bonuses, she tells me. She was making about 2.5 times his take-home payment. Heck yeah, that's what I want to see. Hey, man, shout out to that guy. Yeah, even as she climbed professionally, the worrying bottom line of what had to happen for our kids and family at home still fell to me. I feel my spouse picked and chose what he wanted to do, Stephanie says, leaving her to handle both the taxing mental labor and the unglamorous grunt work of parenting. This sounds like BS to me again. Take the vomiting child, for example, or the really awful school fundraiser. Honestly, the husband's probably like, we don't need to go to this damn school fundraiser. And then she was like, oh yeah, we do. Fine, I'll go. Because she didn't want to listen to what he had to say. And he was like, all right, screw you. If you want to go to the fundraiser, go to the damn fundraiser. But I'm not going because I know it's a waste of time. They split after many years together. Stephanie became the full-time and see, when she's making 2.5 times more than you, that's when you can say, F that school fundraiser. I know we don't got to go there. Why? Why are we going to this school fundraiser right now? They split after many years together. Stephanie became the full-time custodial parent. Okay, so she got full custody. So her ex-husband was supposed to pay her child support. But from the start, she says, he told her he couldn't afford it. He just always paid me less. Such that when their older child turned 18, her ex unilaterally just lowered the amount he paid me every month. Well, their child turned 18, so she covers everything. Well, what the hell does this have to do with child support? We're talking about an adult now. So she covers everything: college tuition, medical costs, activities, the works. Yeah, for a college kid. With child support set to end at age 19. Okay, it didn't make sense to take him back to court to force him to pay, she says, because it would have required time, money, and resources I don't have. It's welcome to a man's world. Yes, you got it. You wanted it. Here it is. It's not like every woman paying her ex resents him. But for those who know they've been killing it at their jobs while their husbands flopped at domestic tasks like grocery shopping or parenting their own children, this is all, I just see this as just absolute garbage right here. The parent of ponying up makes these women super extra mad. Oh, that's why they're mad, says New. I think that, well, welcome to how the law works. I think that might be why women might have an even more visceral reaction than the man who thinks this wife only sits at home and eats bonbons and drives kids to school and goes to PTA meetings. No, it's because you think you're entitled to something and that men are supposed to do all this stuff for you. And now you realize that that's not how it works. For the divorce lawyer sitting across from the client who has just learned she's going to write a check, it can be an intense conversation. This group of women, they're like, okay, let me get this straight, says Hostetter. I'm at a board meeting faking a trip to the bathroom to rectify why Susie is not at her enrichment activity like she's supposed to be. And my husband is at home working. I did it all. I had to have a nanny, childcare, but I was the house manager. I paid the bills. I organized all the activities. I did the Halloween party at school, and I worked this crazy job. It's super successful. What did he bring to the table? And plenty of guys, husbands who get screwed over have asked this same question about their wives. And yet we don't take them seriously. Why should we take her seriously when she says it? And you're saying I have to pay him alimony 50% of my retirement? Yep. Oh, the most painful one is when the retirement gets taken from you. If looks could kill, I'd be dead. Welcome to what's been happening to guys for years. Here it is. Tara, who has, man, this is like the article. It just keeps on giving. Tara, who has a top job in sales, was unaccustomed to failure. Her resilience and tenacity had empowered her to succeed professionally. She was devastated to learn those assets weren't enough to make her marriage work, too. I'll never forget the moment I realized I was in the shower. It was the weekend. Listen, our divorce laws don't give a damn about who does the domestic labor. It just cares about where the money's coming from and splitting that up. That's it. That's it. Welcome to how our culture works. I'll never forget the moment I realized I was in the shower. It was the weekend. I'm shaving my legs in the shower and I realized, wow, I'm making more money now and I'm still the wife. Yup. I'm still doing all the stay-at-home mom stuff. I'm breaking my neck to get to the grocery store before the nanny has to get to her bus so I can pick up groceries, dry cleaning, and do errands. Listen, I mean, husbands nowadays still do all these things too, as the breadwinner, as the leader, all these kinds of things, but nobody cares when they do it. Basically what's happening here is she's understanding that this magical image of a husband she had, which is a role she thinks she's playing, isn't what she thought it was. Because I didn't want to do that on the weekends. It was a brutal, confusing discovery. They act like guys come home and that they get to just put their feet up on the weekends. That's not how it goes. They get nagged by their wives. They got to do all this extra stuff that they want them to do. Whatever the hell she's talking about is just an ignorant fantasy. I'm a strong person and I have no idea how this happened to me. She says, I don't want to fail. I want to be successful. I didn't want to fail at marriage. Now that they're divorced, she says she and her ex share custody. The court ordered that she pay thousands in child support. All right. Shout out to child support. She says that she makes 3 times more than he does. Though she wasn't thrilled to have to write those checks, she's been able to find some dark comic relief at her wine nights with divorced friends when they joke about what they put in the memo line of the support checks. One friend does sneaky acronyms, YA for you are an asshole, YFD for you effing dick, while others prefer a slightly more subtle and popular approach, numbering the checks, CS1, CS2, and so on. Yo, and you know, they say women can't be held accountable. This all looks like accountability to me. Fan-freaking-tastic. The first time Tara and I had talked, it was before the pandemic. When I caught up with her again recently, the subject of marriage was still very much on her mind, albeit for a different reason. She'd been dating someone and he proposed, though she told him she didn't think she'd ever get married. Oh, look, now she just sounds like a regular guy who's been divorced. Though she told him she didn't think she'd ever get married again, over time she changed her mind. I realized I wanted him to have the title. I wanted people to know that we were serious. I wanted to be a husband and wife. Now the couple was in the middle of sorting out a prenup. Okay. But when guys ask for a prenup, they don't trust their wives, right? According to Tradcons. I know people think prenups aren't very glamorous and you want to be romantic. Well, okay, look, now romantic love gets thrown out the window. Finally, once they feel what it's like. Well, I love my husband to be, but I won't get into this situation again. Tara's fiance, as it turns out, is also divorced and ended up having to pay his ex. So each of them came to the prenup conversation in a very matter-of-fact way. This is how it should just be for everyone right off the bat. Once the culture changes enough, this is the kind of matter-of-fact mindset I think people are going to be carrying to marriage. Which is just how Tara has come to think all the prep before you walk down the aisle should work. I don't think couples should make it a big deal. It's like a root canal. You just get it done. Yeah, and that's what the dowry system was like. This is just stuff you talked about. This was part of planning the marriage. This was part of family planning right here. And it's like, you know, this generation needed to get heartbroken and screwed over to realize that. I think with enough people seeing their parents get screwed over, maybe we can just get straight to the very matter-of-fact part of this whole deal. Where I've landed with marriage again is that from a financial perspective, it's an agreement that you're going to give that person half of your earnings if you get divorced, unless you put something in writing otherwise, she says. So I know a lot of people think prenups aren't very glamorous and you want to be romantic, but I'm actually grappling with, well, I love my husband to be and I'm so happy, but I'm not going to let myself get in this situation again. At some point last year, she says she stopped feeling so outraged every time she sent her ex a check. She feels less bitter and angry. You're just bitter and hurt. Who hurt you? Than she used to when the divorce was still raw. It's just another check I have to write every month. She says now, it's annoying, but it's just like paying the Pepco bill. We're almost to the end of this, but I think we've reached enough. I say we get our music going, and we'll call it here pretty soon. Ooh, I feel like I'm like exhausted. Maybe I didn't drink enough water. I do got to get up tomorrow to have this other discussion. Guys, please check out the conspiracy conversation I had with Raymond Thoughts in Mind. It was a really fun conversation. Who hurt you? Perfect. Exactly. So if you guys want conspiracy, this conversation was fun. It was a blast. So I had fun with it. I don't know if you guys will like it, but we got 4 guys in here. We're trying to get it figured out. We talk about a lot of fun stuff. I definitely will go back on when Raymond has another conversation like this again. We talked about the thermite and the 9/11 buildings, UAP's consciousness, secret societies, Bohemian Grove. It was all in there. It was all in there. Hey, I got a question for everybody. If Trump can bring tariffs back, why can't we bring the dowry back, right? Tariffs are supposed to be this old, antiquated thing. But you know what? In certain situations, sometimes you got to bring back something that was classic. You didn't work when you needed it to work. So if Trump can do that, then we can bring back dowry. Legends. We don't stop out here. We don't stop. W Stream, thank you, Mr. Pitt. I appreciate you being here and all the help that you give to the channel. Thanks, Shah. Absolutely, Ahmed. It's a pleasure. See you next week for sure. We'll be there next week. Have a nice evening, y'all. Thank you. Yeah, y'all have a nice evening. What I will do is play the jazz song just to let Dan the man hear that jazz song because I know he wants to hear it. And then hopefully I can get to sleep. This coffee is so good. So that 1 cup of coffee I get to have a week is during this stream. Oh my God, that's good. All right. And we got our jazz number. This is for you, Dan the man. Night, y'all. Shah, thank you, Murderer Crows. Have a fantastic evening. Just want to say thank you everyone for the donations. Thanks everybody who left a comment. Thanks everybody who hit the like button. You guys being here and participating makes this fun. I love doing this. I love being able to stay in a Saturday night and do this instead of going out and God forbid doing something that's probably not the best or most productive. I think we're having fun. I think we're learning things together. Education's being had. Creativity's being had. Ideas are being had. Life is happening. Magic's happening. So that's thanks to everybody. You know, I don't think without y'all, it's not the same. Don't forget to do the... I know, man, Mr. Pitt, I got to do that specifically for you. I got to make that happen. I think I should just try doing that on the Rumble platform. That might be the easiest. So I'll add Rumble to my restream, and then we'll do a special Rumble stream. So I know I'm making a big promise. I just got to remember to do that. I got to remember to do that. I got to sit down, and I just got to do that. Man, this song is so good. God, man. This song sounds like something I would have heard in like a 2003 musical on a cartoon on TV or something. Like back when they had those musical episodes of Family Guy, like where Brian and Stewie would go on those journeys. Oh, by the way, I just bought seasons 1 through 5 of Family Guy for $21 off eBay on DVD, and I'm gonna watch it all on my freaking CRT television right there. I got all kinds of old stuff on DVD, and it's been an absolute pleasure watching it on that old TV. I'm a big fan of that. So, gosh, I'm so exhausted. I'm just trying to make it through the song. We really went. There was a lot of talk. Honestly, man, the TikTok videos lasted a lot longer than I didn't think it was going to take us to 3 hours. I thought the TikToks would be over in like an hour and a half. I was like, they're pretty short. But there was a lot to say. There was a lot to say there. Man. Oh, we got the solo coming in. We don't stop out here. I've also been streaming on Twitch, guys, and I've been playing this game called Nier Automata. I don't know if you guys are into gaming like that. This is my Twitch channel, which I like, you know. So here's the last one. But yeah, I've been having a blast on this. No! Yay! It's me playing Twitch. Just discard that. But yeah, so, you know, no pressure to do that. You guys already spent so much time watching me here, but I don't know. I'm just trying to revive the gaming thing, you know. Back in like 2018, 2019, I used to Twitch a lot. And I got to 200, like over 300 followers at a time. And part of me misses the gaming, so I'm just trying to revive it, you know. It's another thing to do. You know, this is the new world. I'm just living online at this point. Much appreciated, brother. Absolutely. You're a trooper, man. Thanks for all your hard work you put into this. Thank you, Ahmed. I appreciate you, man. Makes me feel good to hear that. Thank you, Shah W Stream. Absolutely, man. Thank you. Looks like we just made it to the end of the Dowry song. All right, legends. I'll catch y'all on the next one. I'll try to get some content out throughout